Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Devil Harry Potter tamed Lightning Dragon? Harry Potter x DAPHANE. It will have 5 parts. Join Patreon to see all part at ONC. Also for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Silence greeted me as soon as the gigantic door behind me closed with the loud, grating noise of stone against stone. I took a few wary steps in, unsure of what awaited me in this tower. Aside from my companion Balthazar, I was alone, now. Alone, like at the graveyard last June. The hot caused me to shiver involuntarily. For a moment, I felt as helpless as I did when first facing against Voldemort. Back then, I was completely dominated by the madman. He had toyed with me the entire time, up until our wands connected and I managed to escape through yet another lucky fluke. I scrunched my eyes closed. "You're not like that anymore," I said out loud. "You're stronger now, Potter. Stop being such a bitch and move forward." "Well said," Balthazar hissed out, the sound relaxing me more than I thought it would. "Sorry," I apologized, and took a deep breath. I opened my eyes and took a few steps in, taking in my surroundings with a critical eye. It was a great entrance hall of some sort. At the bottom, there were several statues of almost skeletal angels, surrounded by torches. Their faces were warped in grimaces of pain, agony and despair. From each side of the statues, I saw a spiral round walk which led to the top of the chamber, but likely not the top of the entire tower. Teman Negru was quite a large edifice, all things considered. The fact that I believed I could reach the top of this chamber in a few minutes pointed at the fact that the top of the demonic tower itself was quite a ways away. The round walk itself seemed to be quite damaged, but I figured I could make it to the top. That's, if Lilith was even going this way. I wasn't really sure. "What do you think, Balthazar?" I asked after a few moments of deep thought. My trusty companion had kept quiet for the past minute, and I appreciated any input he might have on the situation. "Obviously, there's no way to go but up," I continued, trying to reason my way through the situation. Balthazar's tongue flicked out, tasting the air for a few moments. "You are right," Balthazar confirmed with an almost thoughtful hiss. "She has flown up a few floors, I think. You'll have to get us up there if you want me to be able to follow her smell further." That was oddly convenient. And people say that snakes are evil, cruel, sadistic, stupid, and an all-around general menace. I'll give them 5 minutes with Balthazar here. They won't stand a chance. At any rate, I thanked the little bugger with a grateful hiss, and began my trek up the damaged round walks. I heard the sound of falling rocks from underneath me, and quickened my steps, realizing the floor beneath me was quite unstable. I was seriously regretting not learning the air raid from the Watcher of Time. I could have tried to replicate Tristan's use of wings made out of fire, but I didn't trust myself in my current condition. The fight had somewhat tired me out, and I had several throbbing pains in my side, the sign of a burn healing itself very slowly. I reached the first spot where the 2 spiral round walks met, and tested the sturdiness of the thing by stomping a few times. Starting out very lightly, and moving up to the point where my boots were slamming onto the stone surface. It didn't budge, so I took the opportunity to fish into one of my many cargo pockets, grabbing hold of a small, disc-shaped container. Inside of it was an orange paste of some kind. I opened the container and lifted my shirt, revealing the angry burn mark left over from Lilith's onslaught during the fight in the Ice Guardian's chamber. I dipped my fingers in the cool paste, before bringing it to my side and spreading it over the burn wound, wincing as I applied a little too much force. I jerked in both pain and relief as the paste began its work. The insistent flaring of the wound had begun to lose its intensity, up until it faded into a dull throb. Something I could easily tune out. I lowered my shirt right over the applied paste, not really caring if it got dirty. Hell, it was already somewhat ripped and scorched, so there was no point to try and maintain it. It was a little disappointing, all things considered. I knew from my first year at Hogwarts that the hero gig wasn't all adventure, glamour and fun. I used to think a hero was always graceful in battle, elegant, deadly. I had these impossible expectations of myself, especially when Hagrid told me about all the boy who lived nonsense. It made me feel special, like I was going places. And then I fought against a fully grown mountain troll on the following Halloween. Turned out, my idea of being a brave hero was to jump on its back and stick my wand up its nose. Not very graceful, or elegant. Quite disgusting, to be brutally honest. And to top it all off, I wasn't even the one that defeated the beast. It was Ron, with the same spell that Hermione had scolded him over not a few hours before. Some hero I was. Ha, it was the same story later on. Every single major fight I've been in the past few years has been a complete clusterfuck of confusion and luck. The only me I felt like I had a measure of control on the situation was during the battle at Azkaban prison. Dumbledore and I had taken on a veritable army of Voldemort's soldiers. The difference in this situation was that I had actually prepared for the battle. We summoned snakes, I took my potions, and used the confusion to strike at them. The fact that my plans had evolved from blindly rush in to create distractions and then blindly rush in meant that my tactical awareness was progressing in the right direction. Or so I told myself. I sighed, and continued my way up the round walk, eventually reaching a blue door about halfway to the next floor. Anything. I turned to Balthazar, who was tasting the air with his forked tongue. Balthazar took a few moments. I don't think so. Her scent is on this door, but it's faded. As if she was here days ago. The scent is stronger further up the walk. I nodded my thanks to the snake, before moving up the round walk, once more, and stopped once I reached the next level. Looking up towards the top of the huge chamber, it was as if there was some sort of machine embedded in the walls. I could see, and hear, a series of cogs clicking and turning. Faintly, I realized that the wall before me bore a series of engravings that seemed to glow golden with power. I placed my hand against the wall, tracing the runes. I didn't know what any of it meant. All I could figure out was that it was a mix of hieroglyphs, Chinese and other symbols I couldn't even begin to identify. I extended my senses, feeling for the runes, rather than seeing them, and almost recoiled in shock. The amount of power that was being collected was immense by any standard of the word. Incredible, I blurted out, ending the connection, shaking off the awe I felt. All of that power was heading steadily upwards, to the top of the tower. It seemed fitting that the culmination of all the collected power would be diverted to the very top of the Teman Negru. That was where it symbolically made a connection with the heavens, after all. And if it's something I learned in the past few years, it was that magic was quite symbolic in nature. The portal would open at the top. I was sure of it. I resumed my previous course, quickening my steps. Whatever that power was, there was a whole lot of it. At least on the same level as the power I felt when channeling the lightning in the clouds above Azkaban prison. And Lilith was heading straight for it. I stopped in front of a huge missing chunk of the round walk, wondering how I could get past it. A quick check to the other side of the spiral path showed that it was even worse. The only way up is if I walked the extremely fragile-looking ledge. I knew I could transfigure a couple of rocks into some rope, and perhaps fashion some kind of grappling hook. But my energy levels had already taken quite a beating from the previous fights. I didn't know if I could risk it or not. I sighed. There was no choice. I flattened myself against the wall, making sure to charge my fingertips with electricity, just in case I needed to latch onto the wall to avoid becoming a stain on the ground. And then I slowly made my way across the ledge. Halfway through, I heard a loud cracking noise. I cursed and hurriedly began to cross the remainder before I fell to my death. As soon as I got to the other side, the ledge had completely collapsed. I sighed, and withdrew the lightning from my fingertips. Her sense getting stronger. Balthazar piped up as his head pointed to a yellow door that was right next to us. She definitely went in through here. I can smell her blood in the air. I gave a quick nod, and moved to the door. There was a bloody hand print on the handle, likely Lilith's blood. Above the door were crude markings of skeletal demons, which looked more alive the longer I looked at them. I broke eye contact, feeling a sudden chill come over me. It's probably just the torchlight, I muttered to myself. I opened the door, revealing another large chamber, though nowhere near as big as the chamber I just came from. The sounds of the turning cogs had faded into nothingness as the door closed, leaving me in complete silence. With only a single torch providing light to my surroundings, I took a few, tentative steps forward, each step echoing loudly in the room. To my right, there was a large, red door. It was lined with strange, dark ridges, almost as if I was looking at something's ribcage. On the other end of the platform, there was a large, red stone, with what seemed to be English. I wasn't close enough to read it, just yet. Off the left side, I could see a higher platform with a large, metallic blue door, though there was no way to reach it. I assumed there used to be a ramp of some sort, leading from this place to the next. Now, there was only a nice, long drop. I looked down the edge, not seeing any end to the gigantic hole. Whispers steadily broke out from the pit, dying down when I took a few, startled steps back. I heard the sound of laughing children, as if they were beckoning me to jump down the hole and join them for some fun. A little fun, before whatever was down there tore me to shreds. I rolled my eyes. That was so going to happen. Lilith went up to the other platform. Balthazar informed me, tongue flicking in the air. Of course, she did. I palmed my face, the feeling of irritation overtaking my fear. The whispers were still there, but I tuned them out. I had to figure out a way to get to the other side. I moved to the red stone, tracing my finger over the engravings. Luckily enough, it was written in some form of English I couldn't fully understand. But at least there was something. Steal thy soul, I read slowly. The future knows no bounds for those who deftly march forth to meet it. What's that supposed to even mean? Balthazar hissed in slight irritation, the sound echoing off of the walls. Not sure, I answered honestly, frowning at the engraving. I read the words once more. Steal thy soul, no bounds. I looked at the missing ramp that led to the other platform for a long while, barely paying attention to the whispers coming from the dark pit now. Could it mean what I thought it meant? It's just a test, I blurted out in realization. I don't understand, Balthazar said. I began walking towards the edge of the platform, where the ramp used to be. What are you doing? Balthazar asked worriedly. Shut up and watch, I hissed out aggressively, gazing down at the depths of the pit. Human, I heard a voice coming from the pit. It rattled and wheezed, sending shivers down my spine. A pair of flaming eyes appeared in the darkness, staring at me in a mix of hunger and amazement. It has been many millennia since a human has graced these halls, it rattled, eyes shining. Welcome, thanks, I answered back, breaking eye contact and looking to the platform ahead, braving through the almost paralyzing fear that had almost taken me earlier. I took a step forward. Balthazar stopped mid-hiss, realizing that my foot had hit something solid. What is this? The Black Viper hissed out, uncomprehending. The inscription, Balthazar, I hissed back in response, taking another step forward. And another, so the human knows how to cross this obstacle. The demon spoke, sounding peeved. How droll. I took a few more steps forward. It wasn't that hard, I said conversationally to the evil spirit. After I read that engraving, it was only a matter of bravery, and, well, I was a Gryffindor. I never ran away, not from Quirrell, not from Riddle's memory, not from Voldemort. And most certainly not from this. Fear has never beaten me. I have steeled my soul, I said, taking another few steps forward. So you do not respond to fear, the demon said, as if it knew something I didn't. I tried to take another step, but it sank through the air. I lifted my foot, and steeled myself once again. I took another step, hitting solid ground. Good. My concentration had simply wavered in response to the demon's mysterious response. Was fear not the only weapon it could use against me? No, there was no way. It was just messing with me, Jew. Saint trying to get me off my game so I would fall to my death. Your tricks won't work, demon. I was halfway to the next platform. Truly, it is difficult to beat you with fear. The demon chuckled, a mirthless, evil quality to it. Well, what about this? Quote, and the torches lost their light, plunging me in complete darkness. It was a surprising move, but not something wholly unexpected. I pulled out my wand. Lumos. The wand lit up with a lemon-yellow light, bathing my surroundings in it. I smirked as I continued walking. You didn't seriously think a silly little trick like that would get me, did you? Of course not, the demon said dangerously. That was not my intention. Then what, Harry, is that you? I heard a familiar voice coming from the dark pit. Harry, I stopped at the sound. My heart wrenching itself painfully, but I kept my concentration. The voice was familiar to me. I had only heard it a few times before. I heard that voice back in June, when Voldemort's wand had connected with mine. I also heard it when the Dementors would come out to play with me. It was my mother's voice. Lily's voice. She was calling to me. How had she gotten here? Mom, I called out, standing still, almost 3/4 of the way to the next platform. Harry, Lily Potter's voice echoed from the depths of the pit, sounding delighted at my acknowledgement of her. My son. My heart did a few more twists. My concentration was beginning to waver. But I wasn't even paying attention to that. My mother was down there. I had to get her out of there. I didn't stop to ask myself how and when she had gotten here. I just didn't care. It was my mother. Mom, what are you doing, down there? I shouted, my voice shaky. You have to get out. It's dangerous. Dangerous? Lily asked, a touch of confusion in her voice. What do you mean? There's a demon down there, Mom. I said, hurriedly. You have to get out of there. You mean the man who was speaking to you earlier? Lily said in amusement. He's no demon. He's just the caretaker of this place. Relief flooded my being at those words. She wasn't in any danger. That was a good thing. My mother was safe. Can you come up? I asked, looking down into the depths with a worried gaze. I don't think so. She said to me, her melodious voice causing me to smile. I don't see why I should, either. What do you mean, Mom? Don't you want to come with me? I asked, a hint of desperation seeping into my voice. Oh, my dear boy. Lily cooed, and my worries went away. I do want to be with you. Come down, here. I didn't answer her, but I didn't stop staring down into the black pit, either. Faintly, I could hear some kind of frantic hissing noise, but it was drowned out by my mother's voice. I just wanted to join her so badly. We can live with each other, like a family, Harry. Lily coaxed. The family we always should have been. I don't know what to say, Mom. I said weakly, my resolve weakening. Don't say anything, honey. Lily said softly, her voice echoing through my soul. Just come down here. Come home. I smiled warmly at the pitch-black pit. Okay, Mom, home. I nodded, and began to slowly sink into the dark pit. Feelings of boundless joy and euphoria coursing through my body. I would finally rejoin my mother, the woman who had loved me above all else. And then I felt a sharp pain in my neck. The physical pain traveled through my body, and the feelings of happiness and euphoria washed away, replacing them with the dull throb of the healing burn wound in my side, as well as a new, pulsing pain in my neck. I took in my surroundings, realizing I was already 10 feet closer to the pit. You stupid boy, Balthazar's angry voice scolded me. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I felt a flash of irrational anger come over me. My mother's down there. I have to save her. I retorted heatedly. Harry, try to remember. Balthazar cut me off. You told me she died when you were a child. Don't you remember that? And like that, my anger washed away. My mother wasn't down there. My mother. She died, I said slowly, as speaking those words for the first time. She died. Cold, cruel laughter, a scream, and a flash of green light. The killing curse. Avada Kedavra. My mom had died protecting me. That's not my mom down there. I hissed out slowly, angry tears beginning to blur my vision. She was never down there, was she? She died a long time ago. That's right, Harry, Balthazar said, sounding very strained. The demon was trying to break your concentration, remember? You were stealing your soul to cross to the next platform. We're chasing Lilith. Remember Lilith? Lilith. That name. I knew that, as well. I was chasing the succubus through Teman Negru, and I got to a strange, silent chamber with a dark pit that housed a strange demon. Wait, Harry, Balthazar hissed out tiredly. I don't know how long I can keep us floating like this. I remembered, now. It tried to use fear on me, but it didn't work. So the demon invoked the memory of my mother to lure me down. It almost succeeded, from the looks of it. I took a deep breath, and stealed my soul once again. My body shot upwards, to the same level as the platform I had intended to reach. I began walking forward again. Harry, my mother's voice came from the pit again. Where are you going, my son? Son. That word. I became furious. You're not my mother. I kept moving forward. Almost there. What are you saying? You're my son, Harry. Lily's voice laughed nervously, sounding a little desperate. Harry, please don't go. I didn't answer, but my throat felt constricted and dry. Tears were falling freely down my face. Harry, please, Harry, please don't leave me. Lily's voice was begging now. I do, and want to live the rest of my life here alone, Harry. Please, please. I kept moving, ignoring anything and everything my mother's voice kept saying. I reached the other side, but my mother's voice kept going on and on. My heart broke, but my anger surged. Enough of your games, demon. I snarled hatefully, staring down at the pit. My mother died saving my life. Stop pretending to be her. There was a long silence, before a rattling laugh echoed in the chamber. Impressive, human. The demon wheezed. Not many have actually passed this trial, and even fewer have passed what comes next. Chamber itself rumbled ominously as a large, skeletal figure rose from the depths of the pit. The light cast from my lumos revealed its bony stature, enshrouded in the shadows themselves. A sudden chill came over me, as well as a feeling of despair. I swallowed thickly, and wiped at my tears, which began to freeze in this demon's presence. Was this a dementor? No, not quite. It had similar effects, but they seemed more pronounced. Somehow, stronger. Maybe it was related to the dementors, somehow. Ah, it wheezed out. You've met my offspring, it seems. How did you? I can see it all on your face, child. The demon drew closer. It has been an age since I've been awoken like this. It said, my name is Arabus. I shot a lightning bolt at its face, before it could utter any other words. The demonic entity flew back a few feet, but looked relatively unharmed from the sudden attack. That's very rude, you know. It chided me, flicking its finger in my direction. An unseen wave of pressure smashed into my body, slamming it into the metallic blue door behind me. My ears rang with the vibrations from the impact, and I fell to the floor, dazed. I swallowed the bile coming up my throat, and stood back up. Taking a deep breath, Arabus merely regarded me with a degree of amusement. What do you want? I snapped at the demon. No need to be snappy, child. Arabus rattled out. I am simply a guardian of this place, assigned here to guard the way past the endless infernum. Endless infernum, I repeated, sounding confused, while at the same time trying to figure how to beat this thing. It took a bolt of my lightning dragonslayer head-on, while receiving no damage. Indeed, Arabus took a moment to gaze at his surroundings. That is the room we stand in. Then why did you let Lilith get past you? She has already passed the trials. Arabus answered curtly. I see no need to conduct a trial for her, every time she passes through this domain. But she's trying to open a portal to the demon world. I protested. I am aware of that. I thought that the devil Sparta entrusted you to. The temperature of the room plummeted at the sound of that name. Do not speak to me of Sparta, human. Arabus spat the name of Sparta as if it was a curse. Locked in here for eternity by that accursed Sparta. Lilith brought me back from the depth of the void by using my offspring to grant me strength. Arabus managed to sneer. So she didn't pass any trial. I accused, glaring at the demon. She just bribed you with power. At least Cerberus stood his ground, unlike you. How dare you? Enough talk. I brandished my wand at the demon, recalling every single happy memory I could think of. Seeing my parents in the mirror of Arised, making friends with Ron and Hermione, meeting Sirius. Declaration of Innocence, and all my times with Daphne. Expecto Patronum. Prongs burst forth from my wand, the Holy Spirit guardian smashing into Arabus with the force of a freight train. The demon in question hissed in pain as its dark shroud peeled away, its skin sizzling. You think a mere mortal's spirit guardian can hold me back? Arabus cackled maniacally, and began to push back against the Patronus. Prongs grunted as the darkness began to expand once more, easily pushed back by the might of Arabus. I frowned at the display of power. Prongs wasn't enough. It made sense, of course. This was the progenitor of the Dementors. I needed something a little more than that. I applied more force to my spell, and prongs grew in size. With a grunt, the bright white stag poo shed harder against the darkness of the demon, stopping its advance altogether. But it didn't push it back. Impressive, for a human. Arabus praised mockingly. But I don't think you can keep this up for long, now can you? The demon was right. I couldn't hold on forever. I looked at the door behind me. Maybe I could simply leave. It might not be able to chase me past its domain. It made sense, in a way. If it was truly free, why would it stay in this empty room for millennia? The logical answer was that it couldn't leave. However, it was too close to me, now. I had to push it back down into the pit, and make a break for it. Distance was key. Prongs turned its head and gave me a long, meaningful look. I stared back, right into its eyes, and understood what it wanted me to do. I had never tried something like this before, but there was no time to test it out in a controlled environment. I channeled my lightning dragonslayer magic into my wand, further powering the Patronus. White lightning shot out of my wand, and made a connection with prongs. The Patronus stag bellowed as it lit up even further than before, lightning coursing through its powerful body. Prongs' teeth morphed into canines, and its antlers were covered in electricity, turning them razor sharp, its own version of edge, I thought to myself in amazement. The stag simply cut through the darkness like a knife through warm butter. Before driving its antlers into Arabus' face, the demon howling in agony. Arabus attempted to float away, but Prongs wasn't having any of that. It stomped, and bit, and swung its antlers at the dark entity, giving it no reprieve. With a final bellow, Prongs tackled the demon, sending it flying to the other platform. Its dark shroud had completely disappeared, leaving behind a pale, large skeletal body that somehow reminded me of Voldemort. A long moment passed, but it didn't move. Had I killed it? Arabus's body seized up, and slowly floated into the air. A bright orb of light burst forth from its chest. While the body fell down into the pit, the orb of light steadily came to me, passing by the lightning-enhanced prongs, who simply stared at it, before nodding to me in a gentle manner. I backed away from the orb of light next to me, not quite sure what to do about it. "Take it, Harry," Balthazar spoke up. "It's a devil arm." "What's a devil arm?" "Just trust me." I nodded, still feeling wary, and extended my hand towards the orb. It made contact with my hand, and got even brighter. I grasped at it. It felt like I was holding onto the handle of something. Naturally, I pulled. The orb disappeared as I pulled what was contained within. It was a sword, with a pure black, curved blade, and a white scabbard. A falchion, I realized from the looks of the sword. Surrounding the blade were wisps of darkness, reminiscent of Arabus' dark powers. Come to think of it, its color scheme was the same as Arabus' colors, as well. "T-hat," Balthazar explained, gazing at the demonic sword with what seemed to be awe. "Is a devil arm, Arabus, force itself, given to you when you defeat it in battle." I had a million questions on my mind, but there was no time for any of that. Lilith was still ahead of us, and I needed to stop her. One thing was for sure, though. Realms. How do I get myself into these situations? You'd think, after 4 years of non-stop weirdness, I would figure out the secret to it. And yet, every single time, I failed to predict the outcome. I thought, after beating the demonic progenitor of the Dementors, that it would disappear, or something. Nope, not even close. So, here I was, walking through the dark halls of the Teman Negru, holding a sword that oozed pure darkness. "I'm Arabus, you idiot." The pure black falchion whispered to me. "At least my loneliness problem has lessened considerably." "So you are Arabus, himself, herself, itself." I questioned the devil arm, glancing at the dangerous-looking falchion yet again, taking in its details. The CNGLE-edged blade gleamed in the torchlight, as wisps of vapory darkness emanated from it. The scabbard, on the other hand, was tucked in through one of my combat pants, belt hoops, a long, bony white sheath for the blade of darkness. I sheathed the falchion with a shake of my head. That was another concept I was wrapping my head around, devil arms. From Balthazar's meager explanation, I surmised that the sword, Arabus, was the culmination of the dare I say life force of the demon, Arabus, thereby making them the exact same being. Himself. The sword whispered back. This doesn't make any sense. I stopped at a corner warily, planting myself right against the wall when I heard the telltale moaning sounds of hell prides and lusts. Balthazar. I hissed out as quietly as I could. Right. Why faithful Viper didn't even need to ask, as he sank into my skin, joining his energy with mine. My right arm tingled as the porous skin was covered with Balthazar's black, hexagonal scales with the same odd clicking sound as it did the first time. I gazed at the scaly arm for a moment, and then turned the corner. The lusts had leapt ahead of their comrades, each hoping to kill me first. Likely put there by Lilith to slow me down. I shot a wide jet of poison, coating all three approaching hell lusts. The demons faltered in their rush, shrieking in pure agony as they tripped and fell to the hard, stone floor. I ignored their wails, choosing to draw my new weapon from its sheath on my right waist. Time to break this baby in, I suppose. I ignored the harsh whisper of, "Who are you calling a baby?" coming from Arabus. The dark blade seemed almost excited, as if it was longing to cut into flesh, to take life. Charging my nerves and muscles with lightning, I finished off the downed hell lusts with quick swipes of the sword. The blade easily cut through their necks, severing their heads from their bodies with what seemed to be no effort on my part. Arabus vibrated slightly in my hand. "Stop that, it kind of tickles," I said, rubbing at my left arm for a moment, not taking my eyes off the remaining hell prides. I gripped the falchion a little tighter, the weapon pulsing with dark power. "So how exactly do I use you?" I asked, having no idea of the mechanics of fighting with a sword. "Hand to hand, definitely. Magic, sure. Swordplay, no clue. I assume you know which end of the sword goes where," the devil arm said sarcastically, as one of the hell prides got close. The demon swung its scythe horizontally, but I dodged back, before grabbing Arabus with both hands and rushing forward to stab it. The dark blade speared through the hell pride's head, killing it instantly and turning it to ash. I moved the falchion back into a single-handed grip, running at the remaining prides. My eyes were everywhere, the fight a blur of motion, as I dodged attacks and retaliated with somewhat sloppy, imprecise swipes of the sword. I moved slightly to the left, narrowly evading a thrust from the back end of a scythe, before swinging the falchion in a horizontal arc to my left, cutting through the demon's upper torso. I allowed the momentum of my strike to spin my body slightly to the left, and raised my right arm to block an incoming strike. The demon swung a few more times, to no avail. The black, scaly armor absorbed all of the damage with barely a scratch to show for it. I raised my right elbow slightly and stuck the sword from right underneath it. Arabus stabbed into the stomach of the last hell pride. Its shriek of pain was interrupted by a breakdown fist, courtesy of the back of my right, armored hand. I pulled the sword out of the demon, and let it fall to the ground. It writhed in pain for a few moments, before I put it out of its misery with a lightning blade to the face, turning it into ash, and leaving me alone in the now silent hall. I stared at Arabus for a moment, before sighing and putting it back into its sheath. The scales on my right arm sank back into the skin, and Balthazar re-emerged, wrapping himself around my chest and laying his head on my shoulder. "How was that for a first try? I suppose you aren't a lost cause in the art of the sword?" Arabus whispered in amusement. "I'm surprised that you're even helping me," I said conversationally, as I headed to the end of the hallway, and through the door, leading me to yet another hallway. I suppressed the urge to groan. "Not half an hour ago you were trying to pull me down that pit." "You don't know, do you?" the demonic weapon questioned. "Or rather, you don't understand." "I guess so," I answered, peeking around the corner. "No enemies." I kept moving. "From what Balthazar explained to me, your Arabus life force turned into a weapon." "A bit crude, but accurate," Arabus replied. "But how?" I asked, feeling a little bewildered. "How does something like this happen?" The sword gave a long-suffering sigh. "Devil arms," it began, "are living weapons, the manifestation of a defeated demon's soul and power. In essence, I am Arabus himself. If you release my spirit, I will change back into my earlier form." "I see," I said slowly, reaching a balcony which overlooked the entire city of Prato. The sun had begun to set, turning the sky into a beautiful mix of oranges, yellows and reds. From this height, I wouldn't have been able to tell that the city of Prato was in any kind of disrepair. Let alone completely abandoned. I stared at the view in awe, before shaking my head, and turning to go up a staircase to the left. So, I continued, what can I do with you? Aside from the obvious, like my offspring, my domain is that of darkness, though, I've had some contenders like Queen Mab of the Unseelie. I wonder how she has been. It has been millennia since my last encounter with her kind. The sword mused. So, the domain of darkness, I urged, filing the curious name and title for future reference. What exactly does that entail? A sword can't exactly kiss people, I said, referring to the Dementor's kiss. Ah, my children's way of feeding themselves, Arabus whispered, sounding amused. They never were very smart. I have no true need to consume souls as they do, though it does increase my power very slightly. My enjoyment comes from causing harm. Quote, I stayed quiet, nodding at what the demonic sword was saying. I had been walking up the staircase for what seemed to be minutes. And I wasn't even close to being done. What this place needed was an elevator. As you have seen it in my children, I am capable of drastically lowering temperature. Arabus explained. That sounds handy. How is that better than a cooling charm, though? I quipped. Idiot child. The sword insulted me. My powers over the cold, while inferior to the likes of Mab, Cerberus and Baal, are quite substantial. As long as you wield me, fire cannot kill you. Only the more powerful branches of fire magic would be able to do such a thing. Now that sounded impressive. It was a sure defense against Lilith's fire attacks. Though, if she ever went level 2. Wait, I said after a moment. What about the element of darkness? I doubt that you could benefit from that particular domain. Arabus replied. You seem to possess a number of ranged attacks. Would adding to them truly aid you? I reached the top of the stairs, feeling a little winded. Another long hallway. At least it was empty. I thought about Arabus' comment. It might. I said slowly. How about this? What if I channel my lightning into you? Try it, Arabus answered, sounding intrigued at the proposal. Without stopping, I drew the black falchion from its bony white sheath, and slowly channeled my lightning into it. The wisps of darkness began to coalesce around Arabus' edge, and merged with the bluish-white lightning I had channeled into the weapon. Quite interesting. Your lightning and my darkness have merged together to form an entirely different element. Arabus noted. Yes, this is dark lightning, I whispered, gazing at the falchion. The black blade was surrounded by a bluish-black lightning, the complete opposite to my bluish-white. Likely, the lightning would increase the sharpness of the sword, while the darkness would weaken the enemy's resistance. Arabus finished, sounding impressed and giving off a feeling of giddiness. You are quite an interesting mortal. Thanks, I guess, I said, before recalling my lightning magic and putting the sword back in its sheath. I walked in silence for a few minutes longer, thinking about the possibilities. Maybe this was the edge I needed in matching Lilith's level 2. I felt a shift in the air and stopped, looking at my surroundings warily. The air had gone thick with magic. Do you feel that? Balthazar hissed out quietly. Yeah, what's going on? I asked, but the Viper did not reply. I switched to English. Arabus, I believe the magical power the Teman Negru has been accumulating is converging to the top. Arabus said in a matter-of-fact tone. Likely, Lilith is proceeding with her plan, though earlier than she had said. Considering that she didn't expect me to be here, I suppose it makes sense. I replied, breaking into a run, quickly turning corners. At Balthazar's orders, a horde of hell prides stood in my path, blocking access to a large, ornate blue door, but I supercharged my nerves with lightning, easily predicting their slow attacks. I drew Arabus, and charged the dark falchion with lightning. The sword buzzed with excitement as I blocked, slashed, chopped, stabbed, and hacked at the offending demons. I swung the falchion in a horizontal strike, and met steel as one of the hell prides attempted to block it. I met a little resistance, but the dark lightning and Ed Devil arm managed to cut through the hell pride's scythe, and then into the hell pride itself. I shot a few lightning bolts at the remainder of the horde, dazing them long enough for me to rip them to shreds with Arabus. I silently marveled at the ease with which I methodically took each demon's head off, turning them to dust in a matter of seconds. But there was no time to waste. I may have not quite noticed it earlier, but the level of magic being channeled was getting higher and higher. I resheathed Arabus into his white scabbard, and entered through the large door. It was another hallway, though this one was quite different. For one, it was more ornate. The rest of the hallways had been endless stretches of bland, gray stone. This one, on the other hand, was made of a lighter rock. I moved through the hall, passing by grand pillars every few meters. Carved into the walls on either side of me were depictions of various demons, standing over incredible armies. I suppressed a shudder. That's what Lilith was trying to bring into this world. Ah, I remember this place. Arabus whispered. Each carving between pillars represents the dynasty of every king and emperor the demon world has had since the dawn of time. I stopped at the last one, seeing a familiar figure in the crowd of demons. Lilith, in all of her beautiful glory, bowing in front of a towering figure. It was a giant of a man, with great wings that seemed to block out the sky. To his right was another devil, with its sword raised, as if it was cheering. This was made after Mundus usurped the devil king before him. Arabus explained. As you can tell, Lilith was one of Mundus' lieutenants. The one next to him, that's Sparta. I said quietly. Isn't it? You are correct, Arabus said after a short while. He was a different devil, back then. Bloodthirsty, vindictive, but still quite honorable. Many of us did not understand his need to fight his foes fairly. I blinked. What's wrong with that? We're demons, boy, Arabus said harshly, the dark falchion vibrating in irritation. We live to destroy. Propriety in battle is not something we give thought to. I remembered myself saying something like that, months ago, and grimaced. The power had gotten to my head, in those early days after I had begun to learn the ways of a dragonslayer. I had thought myself to be untouchable, invincible. Right. I left the carving, and made my way to the end of the hall, eventually reaching a fork in the path. I turned my head to Balthazar, silently beckoning him to do his thing. The viper tasted the air for a few moments before answering. It seems that Lilith's most recent scent comes from the doorway before us. Balthazar hissed out, tongue still flicking out of his mouth rapidly. Though, she has went the other way, quite a few times as well. I looked at the original path. It ended with a large doorway that was blocked by a series of sharp, jagged blades. In front of the blades were two, dark green, almost cone-shaped stones. Chains covered almost every inch of the large stones. The chains converged onto the center of each stone. In the center of the left stone, a crystal skull sat at the point of convergence. In the right stone, the crystal skull was gone. I sighed. More delays. Lilith had the stone removed and placed elsewhere, likely ordered a few demons to do it after she crossed the threshold. So I took the other path, which led to a simple double door. I went through, into a small hallway leading up to a large chamber. It seemed to be a worship room of some sort, DGING by the excessive amount of candles placed behind the statue of a beautiful, naked human woman. On the woman's hand stood the crystal skull I was looking for. I almost palmed my face at the absurdity of the trap. I pulled out my wand and incanted, Accio crystal skull. The skull didn't budge in the least, but it seemed to trigger the trap, as several hell prides appeared around the skull, lashing down their scythes with all their might, driving them quite a few inches in the stone ground. They stared at their spots in which their scythes had dug in, confused at the lack of a human screaming out in agony. It was enough to make me smirk. I pocketed my wand, drew Arabus with a flourish, and rushed the pack, lightning bolts firing from my right hand as I prepared to swing at the nearest target. The falchion dug into the hell pride's side, easily cleaving it in two. With the flat side of my blade, I parried one of the pride's strikes, before forming a furiously spinning drill of lightning on the spot, spearing through the offender's neck, ending its life instantly. I jumped over another hell pride's attack, but it caught me on the bottom of my left boot, disrupting my balance. I crashed onto the ground, breaking into a roll to minimize the damage. As it was, I had skinned my elbow because of that little screw-up. I got back to my feet, just in time to sidestep a downward swipe from the offending pride. I slammed the hilt of the sword in its face, slightly cracking its skull. Then I followed up with a lightning-enhanced slash to its torso, cutting it open in one move. Demon flailed around uselessly on the floor as I stuck the black blade through its heart, dusting it. I looked around for any sign of more demons, before sighing and grabbing the crystal skull off of the statue's hand. I was getting tired. Lilith just kept putting more and more demons in my way. At this rate, it wouldn't matter if I had grievously injured her, my tiredness would be my downfall. I fished in one of my cargo pockets. Damn it, I didn't pack an invigorating draft. I knew I had forgotten something. My left elbow twinged in pain. I fished into another pocket, pulling out a disc of murtlap essence. I began to move to the two conic-shaped stones even as I dabbed some of the essence on my elbow, the stinging sensation leaving my body, granting me a slight relief. It was a short walk before I reached the stones again. I placed the crystal skull within the right stone's designated slot, and stepped back. The two skulls began to emit a bright light as the chains that were wrapped up around the stones broke away. I felt an electrical surge jump into the jagged blades blocking my path. The blades parted, sinking back into the wall. I opened the door. I was outside now, on a bridge of some sort. The sky was dark, with the exception of the moonlight filtering past, and through the grand banners lining each side of the walkway. Pillars of what looked to be bound angels, the wings savagely cut and mutilated, and human hands reaching out of iron maidens also stood proudly, boasting the superiority of the demon realm over the humans and angels. I walked along the path, feeling somehow intimidated by the decorative statues around me. The intimidation gave way to anger, and I grasped at it. I couldn't afford to hesitate against Lilith. At the end of the short walkway, I stood in front of a large, red door. With a Watcher of Time standing proudly to its left, I had a feeling that was the final door I had to go through in this place. This would lead me to the top of Teman Negru. I walked to the Watcher of Time, and extended my senses toward it, latching onto the statue with a tendril of my magic. Just like before, I felt my surroundings shift from the grand, almost royal walkway of the Teman Negru to the domain of the being which controlled this place. The domain itself was an endless span of darkness, speckled with what seemed to be white, blue, orange, and red stars in every direction. Back so soon, young Dragonslayer. The familiar voice boomed neutrally. Hello, Watcher of Time. I greeted respectfully. Greetings to you as well, young one. The entity replied pleasantly. I see you have acquired a new weapon. I nodded, my hand absently patting where Arabus was supposed to be. I shook my head, remembering that only I enter this domain, whereas my companions stay out. I took a breath. Yes, I confirmed, and I have come here to see what kind of techniques I can acquire, as well as learn the air raid. Could you? Of course. Just like before, I heard the sound of snapping fingers, bringing forth the worn sheet of papyrus containing the old techniques of war of the ancient magic clans. The sheet, this time, was a little different. Lightning Dragonslayer. Increased energy levels. Lightning Blades X. Air Raid. Thunder Roar Arabus. Dark Rift. Dark Stream. I read off the sheet. I turned away from the list to address the Watcher. How much can I learn with what I have? I asked the formless, powerful entity. The humming noise reverberated through my body, and I scratched at my head to stave off the sudden feeling of itchiness caused by the vibration. You can acquire 3 of the techniques of your choosing, including the air raid. Whoa, I exclaimed. That many? The first time, I only had enough for 1. Indeed, the amount of demonic blood you had offered me previously was quite lacking. The Watcher of Time sounded almost annoyed. However, it seems you have acquired much more since then. True, I nodded, trying to tally up the amount of demons I had killed ever since I stepped into the Teman Negru. I've honestly lost count. Between the hordes of hell prides and hell lusts, Cerberus, and fighting Arabus. Your choices, young Dragonslayer. The entity interrupted me. Right. I shut my mouth, and looked back at the sheet. Air raid was an obvious choice, of course. What are Dark Rift and Dark Stream? I inquired. The Dark Stream, the entity began patiently, as a directed energy attack composed of the element which Arabus himself utilizes, darkness. It is a purely offensive skill. You simply point your blade at your target, and let loose a powerful stream of darkness onto your enemy. I nodded silently as the entity continued. Dark Rift, on the other hand, is a special skill. The Watcher of Time paused for a moment. created by the devil centurion Arabus, whom you wield. Its purpose is to open portals into the realm of darkness, which lies in the never-never. The entity finished. Never, never, realm of darkness, I repeated dumbly. I was way out of my element, here. Indeed, the formless, all-knowing entity explained patiently. The realm of darkness lies within the greater realm of the never-never, which, itself, is a magical realm of the supernatural, separate from the human realm. Likely, it's where the demons kept popping out from. The sound of breaking glass was likely their attempt at entering the real world. Interesting. Can you tell me more about the realms? I probed. Of course. The realm of darkness was Arabus' domain, in which he ruled supreme. It was and still remains to this day his place of power. Several of his contenders come from other realms within the never-never, such as Queen Mab of the Unseelie, some of Arabus' more power. Full offspring and rogue hell vanguards originating the demon world. I absorbed that information, for a moment. This, never-never, was some kind of other world. Just like the demon world. A heavy HT sank into my gut as I picked my next question carefully. As the demon world linked to the never-never? In a way, the Watcher of Time answered cryptically. The two realms have met in certain places in the past few millennia. When the Devil Knight Sparta erected the Teman Negru and sealed off access to the demon world from the human realm. What would it take to get access to the demon world from never-never? I asked. I believe you already know the answer to that question, young Slayer. The Watcher of Time said knowingly. The energy that had been steadily accumulating and converging to the top of the demon tower. Fuck, that's how she was doing it. All right, I said instantly. My choices are Air Raid, Dark Rift, and Dark Stream. Wise choices. I saw X marks appear next to the aforementioned skills, and searched my mind, finding the needed knowledge to perform those attacks and maneuvers. I turned away from the sheet of papyrus. Thank you, I said, before breaking the connection with the omniscient being. I felt a little lightheaded as the world of deep space shifted back into the grand bridge I had been standing on prior. I stepped back, and took a deep, daring breath in an attempt to calm myself. I gave Balthazar a single glance. The viper seemed to understand, and sank into my skin, its scales covering my right arm with its telltale clicking noise. At the same time, I pulled Arabus out of his sheath, and walked through the door. Lilith was going down, or all hell was going to break loose. Literally. Chapter 31. Convergence. This was it. My hands shook as I made my way up the large, stone, outdoor spiral staircase which led to the top. I could feel the energy in the air. It was brimming with it. This way beyond anything I had ever felt in my life. I was wrong about my assessment before. This wasn't on the same level as the energy above Azkaban prison. No, that would be like comparing an ant to Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even then, I wasn't sure. That was an accurate assessment to the sheer magnitude of the power that had been collected by Teman Negru. It made me terrified, not scared, terrified. I had been scared before. I'd battled against Voldemort, faced down great beasts. But this was different. At least, back then, I knew the Earth would be safe. Voldemort wanted to rule over wizard kind, not to exterminate them. Beasts only wanted to feed themselves. They didn't care about the problems of the masses. Lilith, on the other hand, wanted to open the gates to hell. The demon world, whatever you wanted to call it. She was going to force it open. And it would unleash demons of every kind onto this earth. True monsters, unlike anything seen in millennia. If every single one of them was like Arabus, or worse yet, even stronger. Though, oots of that carving of the demon Emperor Mundus, hovering over endless legions of a demonic army pervaded my mind. The amount of senseless bloodshed that would happen if that gate was opened. And as always, I was the only one here to stop it. As I had said earlier, I was absolutely terrified. Why did these things always happen? Did the universe not know that I wanted to kick back, crack open a Pepsi, and play some games for 24 hours straight? But then again, this experience was pretty much like the events from a video game or a fantasy novel. So, I wasn't really missing out on anything, was I? What's to worry about? Arabus said with an air of boredom. You would be long dead before the world falls apart. He makes a good point, Harry. Balthazar agreed, his hisses echoing in my head. I still had to figure out how he was doing that. Yeah, thanks for the pep talk, guys. Don't quit your day job, though. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, as I reached a final set of stairs, leading to a platform at the top of the Teman Negru. The top, a circular platform, was surrounded with vicious spikes, every few feet along the perimeter. 5 large pillars also stood around the circle, in a pattern which was very particular. The pillars themselves were quite peculiar as well. They were formed in an upside-down, L, shape, and pointing inwards, to the center of the circle. Wait, this was a magic circle. The pillars were the points, and they would form a 5-point star. All of that energy would be collected and used here. A large, circular rip was open between 2 of the pillars. Beyond it, I could not see anything. It was a dark void. For a moment, I began to panic. Had she done it already? Calm down, that's a portal to the Never. Arabus explained calmly, as I took in the rest of my surroundings. Aside from the heaviness of the magic in the air, and the continual hum of the gate to the Never, the place was quiet. Empty. At each side of the portal, there was a statue. The 2 looked almost identical in shape and size, except for their color schemes, which were red and blue, respectively. They were statues of demons, I noted, and both were missing their heads. They stood guard next to the circle, leaning on their strange, serrated swords. Each one had some kind of metal plating, grafted right onto their arms. Presumably for defensive purpose, but the metal looked like it was part of the body itself, which was really strange in itself. I moved warily to the portal, looking out for any traps, but nothing happened. I relaxed minutely, before deciding to go through the portal. I took a step forward, but stopped when I saw what happened. The red and blue statues whirred to life, each brandishing its weapon threateningly, before charging at me without words. I had a split second to react as the blue one leapt high into the air, its sword glowing with power, while the red one kept on charging. I jumped back, calling my lightning forth, just in time to dodge the blue demon's downward thrust, which generated strong, cutting winds, judging by the sudden stinging sensations on my cheek and left arm. The red one gave me no time to regain my bearings. Flanking me from the left, its flaming sword swinging. I met its swing halfway with Arabus, the dark blade stopping the red, serrated blade with a loud, clanging noise of metal against metal. I gritted my teeth as the strike pushed me back a foot. These things were unusually strong. Agni and Rudra, here. Arabus' voice came out of the sword, sounding confused and amused. And quiet, to boot. Never thought you 2 would ever shut your mouths. What do you mean? I asked quickly, breaking my sword lock with the red demon, causing it to overextend right into my edge. The lightning drill pierced its hide, blood spattering my face and gushing onto the ground. But the red demon didn't even make a sound, simply grabbing my hand and throwing me off to the edge of the circle. I broke into a roll to avoid taking any unnecessary damage. I got back up and continued the fight, charging even more lightning into my muscles. Those 2 never stopped talking, and I stress on the word, never. Arabus answered, a hint of amusement seeping into the urgent tone. Likely, they have fallen to Lilith's spell. The blue one is Rudra, while the red one is Agni. They're known in our circles as the firestorm. Wind and fire. Huh. I saw the 2 demons, Agni and Rudra, raise their swords high into the air. They stabbed their swords into the ground, sending currents of orange fire and light blue wind streaming right to me. I leapt over the attack, shooting half a dozen lightning blades at the blue demon, Rudra, before focusing my efforts on Agni. Agni was the fire-based demon. Consi. Daring Arabus' control over darkness and the cold, it made sense to keep Rudra dazed or occupied as I took out the weak link. Whether Agni didn't recognize the tactic, or whether he simply didn't care, I did not know. But he charged me anyway, his serrated red blade coated with deadly, orange flames. I waited until the very last moment, before I ducked underneath the swing, feeling the incredible heat of the blade passing over my head. From below, I channeled lightning into Arabus, and stabbed through Agni's sword arm, the dark falchion easily going through its flesh and bone. It earned me a loud, pain-filled howl from the demon. I heard the sound of Agni's sword clattering onto the ground, his arm no longer capable of grasping it. More peculiar was the fact that Agni had stopped moving altogether. I pulled Arabus out of Agni's arm and turned to Rudra, who roared, before extending his sword arm. Upon further inspection, I realized that it was the sword's blue pommel itself which was shaped like a head that was howling. The pommel face's eyes glowed, and I felt a rush of air beside me as Agni's sword flew into Rudra's free hand. I turned to see the body of Agni disappear in a burst of fire. The energy rushing into Rudra's form, as he held the swords above his body, spinning them like a windmill, which generated a tornado made out of wind and fire. This just got a lot worse, didn't it? I said and shielded my face. Indeed, Rudra burst forth from the tornado, blades writhed in concentrated wind and fire. The added energy from Agni had given him a sizable speed boost, probably quite a bit of strength as well. If I was stupid enough to let myself get hit by any of his strikes. I parried the red, serrated blade with my snake arm, the black scales protecting my hand from the brunt of the heat. Before flanking the demon, I kicked the back of his knee, forcing him down slightly. Then, I swung Arabus down at Rudra's back, but the demon blocked it with the blue sword, and followed up with a swing of his flaming, red sword. The strike would have cleaved me in half, if I didn't try to block it with my scaled arm. As it was, the blow ended up grinding against the scales on my arm, cooking my skin underneath. I cringed in pain and drew back from the monster, cradling my damaged arm for a moment. Rudra didn't allow me any time to regain my bearings, choosing to go for the kill immediately with a downward, double sword strike. I glared at the offending demon, sidestepped the finishing blow, and slammed Arabus down onto the two swords, holding them and by proxy Rudra in place as I took a deep breath, charging my lungs with as much lightning as I could muster. I lifted Arabus ever so slightly so I wouldn't be dragged along with whatever was going to happen to Rudra. Lightning Dragon's Roar. Quote, the top of the Teman Negru was bathed in a bluish-white light, as my roar slammed into the blue demon at point-blank range. The swords shrieked angrily as Rudra's extra charred body was sent flying off of the platform, and ultimately off of the demon tower itself. Teman Negru's top was quiet again, but I stayed tense and alert for a few more moments before finally letting down my guard with a tired sigh. I panted with exhaustion and dropped to one knee, trying to regain my balance and failing miserably. I had been fighting almost non-stop from the moment I had come to this tower, with barely any breaks. I was tired. I stayed that way for a very long moment, simply focused on my breathing. It would have been so nice to just give up, and take a nap or something. Then I wouldn't have to worry about any of this. But I forced myself back to my feet, and treated the worst of my injuries with my discs of myrtlap essence and the orange burn paste. The scales around the burn on my right arm parted, allowing me to treat that particularly painful injury as well. It took precious minutes in which I wasn't sure whether the world was going to fall apart or not. But it had to be done. It was dumb to go against Lilith head-on with any sort of weakness for her to exploit. I moved to the portal, but stopped when heard a set of footsteps coming from behind. You're not going anywhere, I heard a male voice say angrily. I reacted instinctively, pointing my right arm at the newcomer and instantly dousing the man with Balthazar's venom. The man screamed in startled pain and fell backwards, turning silent as the poison sizzled against his flesh. He didn't move. I didn't even give him a second glance. No more delays. I'm not letting Lilith open the gates to hell. I turned back to the portal, and moved towards it again. What is it with you people and immediately attacking anything that intimidates you? Ladies already bad enough. The same newcomer's voice came from my right. I jumped in almost childish terror, tripping over my own 2 feet, and fell on my butt. I saw the man, standing in front of me, looking as if he didn't have a care in the world. He had white, brushed down hair and light blue eyes. The man's open, 2-tailed red coat was flapping in the winds around us, showing off some powerful abs. Part of his coat's right sleeve looked like it had been torn off recently. Had he been in some kind of fight? He certainly looked like he was the type. He was wearing dark brown combat pants, black combat boots, and had black fingerless gloves on. But the biggest thing that caught my attention was the gigantic sword resting on his back, as well as the 2 guns that he was casually spinning around his index fingers. I was sure the attack had gotten him. Did he dodge it? Or was it some kind of illusion? If it was, Then the smell of burning flesh wafting in my nose was quite convincing. I realized belatedly that he had simply taken the venom head on. And was completely fine afterward. Extreme tissue regeneration, perhaps. The same poison had turned a Hell Vanguard into a blob of goopy slime in a matter of seconds. That stung like a bitch, dude. The man glared at me slightly, even as he held his hand out for me. I grabbed hold, and pulled myself back to my feet. Right, sorry, it's been a difficult few hours. I shook off the shock, before turning back to the portal urgently. No time to chat, I'm afraid. Just tell me your name and let's go close the gates to the demon world. I'm Harry. If the guy could take Balthazar's venom head on, get right back up and not kill me while my back was turned, even going as far as to help me get back up, he was probably not out to get me. I tightened my grip on Arabus, the cold feel of the powerful, dark falchion in my hand giving me a soothing comfort in these trying times. The white-haired man regarded me for a moment, before nodding. Dante. And with that, we entered through the portal and into the Never. I looked around, and blinked. I was still on top of Teman Negru. That was it. I thought there would be some earth-shattering experience to go through. Like a roller coaster ride through time and space, or something. Nope, it was just like going from one room to the next. Hell, I wasn't even sure I left the real world. Yes, boy, we are in Never, Arabus confirmed with a slight rattle. The Never and the real world can only be joined at meaningful, or powerful places. Besides, did you not notice the differences? Quote, so I paid attention. Indeed, this Teman Negru was different than the one in the real world. For one, it seemed that it was at least double the size of the original, judging by a cursory glance to the horizon. Moreover, the platform here possessed a greater number of statues, and there were demonic-looking church bells hanging off of the upside-down, L-shaped pillars. The bells were obviously being ringed, but, strangely enough, no sound came out. The white-haired man Dante, I told myself, took a few steps forward, his head glued to the sky above us. His fists were clenched in anger. I followed his line of sight, and almost gaped. A red beam had blasted into the sky, tearing a large hole in the fabric of the Never. Behind the hole, I could see bright, almost holy light cathedral images, spinning around the beam's axis. So she really did open the gate to hell. My new ally said quietly, but loud enough for me to hear. And I thought my added measures over my own father's protections would hold. Your father? I questioned, not taking my eyes off of the gate. Yeah, Dante said, moving to the red beam of light at the center of the magic circle. The devil Sparta. Your father is Sparta. I sputtered in disbelief at the admission. How? Didn't he do the things he did thousands of years ago? What can I say? Dante shrugged with an easy smirk. Guess demons take some time to finally keel over. Dante turned his head in my direction. You comin'? Are ya scared? Indignant anger welled up within me, but I nodded. No, I've come too far to call it quits. That's the spirit, Dante said as we stepped into the red beam. I felt my weight disappear, as the beam carried us up to the images I had seen at the top of the skies of Never. Now this portal was the jarring experience I was expecting. It started with a loud, screeching noise, and a feeling of cold pervading my body, as I flew through a bluish tunnel at extreme speeds, judging by the movement of the specks lights around me. Lights I could only assume were the stars in the night sky. A second more of this, and I finally hit the light at the end of the tunnel. The portal dropped me unceremoniously onto the bed of a shallow water stream, next to Dante, who looked amused at the display. You're pretty clumsy. Dante helped me back up. I covered my embarrassment with an annoyed gaze, before turning to view my latest surroundings. This is hell, I asked conversationally, stomping in the stream. Didn't expect water. Dante didn't answer, merely moving to the edge of what seemed to be the start of a waterfall. In the background, I could see a black sky, with a very large, and very strange, dark yellow sun providing light to our surroundings. I moved to stand next to Dante, looking down into the depths below us. It was an immense, black void, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Dante tore his eyes away from the depths, and wiped at his eyes for a moment, before smirking at me. Sorry, Dante said with false cheer. Was a little caught up in the moment. My brother and I fought here, a few weeks ago. Interesting. Where is he now? He decided to stay here. Dante said bluntly. Who in their right mind? I started. Before jumping to the side, to avoid a sword swipe to the back of my neck. I turned to see the source, and almost gaped. It was Dante. Or at least, that's what I would have thought, if it weren't for the blue three-tailed coat with the almost regal-looking armor underneath, the white hair that was swept back, and the katana in his left hand. Virgil, Dante said, but the man did not answer. Simply regarding us with a blank gaze, his sword gleaming in the dark yellow light emanating from the hell sun. Don't tell me your stay in the demon world isn't agreeing with you, big bro. Virgil stayed quiet. I frowned. This was Dante's brother. I looked into his eyes, and was reminded of something similar, something I had seen before. Blank gaze. Unresponsive. This was Lilith's doing. Lilith must have him under her spell. I said in realization, "Why, Harry?" A cheerful, sensual voice was heard as the winged demoness touched down in front of us, her tail swishing in excited happiness. I didn't know you were so smart. Though, I have to admit, getting him under my control was not entirely my doing. I almost gaped in shock. She was completely unharmed. The wounds, N.D. burns I had inflicted on the demoness had simply disappeared in the time it took for me to get there. How was that even possible? How? I sputtered in shock. How? What? She tilted her head, eyes shining in amused malevolence. How did I heal? And here I thought you were smart. My mistake. The concept of time in the Never is skewed. We could have been there for a minute, or we could have been there for hours. It is hard to tell. Arabus provided helpfully. Convenient. I grumbled in irritation. As much as I'd like to chat. Dante interrupted whatever the beautiful succubus was about to say, drawing his sword with one hand. I think we have some business to attend to. He held the large claymore as if it weighed nothing, pointing it as Lilith. The sword seemed to vibrate in excitement. As the guard comprised of a metal skull, and a ribcage, linked to the massive blade opened its mouth, its eyes shining red with bloodlust. That feeling resonated within the black falchion in my hand, and judging from Virgil's katana loudly clattering within its sheath, I realized that his blade was also reacting to Dante's sword. HMPH. Lilith thumbed her nose at the man, before turning to Virgil, who was beginning to shake very minutely. Virgil, she addressed the man, before pointing to me. Kill him. The blue-coated devil merely regarded her for a moment, his shakes stopping completely. He drew his sword. I stepped back and blinked. Suddenly, Virgil was a few feet behind the demoness, slowly sheathing his sword. Lilith's eyes were wide in shock, as her body was cut all o. Veer and wings were torn to shreds as soon as Virgil finished sheathing his blade with a loud ping. And then the scream of pain came as the succubus dropped to her knees, blood flowing freely from her wounds. And the bloody stumps on her back. The devil's attack on Lilith had been so sudden and so fast it took me completely by surprise. You, how dare you? She tried to say before vomiting blood out. You were too weak. Not even he could control me. Virgil said calmly as he pointed towards the dark yellow sun with his sheathed sword, before drawing out the succubus, soul with his hand, absorbing her energy with ease. Lilith dropped lifelessly, face down into the water. Next to her body lay the blue, tripartite nunchaku that Lilith had taken from Cerberus. All that time I was trying to stop her. And he completely destroyed her in less than 5 seconds. And, what was he even talking about? I forced myself to shake off the shock of Virgil's quick dispatching of Lilith, and looked in the direction he was pointing at. Seeing 3 glowing orbs in a triangle pattern, arcing with energy. Who or what was that? I felt out towards this new presence with my energy, only to have Arabus fight my lightning down. Trying to rein it in with a fervor that was almost frightening. What are you doing? I demanded. Stop. Don't feel him out. That's the Demon Emperor. At that, I immediately reined in my lightning, not wanting to know what the energy of the Demon Emperor Mundus felt like. Feeling out Lilith's presence was bad enough, and she was only a lieutenant in the demon army. This was the Emperor himself. Who knew what kind of depravity I would find? Hey, always with the dramatic entrances and stealing my spotlight. Dante treated the entire situation as if it were a joke, waving his gigantic sword around in a chiding manner. You just can't help yourself, can you? My apologies, brother. Virgil regarded his brother with irritation. I was so concentrated on fighting the scum who killed our mother. I didn't notice the portals leading outside of this realm being opened. So it's true. Dante's joking demeanor stopped at that, turning to look at the glowing orbs in the background, which were beginning to form into the gigantic, winged being I had seen in the carvings of the Teman Negru. Fear welled up in my heart. He's the one, Dante asked, regarding his brother with sharp eyes. Indeed. The blue-coated devil suddenly looked down, anger and shame on his face. I could not beat him. You, Dante was at a loss for words. I figured he was not used to his brother acting that way. From the way he dressed, I inferred Virgil was the kind of person who kept things to himself, someone who was cool and collected. I'm not sure what you two are talking about. I interrupted the little family reunion. Seeing the demon emperor's gigantic, winged body begin to fly towards us, the ground beginning to rumble as he did so. But we've got trouble. What do we do? There was a long silence before Virgil said something that seemed to shake his brother to the core. We escape, he said, before jumping in the portal. Dante and I shared a quick look, before jumping in after him. As before, I heard the telltale sound of screeching as we flew through the gateway, moving past the stars at extreme speeds, but everything suddenly stopped, leaving Virgil, Dante and I stuck right in the middle of the gateway. I felt myself begin to fall, so I called my lightning forth, activating my air raid. The electricity traveled throughout my body, converging onto my back. A loud, ripping noise was heard as large, electric blue wings erupted from my back, tearing the shirt to shreds. Next to me, I saw the two devils transform into veritable monsters, keeping afloat in the air with their demonic power. What's going on? Dante asked, his voice altered by the transformation. It's him, Virgil replied in a similar voice, turning to look back the way we came and drawing his sword with a flourish. He is weaker here, in between the realms. As true as that may be. A loud booming noise was heard as the gigantic, winged devil emperor came into view. Even in my moments of weakness, I am still far more powerful than any of you. To be honest, Mundus looked more like an angel than a demon, what with the feathered wings and the regal tones he employed. But I could feel his malevolence from here, without even reaching out to him. We'll just see about that, won't we? Dante challenged, also drawing his sword. I brandished my weapon at Mundus, keeping silent. The two half-breed sons of Sparta, and a human child. Mundus rumbled in a mocking tone, before crossing his arms, his three eyes glowing with power. Almost instantly, 3 bright red energy spikes were hurled at our forms. Dante and Virgil dodged theirs, while I slapped mine with the side of Arabus, sending it flying into the darkness. I see that all three of you possess some kind of power. Mundus praised. Join me, and you will rule over the human world, as veritable gods. All three of us shared a quick glance, before turning back to the demon emperor. I charged Arabus with lightning, and pointed the blade at Mundus. My two allies doing the same. Lightning dark stream, drive, scum, bluish-black lightning shot out of Arabus, combining with Dante's red energy slash and headed towards Mundus, who was now sporting some sizable wounds on his face, likely the work of Virgil. The combined attack slammed into the Devil Emperor's face, eliciting a cry of pain from the monstrous being. Don't let up, Virgil shouted out, charging the winged Devil Emperor, sword flashing blue as he sent attack after attack flying at the dazed opponent. Dante and I followed suit, also flying to the massive being. I narrowly dodged Mundus' swipe, sending some lightning blades into his large hand. The spinning blades embedded themselves in the thick devil's hide, causing him to growl in irritation. His three eyes glowed for a moment, before the sky above us filled with streaking meteors, all headed towards us. I almost gaped at the sight, but my preservation instincts kicked in, and I practically went into overdrive, charging my nerves with more lightning than I ever had before. It hurt, oh God, it hurt, but I gritted my teeth through the pain, maneuvering my way through the meteor shower. The heat coming from the falling rocks burning me severely. As the onslaught ended, I saw that Virgil and Dante also hadn't fully escaped the Devil Emperor's attack, both looking as charred as I was, though their burns were healing at an accelerated rate. Said opponent simply laughed contemptuously as he regarded us with mocking eyes. Humans, such frail creatures. Mundus continued laughing, before his eyes glowed once more. Dante and Virgil were instantly hit with lightning bolts coming from above, aggravating their injuries further. It is always so amusing to see your futile struggles against your superiors. Just now, he had used lightning. An idea formed in my head as the two half-devils regained their bearings. You think a weak little lightning bolt like that could keep any of us down? I challenged the Demon Emperor directly, arrogance coating every word. Don't make me laugh. I doubt your lightning could even hurt me, let alone kill me. Be silent, human, the winged devil roared, the sound itself pushing me back a few feet. Why don't you make me, weakling? I retorted, a mocking smile on my face. I held my arms open. Come on, hit me with your best shot. Is the great devil King Mundus scared of a lowly human like me? Mundus, glowing eyes was all the preparation time I had, before a lightning bolt at least 100 times more powerful than those that SLA.MMED into Dante and Virgil impacted my form. I was ready for it. I latched onto the lightning, greedily swallowing every single drop of energy that was readily available to me. I felt my burns fade, my cuts close, and my energy levels reach untold heights. There was just so much energy. My power just kept on increasing as I fed on Mundus lightning. The stream of energy suddenly stopped, leaving me floating between Dante and Virgil, who were looking at me in astonishment. Likely, they hadn't expected a human like me to survive. You, filthy scum, how dare you take what's mine? Mundus bellowed furiously. Dante, Virgil, I addressed the two men floating beside me, my hand extended towards each of them. Channel your power into me. Why? Dante asked with his altered voice. There's no time. I don't know how long I can hold this lightning in. I snarled at the two. Channel your energy into me, and I'll unleash it all on Mundus in a single strike. You too, Arabus, Balthazar. I added at the end. Virgil placed his hand on my left arm with no hesitation whatsoever, pumping his power into me as fast as he could. Dante nodded, and did the same. You think you could make light of me? The devil EMP. That's exactly what I think, I said, before taking a deep breath, channeling all the energy into my lungs. Arabus, darkness. Balthazar's purple, poisonous energy. Dante's wild, red power. Virgil's blue, calm force. And finally, my bluish-white lightning. I could feel it all. Balthazar's trepidation, Arabus' excitement, Dante's extreme lust for blood, and Virgil's cold anger. At that moment, they became my feelings. The energy pooled itself in my lungs, the different colors swirling with great speed as I increased the energy to levels that were beyond agonizing. And then I unleashed it all at the Devil Emperor. Lightning Dragon's roar. The world was awash in a myriad of colors as the attack slammed right into Mundus' three eyes, overpowering the demon's defenses instantly, and sending the gigantic being flying back outside of the portal. Our trip through the portal resumed its course, and I let my lightning wings dissipate. My two allies reverted back into their human forms, removing their hands from my arm. I felt so tired, just then. So dizzy and weak. All I wanted to do was fall asleep. You might have beaten me this day, Mundus' voice boomed as we began moving through the gateway, flying past stars at great speeds, though not as fast as we were going originally. My body jerked to a stop, and I noticed the startled gazes of Dante and Virgil, who simply sped off into the distance, incapable of stopping themselves to save me from Mundus' clutches. But you shall die in this void. In between worlds. Mundus sounded satisfied with himself. Your human body will wither away to dust. How does it feel to lose, even when you win? I felt hot anger claw through my haze of dizziness, granting me a temporary clarity of thought. I grabbed hold of Arabus, and desperately slashed into the fabric of the void between portals, trying to open a rift. Nothing happened. I tried again. Nothing. Mundus. Mocking laughter rang in the endless void. I growled angrily, and slashed one final time, pouring all of my power, despair and fear into the strike. A rift opened below me, and I fell into it, already having lost consciousness. I didn't hear Mundus' roar of impotent rage as I fell into darkness. Away from the void in between gates, and away from Never, to an unknown destination altogether. Rat. Darkness. That was all I knew for the longest time. It was a soothing feeling, really. It was like I never had a care in the world. But something happened, and the darkness was taken away from me. My side exploded in pain when I rammed into cold, unforgiving concrete. For a few precious moments, I regained my consciousness, though my sight was foggy, and my hearing was tenuous at best. From what I could make out, I had landed in some filthy alley in a grand, bustling city. I could see shapes moving past the alley, their forms looking like blobs to me. I squinted, but simply couldn't focus my vision. My head pounded, and my limbs just felt so heavy. I heard some ruckus coming in from behind me, but I couldn't turn to see what the source was. I felt hands dig into my pants, pockets. "Let's see what we got here." An old-sounding voice wheezed behind me. "A weird stick. What's this orange paste? Some kind of food." Shortly after, I heard a loud retch, followed by the clang of small metal objects against the ground. Likely, the homeless man had discarded my discs filled with burned paste and murtlap essence. I was spun around to face the man, who suddenly jumped back at the sight of my right arm, which was still covered in Balthazar's scales. He homeless man regarded me for a moment, before grinning, a greedy glint in his eyes. It was an ugly sight. "Wait till I take you to the proper guys." He let out a laugh, which turned into a deep, painful cough. "Word on the street is that they're paying top dollar for freaks like you." He held a dark blade in his hand, Arabus, I realized, and whacked me in the forehead with the pommel, sending me right back into blissful unconsciousness. The following few hours, I was vaguely aware of being painfully dragged around, over the harsh concrete. The pain was a good thing, this time. It helped me focus my thoughts into an attempt to regain my consciousness, and hopefully get out of whatever that hobo had in mind for me. 100. The old hobo's incredulous voice rang through my ears. "That ain't what we agreed on." "Well, that's too bad for you. I was hoping we could come to an agreement," another voice said, but this voice sounded like it was altered, probably as a safety precaution, against being identified by the authorities. I cringed as soon as I heard the jarring sound of gunfire, followed by a loud thud, right next to me. I heard the sound of Arabus clattering on the floor. A few silent moments passed. "Such a shame," the altered voice said finally. "Bag and tag the freak. Label him as Specimen S." "Specimen S, sir?" an unaltered voice asked curiously. It was probably one of the grunts. "S, for scales." I heard the crunching of expensive shoes against the ground, and felt a hand lightly slapping my armored right arm. The feeling stopped, and I heard the person in charge walk away from me. Before more footsteps came closer, these ones sounding somewhat heavy. I felt hands on me, grabbing my arms and hauling me up forcefully. I heard the sound of metal against ground, someone likely picking up Arabus. "This is a fine sword. I wonder how Specimen S came to possess it," the altered voice said, before going quiet. I wanted to cry out, but the sound came as a shallow, almost silent gurgling sound in my throat. I heard the sound of a car rolling into the alleyway, as the men hauling me began to move forward. I heard the sound of doors opening, before I was thrown unceremoniously in what I guessed was either a truck or a van. It took monumental effort, but I somehow managed to open my eyes a little bit, just enough to catch a glimpse of my surroundings. On each side of me, I could see a couple of masked thugs, keeping quiet as the van hit a few bumps on the road. At the very back of the vehicle, there was a man, his face also masked, and some strange interrogation on his mouth, hefting my black falchion, gazing at it in interest. Muggles. I'd been captured by Muggles, of all things. A bunch of thugs, to boot. I felt the scales on my arm wriggle ever so slightly, and realized that Balthazar was still with me. He was still alive. "Hang on, Balthazar," I said in my mind, which was teetering on the end of unconsciousness once more. "Just hang on. I'll get us out of this." I swear it all went dark again. I don't know exactly when it was that I returned to the conscious world. But the first thing I felt was the cold feeling of metal below my body, and the steady beeps of a cardio monitor. I groaned. It felt like every cell in my body was in great pain. I opened my eyes, only to immediately scrunch them shut again, the bright white light above filtering into my eyes and sending a lance of pain ricocheting around my skull. I clamped a hand over them, or at least, I tried to. My hands stayed firmly in their positions, my wrists held down by restraining implements on the table. Trying to move my feet yielded exact the same result. Panic began to set in as I struggled weakly against my bonds. I felt a slight movement in the air, likely indicating that someone opened a door, and briefly realized that I was completely naked as the air roamed over my body. I was vulnerable. I forced myself to stay completely still as I heard several sets of footsteps walk into the room, standing on each side of my body. A long moment passed. "Come now, boy," one of the men said in slight exasperation. "We have cameras and motion sensors installed. So how about we skip this game of pretend sleep?" Just my luck. Of course they had cameras. Fine, I rasped weakly, turning my head to the source and opening my eyes, seeing a scientist staring at me with interest. "Why am I here? Isn't it obvious?" The man rapped at my scaled hand lightly, not even trying to sugarcoat things. I stalled, trying to grasp at my lightning. But every time I tried, the electricity would feed out of my body, into the metal table, and travel into the floor. I was completely grounded. Indeed. The man picked up an empty syringe from a nearby table. The sight of the medical implement caused a panic to go through me. I struggled against my bonds with every bit of strength I could muster, but it was in vain. The metal restraints didn't even budge. The scientist tisk-ed, before motioning to the guy on my other side. I felt strong hands pin me down, stopping what feeble struggle I managed to exhibit. "Shish," the scientist said condescendingly, plunging the syringe in my left arm, shooting a sting of pain throughout my weakened body. I saw my blood flow out of my weakened body, and into the confines of the syringe. "It will all be over soon." I began to feel a little dizzy. Not surprising, with the amount of blood they were taking. "Perhaps we should have kept you under for this, like we did when we extracted your semen," the scientist said conversationally, pulling out the syringe and capping it. I blanched at the implications behind his words. "You mean," I said, feeling sick to my stomach at the revelation. I believe the assistant nurse was quite overjoyed to do the deed herself, the man confirmed pleasantly, before grabbing a clipboard and turning to me. "So, is there anything you can tell me that would aid in my research of your special arm?" "Go fuck yourself," I snarled out, glaring at the man hatefully. I felt the rage bubble inside of me. I knew where it was coming from, my fear. I hated being afraid, and right now, I felt terrified. I was alone, in some unknown place. No one knew where I was. Worse yet, they might have thought I was already dead. One thing was for sure, though. There was no way in hell I was going to tell some scumbag scientist about Balthazar, the scientist TSKED, before giving the grunt who held me down a quick look. The man nodded, before slamming his fist in my abdomen. The air left my lungs as pain flew through my body. "I ask you again, Specimen S. Is there anything you can tell me?" the scientist continued, heedless of my struggle to regain my breath. "My name," I panted, struggling against my bonds. "As Harry, you piece of shit," the scientist sighed, before motioning to the grunt again. I felt his meaty fist slam into my cheek, knocking a tooth loose. I felt dizzy and my head pounded as the coppery taste of blood welled up in my mouth. "I wish I didn't have to do this, Specimen S. the scientist sighed, grabbing a scalpel and a pair of tweezers, before coming back to me. "But you've forced my hand in this matter." The scientist moved his scalpel and began to cut at where the edge of my scales began around my shoulders. Normally, the scalpel would be incapable of cutting through my armored scales. However, I had no energy to strengthen them. I was tired, weary, and almost completely drained. The scalpel cut through the armor, and I felt more than heard Balt Hazard's shriek of pain as the scientist skillfully grabbed the scale with his tweezers and ripped it off of my skin, causing me and my friend great pain. On top of Balthazar's shrieks of pain in my head, the scale being ripped off of my skin felt akin to a fingernail being forcefully ripped off of my finger. The sensation was harsh and fast, and left behind a burning feeling which pulsed painfully. Balthazar's screams died down in my head, and he went quiet again. "You sick?" I panted, trying to keep hold of my senses. The scientist placed the extracted scale into a small beaker, handing it to one of his silent assistants, who left the room immediately after receiving it. "It pains me to do this, Specimen S. It truly does." The scientist made a show of looking remorseful, before grabbing a syringe filled with a clear green liquid from the nearby table. The liquid seemed to exude some kind of power. I couldn't identify it, but that was enough for me to struggle more fiercely than I had before. But, even with this sudden adrenaline rush, it was still pointless. The thug overpowered me easily, holding me down with barely any effort. I felt another stab of pain as the scientist I refused to call this asshole a doctor inserted the needle into my arm, pushing down on the syringe's plunger, the clear, green liquid entering my bloodstream. It was one of the most agonizing sensations I had ever felt in my life. It made the scale being ripped off seem like a small scrape in comparison. It started as a light burning sensation that was slowly traveling up my arm, heading to my heart, and sent to the rest of my body. As the green liquid bled into my muscles and nerves, the pain was promoted into agony, completely invading every cell of my body. I screamed, incapable of biting my pain down, this time. I screamed, and screamed, until my throat went raw. In my mind, I could hear Balthazar screaming as loud as I was. He must have been going through the same thing. I feebly tried to struggle, but to no avail. The thug was still holding me down. The scientist was speaking again, but I wasn't listening anymore, my mind completely focused on the incredible agony I was feeling. I felt a mask slide onto my face, probably filled with some anesthetic gas. I gratefully felt the pain recede into a dull throb, the vapor dulling all of my nerves. My limbs started to go numb as I began to lose my consciousness once more. The last thing I saw before going back into unconsciousness was the bright, white light shining down on me, my mind still filled with Balthazar's pain-filled shrieks. It felt like days had passed when I finally woke up again, though, judging by the dull throb throughout my body, it was probably a few hours, maybe a day, if I was pushing it. I opened my eyes slowly, and glanced around. I was still on the same metal table, under the same, annoyingly bright white light, but I was alone, this time. I had to act as quickly as possible, or I would likely never make it out of here alive. Since they had my blood, a scale from my arm, and I shuddered my sperm, I doubted they had any further use for me. Or maybe the opposite, maybe they had even worse ideas. Balthazar, I said weakly in my mind. Balthazar, I need your help. But the Black Viper was silent. Balthazar, buddy, please, I begged desperately. Please still be here, I need you. Harry. It was almost a whisper in the back of my head, but I heard it all the same. You're alive, thank God. Weak, so weak. Balthazar hissed out in my mind, barely capable of forming coherent words. I know, but I need your help, Balthazar. I thought, my lightning keeps bleeding into the ground because of the metal table. I need your poison, please, my friend, try, my Viper said simply, before going quiet. I felt Balthazar's power flow into my armored arm, converging into my palm. I heard the sound of the sizzling of poison against metal, and I broke through the weakened metal restraint with ease. I did the same to the rest of my restraints, sitting up, and dousing them with enough venom to break through. I stepped off of the table, feeling a little weak in the knees as my legs supported my body. I heard an alarm sound as I pulled the IV out of my arm, as well as the monitoring equipment. There wasn't much time. I had to act, now. I pulled out the cardio monitor's plug from the wall, and cut through the cord with a weak edge. I plugged the cut cord back into the wall socket, and bit down on the exposed wire, feeling the electricity surge into my body. I lapped it all up greedily, the energy coursing through my mouth and into my stomach. I felt my tiredness fade away completely, and the dull throb disappear, but still kept absorbing the electrical energy, until I was sure my reserves were full. The alarm faltered, and stopped completely. The light in the room went out, bathing me in darkness. A few more seconds passed, and I cut the connection to the wire. I stood easily, power brimming in every cell in my body. I felt strange, changed. My energy felt more fluid than it had before. My lightning more tame. I stared at my hands, not quite comprehending. What did the green liquid do to me? What did they do to me? Balthazar was still quiet. I was worried about him. I had to escape this place. I heard the door open, and the sound of footsteps entering the room. I felt a brief flash of panic. Remembering what happened to me before, I squashed the feeling savagely, as anger surged into my being, overtaking any previous fear. I was going to make them pay. Secure the target. Specimen S. One of them said, and I heard the sound of weapons being cocked. Specimen S. The mere thought of being referred to a science experiment stoked the fuels of rage in my body, but I had to keep quiet. I had to take them out. As stealthily as I could. I moved slowly through the darkness of the room, trying to avoid the security guys. One of them cracked a glow stick, and it bathed the room in a soft, blue light. I had to act immediately. I sent bolts of lightning slamming into all 5 security personnel, simultaneously. The men seized up and dropped to the ground, their guns free. Ing haphazardly as their fingers unwillingly closed on the triggers of their automatic weapons. I dove behind a thick-looking desk, waiting out the chaos. Eventually, their clips were emptied, and the room was silent once more. I stood up, checking myself over, glad to be relatively unscathed. I walked over the downed security men, grabbing the blue glow stick, and exiting the room, leaving me in a long, dark hallway. Lined with windows every dozen feet or so. I quietly walked through the hall, looking through every window, feeling more and more disturbed the further I went. There were children my age and lower in every bed, each one hooked up to machines, just like I was. Were they being experimented on as well? My blood ran cold as I noticed the restraints on their arms, chests and legs. I reached the end of the hallway. There was a door labeled, "Exit," in bright, white letters on a red background. Next to it, was a nondescript door that seemed to lead to an office of some sort. I saw with some relief that Arabus was there, hanging on display, on the wall. I turned the door's handle warily, the door opening with an audible click. I entered the room, and closed it as silently as I could behind me. Just in time, as a group of men with flashlights came through the exit, heading straight for the room in which I was previously held in. I bit down on my fear, and waited until they were gone. Before brandishing the blue glow stick, bathing the office in a soft, blue light. I could see several things. There was a desk, covered in papers, folders, and binders. 6 file cabinets stood behind it, with a few shelves above them lined with anatomy books of all kinds. To the left, there were several lockers, and what seemed to be a small refrigerator of some sort. I went to Arabus, and lifted the blade off of its place on the wall, gripping onto the handle tightly. "Welcome back, boy," the black falchion whispered to me. "Took you long enough." "How long?" "For months, we floated in the darkness of my realm. Before we were spouted back into the real world." Arabus replied patiently. "Then, those men took us here. It's been a day and a half since then." "Months." I had been away for months. I remembered the fight against the Devil Emperor Mundus like it had only occurred yesterday. I remembered the powerful being's mocking laugh, his careless disdain toward the human race. I remembered the rage he felt when I had stolen his power and used it against him. I remembered the darkness I entered when I escaped Mundus' clutches, in between worlds. "Months," I repeated, before shaking my head. There were more important things to do, right now. I had to escape. I would worry about whatever happened to me when I was safe. And maybe with some clothes on. One could only hope. "Your pants are in the locker. Here, I think your wand is in it as well." Arabus supplied helpfully, and I felt the sword point dragging my arm along with it at the locker standing at the edge. With a quick edge, I cut through the padlock, and opened the locker, revealing a pair of dark, combat pants, and my black, combat boots, white socks lying next to them at the bottom of the locker. On the shelf above, lay a familiar stick, my wand. I wasted no time, laying Arabus on the desk, before putting on the socks, followed by the pants and boots. I grabbed the wand, feeling the familiar surge of energy as my body recognized the magical focus, warmly welcoming it home. I waved my wand quickly, conjuring a bandages that wrapped themselves onto my right arm, hiding most of the scales from view, but leaving the hand itself exposed. It wouldn't do if I used edge with the bandages on my hand, or if I wanted to douse something in my poison. I pocketed the wand, and grabbed hold of the black falchion again. "Arabus," I asked quietly, seeing lights flashing in the hallway outside. "They took my blood, and other things," I admitted, heat suffusing onto my shamed face. "Do you know where?" "Refrigerator," Arabus replied simply. I nodded in thanks, before heading towards the aforementioned refrigerator. I opened it, seeing a series of vials, filled with blood, all labeled, Specimen S. Next to the vials, lay a beaker, with a scale being submerged in the same clear, green liquid that was injected into my body. But there was no trace of my semen. Likely, they had transferred it, elsewhere. I had no way of tracking it. With a snarl, I shot my lightning through the refrigerator, flash frying the blood, and disintegrating the black scale. The bright flash of light seemed to alert the guards, who broke open the door, leveling their automatic guns at me. "Freeze," they said from behind me. "Drop the sword. Hands where I can see 'em." I called my lightning forth, and the energy coursed through my nerves and muscles, supercharging them to a degree I had never reached before, even when fighting against Mundus. Was it an effect of the green liquid injected in my body? I guessed it didn't matter. I turned quickly, leveling Arabus to their forms. The guards laughed at the move, thinking I was crazy for bringing a sword to a gunfight. "Leave nothing behind, Arabus," I snarled hatefully at the laughing guards. Dark stream. Quote, "Darkness poured from the blade, absorbing every bullet and washing over the guards like a black river, erasing their bodies from existence. Their screams went unheard, like the screams of the many children being kept here. When the stream of darkness ended, there was nothing left behind." A silent moment passed, and I heard the black falchion burp. Arabus burped. Arabus sent a mental image of a man rubbing his belly contentedly. They were delicious. They didn't know much. Family men who were in need for money, and were told to guard this facility. I felt guilt claw at my conscience, but I slammed my anger down on it. They may have had families, but what was happening here was wrong, and they hadn't reported it to the authorities. They deserved it. I went back into the hallway, and took the time to smash open every locked door in the ward. I tried waking the children up, but it was of no use. They were all comatose, each and every single one of them. Was that going to happen to me? I shook the thoughts off, and exited a room with a child that didn't look like she was older than 11, sleeping peacefully. I tea back my tears as I began to leave the ward. There was nothing I could do for them, I kept telling myself. They were too far gone. Whatever made me feel better. I went through the exit, and saw a set of stairs leading up a few floors. I heard the sounds of footsteps coming down. More reinforcements. I hid under the staircase, the darkness hiding my hunched-over form as a literal platoon of guards entered the ward. As soon as I was sure that all of the guards had passed through, I left my hiding place, and walked up the stairs, silencing my footsteps with a quick silencio. I ran up the staircase, and went through the nondescript door, which led to what seemed to be the inside of a closet. A hidden lab. Why was I not surprised? I opened the closet's door, and warily went through, glancing at my surroundings with a critical eye. It was an empty room, walls lined with lockers and various storage furniture. I quickly exited the room, and found myself in what seemed to be a dark, hospital hallway, filled with the noise of moaning patients, bustling nurses, and irritated doctors. A hidden lab underneath the hospital, of all things. The lights came back on suddenly, bathing the halls in a bright, white light. I twisted Arabus and held the black sword in a reverse grip, and tried to hide him behind my left arm, before shoving my black scaled hand in my pants pocket. I calmly walked through the white, sterilized halls, avoiding the eyes of the various doctors and nurses that were on duty. I quickly followed the many signs of the hospital, heading to the exit. I turned a corner, and a security guard talking to a few police officers. I moved back, and peeked from the corner. The officers were writing something on a pad as the security guard spoke. I heard the chime of an elevator, and the guard entered, followed by the police officers. I breathed a sigh of relief, and resumed my course, finally reaching a set of revolving doors, leading to the outside. I moved through the hall as silently as I could, and through the revolving doors. I felt the outside breeze hit my exposed chest, causing a shiver to go through my body. It was night out. I looked at my surroundings. It seemed I was in a city, a large one. From the looks of it, there was a large plaque next to the building I had exited. It read, Metropolis General Hospital. The words were in white, over a blue background. Ambulances drove in and out of the facility, bathing the dark surroundings with white and red flashing lights. I walked away from the building, as fast as I could without running. It would do no good if I drew any unnecessary attention. I crossed the street, and kept walking for at least 5 minutes, expecting any attack to come from any direction. None came. I turned right into a dark alleyway, far from prying eyes, and took a deep, calming breath. With that, came a strong feeling of tiredness, more mental than anything. The things that had happened to me, in that place. I saw several large, black vans pass by the alley, flanked by police cars from each side. Those look like the van you were thrown in. Arabus whispered to me, likely they cleared the ward of any, and all evidence, when you escaped. Quote, I nodded absently. Who knew what would have happened to me if it hadn't been for Balthazar? Thank you, Balthazar. I sent the thought to my pet viper. No reply came. My blood ran cold as a certain thought came to the forefront of my mind. Balthazar. I hissed at my scaled hand. Balthazar, can you hear me? Silence. Come on. I laughed nervously. This isn't funny, Balthazar. Harry, my faithful viper said weakly. Relief flooded through my being, the knowledge of my friend's continued existence giving me strength. Weak. Can't hold on much longer. So hungry. So much pain. The viper struggled to say, and my spirits fell back into the grip of terror. No, 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 I said, over and over, eyes tearing up, my throat constricting painfully. Don't say that, my friend. I'll help you get better. Just hang in there. You hear me? Try, Balthazar said weakly, before going quiet again. Rest up, buddy, I said, linking my power with his, and the snake hissed in great relief. I'll find us some food, and we'll hole up somewhere. I moved through the city, in search for some place to eat. Eventually, I reached a McDonald's after about 10 minutes. The place seemed empty enough at this time of night. I entered, hearing the sound of the door chiming. There were a few customers sitting by the windows, looking outside as they dove into their food. The smell of burgers wafted in my nose, and I felt my mouth water. Balthazar reacting in a similar manner, judging by the vibration of my arm. I pulled out my wand, and walked to the clerk, who seemed busy with his smartphone. I waved my wand over his face, and his eyes glazed over. He looked up at me. How can I help you? The man said in a monotone. 10 large cheeseburgers, no pickles, some fries, and a big cup of Pepsi, too. All to go. I listed off what I wanted, before leaning forward a bit, and quietly adding, and all the money in the register, too. Right away, sir. And then he ordered one of the workers to make the food, before opening the cash register. About 20 seconds later, he handed me a folded up wad of bills. I pocketed them as I waited for my food to be finished. I absently grasped onto one of the bills, and pulled it out for examination. It was a $5 bill, with the face of Abraham Lincoln. On the upper right side, it read, The United States of America. Metropolis in the USA, then. I said to myself as the glazed-eyed worker handed me a large bag. Thank you, I said, before turning and leaving the fast food place. I wanted nothing more than to dig into the food. Instead, I took the time to find an empty alleyway, and took a seat on the cold, concrete floor. You think you can come out, buddy? I asked Balthazar softly. Can't. The viper replied weakly. Green stuff bound us together. Complete merger with your arm. Complete merger. Do you mean my entire arm has transformed into something else entirely? HN. Balthazar confirmed. I opened my mouth to say more, but shook my head quickly. There were other things to worry about, right now. Like how I was going to get Balthazar to eat. Conform mouth with poison hole. Balthazar struggled to say, all right, do it. Worry about eating, and keeping your strength up from now on. Okay, I hissed out, turning my palm up to the sky. The hole in the middle opened up widely, as I grabbed the meat off of a burger. I ripped it in half, before placing each piece through the hole. Immediately, I felt a rush of energy course through my right arm, and Balthazar gave a contented noise. Good. That was good. More. Balthazar hissed eagerly, vitality seeming to return to his being as the scales on my right arm seemed to glow slightly. I couldn't help it. Despite what had happened to me, despite what I had witnessed, I laughed, and my spirits lifted. I was in an unknown place, surrounded by an unknown number of enemies, having disappeared from the face of the earth for an unknown amount of time. But I had my companions, at least. That counted for something, didn't it? Balthazar had ended up gobbling up 8 more of the juicy beef patties, before hissing contentedly and going to sleep, stating that he was going to rest for a while. And that I shouldn't bother him. As soon as he did, I dug into my own food, the moist food easily going down my throat. My mind began to wander as I ate. How had I survived for months in the darkness? I gave a cursory glance to the black falchion, currently on my lap, keeping its watchful senses on full alert as I worked to regain my strength. Arabus had somehow kept me alive for months. A form of stasis, perhaps. It didn't seem like I had suffered any muscle atrophy from the ordeal. To be honest, I felt stronger than ever before. Why was that? Could it have been because of the great amount of energies I had channeled whilst fighting the Devil Emperor Mundus? Hell, throughout the whole Teman Negru debacle altogether, I shivered, remembering Virgil's almost instantaneous dispatching of Lilith, the succubus lieutenant of Mundus' army. He had done it so quickly, and made it look so easy. It reminded me I still had a long way to go. I shook my head, and focused on the present, my spirits immediately falling at the thought of what had happened to me. From what I could piece together, I figured I drifted so far in the never-never that it deposited me in the United States when I finally re-emerged. I had arrived here, and was immediately captured by a greedy homeless man, who then sold me to some crazy scientists. The scientists ended up killing the man when he protested against their shortchanging him. I clenched my fists shut, remembering the humiliating experience which followed. They made me feel so weak, and they hurt me. They hurt Balthazar even more. I wasn't sure, but I thought the anesthesia they gave me only put me to sleep. My faithful friend might have been subjected to the harmful effects of that green liquid for the whole time I was unconscious, with no blissful unconsciousness for him to fall into. The mere thought of that alone made my blood boil. Worse yet, that same substance bound Balthazar to me most likely indefinitely. The scales weren't just covering my skin any longer. They had become my skin. I could feel it, somehow. Balthazar and I had become one. His energy was so intertwined with mine, I doubted that I could ever get as separated again. As if that wasn't enough. The scientists had then tried to take my blood, and even a piece of Balthazar, but I stopped those particular attempts by destroying the sample material they had stored in the refrigerator. However, they still had my semen. How was I going to find it? I finished off the burger, and munched on some fries as I quietly sipped from the soda cup. I needed a game plan, to figure what I needed to do. What was my highest priority? Going home, retrieving my semen, find who did this and stop them from ever doing it again. I figured I'd do the second too, and then go home. I felt around in the box of fries, prying out the remaining few pieces, and popped them in mouth before standing up. I took one final sip of the soda, before throwing it to the side, completel. Why uncaring of the consequences of my littering? Think logically, Potter, I said to myself, wiping some ketchup off my mouth. What's the first step to find my semen? A few more moments of thinking later, and I had an idea. I pulled out my holly wand, and held it flat in my hand. Point me my semen, I incanted, and my wand ended up pointing at my crotch. I palmed my face, before pocketing my wand with a disappointed sigh. Of course it would point there. Or maybe, had they already used it all up? I didn't even want to think about that. So what was I supposed to do now? I could likely air raid my way back to England. Or hitch a quick ride on an airplane. But I had to figure out what was going on here, and learn who did this to me. Seeing those little kids comatose like that, I tried to wake them up. I truly did. I shook them, slapped their faces, yelled really loudly. Hell, I even tried to use enervate on them. But nothing worked. They stayed asleep. They were probably already too far gone, I told myself. I should have killed them, if only to let their bodies rest in peace. As it were, they were probably being moved to another hidden facility, in which they would be experimented on some more. The very thought just made me so angry. Angry at myself for not saving them. Angry at the men who did this. I wanted to kill them all for their actions. Arabus pulsed in response to my bloodlust, the blade vibrating excitedly in my left hand. I took a deep breath, calming myself down. First things first, I had to let Sirius, Daphne, and Dumbledore know I was alive. I pulled out my wand again, concentrating on my feelings of happiness. It took a while considering the circumstances, but I managed. Expecto Patronum. Prongs burst forth from my wand, in his usual dramatic fashion, galloping around in the alleyway as if it were a majestic forest instead of the cesspool of filth that it was. The Patronus stopped right in front of me, regarding me with almost curious eyes. "All right, I need you to head to Sirius, Daphne, and Dumbledore in that order," I stated, and the stag nodded obediently. "Tell Dumbledore I'm alive. Don't worry about me, I'll see you when I'm done with my business here in the States." The stag nodded in comprehension, before waiting for my message to Sirius Daphne. For Sirius and Daphne, I'm okay. My throat constricted at the thought of telling the two of my latest ordeal. How was I supposed to tell them anything without getting them worried? Should I lie to Daphne? To Sirius, I lied. I admitted, I'm not okay. I drifted in between worlds for months. I don't even know how long. And then, when I came back, I was taken by some scientists. They did things to me. To other children. I stopped again, taking a deep breath and crunching my eyes shut for a long moment. What matters is, I'm going to find who did this to me, and all those kids. I know I should come back to you, immediately. But I just can't turn my back on these kids. I will see you soon. I promise. The Patronus moved over to me, the great white stag easily as tall as I was. Prongs nuzzled my face affectionately, in an almost fatherly manner, before opening off into the darkness of the alley, disappearing through the wall. Off to deliver my message. I stared at the end of the filthy alley for a long moment, before leaving. I wandered the streets for a while, my mind still on the issue at hand. To get to the bottom of this, I first had to figure out where I was, and how long I was gone. I could go around asking people, but there were a few problems with that. First off, it was the middle of the night, so it was unlikely I would find anyone who would be willing to talk to a shirtless guy wearing a tattered pair of pants. More likely, the Inger would think I'm some sort of hobo or psycho and bolt immediately. Second off, even if it was possible to actually find a friendly face right now, I couldn't risk the chance of being found. I didn't know what I was up against. That facility was functioning right underneath the hospital, and those same vans that had taken me were flanked by police cars. If I talked to someone, there was the NCE that the person I talked to could have been interviewed by the police. I mulled things over for another 45 minutes, making sure to keep to the shadows, my steps still silenced by my spell. I heard the sound of jingling bells as a door in front of me opened. A group of kids, probably around my age, stepped out, animatedly laughing and chatting with each other. "That was a badass game, man," an acne-riddled redhead said to his friend, who simply shrugged at the praise. "Nah, I just got an early triple kill, and then things snowballed from there." The boy grinned. The rest of the conversation faded into nothing as the group of kids got further and further away from me. I stared at their form for a while, before glancing at where they came from. I could see a series of computers, lined up against the walls. A large desk, mostly made out of glass, stood in the middle, a clerk chatting with one of the customers. Above the glass door, there was a sign which said, "Cyber Warriors. Started by gamers, for gamers. An internet cafe." I snorted at the name, before reaching into my pocket. I pulled out the wad of bills the worker at the McDonald's had given me, and began to count. 10, 20, 25, 30, 40. I mumbled the numbers as I flipped through the bills. It took about a minute because I made sure to double-check my number. I had about $250. I assumed a session in here wouldn't cost nearly that much. I kept a $20 bill in my hand, folding up the rest and placing them back in my pocket. It was a risk, but I didn't have much of a choice at the moment. Besides, I was pretty sure that no one would question the workers there. A gaming cafe didn't exactly scream criminal refuge to anyone. So, I entered the place. The door opened with a jingle, causing the clerk to look in my direction. I glanced around, noting the many posters, depicting various games, as well as some anime. In the center of the cafe, there was a large, glass desk, filled with t-shirts. And some pants, with comic book and game motifs. Can I help you? The man, a fat clerk sporting a massive neck beard and wearing glasses, said warily. He eyed my sword, and my battered clothing. I looked down at Arabus, who gave off a feeling of amusement at my predicament. Oh, right, I made a show of looking embarrassed, giving the guy a toothy grin. A little cosplay that went out of hand. I was going for the mutant hero look. Then I showed him my black scaled hand. The man's eyes widened, and he stood from his seat, staring at my hand with interest. That's a pretty damn good cosplay, kid, the man praised, before extending his hand. Name's Derek, how can I help you? I placed the 20 on the glass table, and shook his hand with my scaled one. That's pretty cold, he said as his skin touched against the scales. I grinned easily. You should see how I feel. My skin's right underneath it all. I'm hairy, by the way. Anyway, I continued, breaking contact and pushing the $20 bill forward. I was hoping I could borrow one of your computers. Yeah, the clerk Derek said. Sure. How long you want it for? How long does a 20 get me? I replied. 5 hours. Derek said. Ah, I shook my head. I don't think I need that long for one sitting. Yeah, I get what you mean. Derek nodded knowingly, and flashed a simple-looking card. But you must not have been to an internet cafe recently. Never been, really, I admitted to the man. I only recently got into this stuff. What's the card for? Well, the beauty of this thing is, Derek explained, as he handed the card to me. It keeps track of how long you've been on our computers. If I set it to 5 hours, the card counts down to 0 whenever you have it hooked up to our computers. I nodded. So, you're saying I can be here for an hour. Then, if I stop, I'll have 4 hours left on my card. Exactly. Derek seemed satisfied. I mulled it over for a few moments, before nodding. All right, 5 hours, it is. I gave him his card back. Derek took it smoothly, sat back down, and punched in some keys. He inserted the card in a small, black box, and then punched in some more keys. 5 hours, Derek said as a loud beeping noise came from the black box. He pulled the card back out, and handed it to me. There you go, Harry. Just slide that in one of the card readers and have fun. Sweet, thank you, I said, before making my way to the end of the room, passing by a few occupied seats, some kids playing Counter-Strike. I smiled, despite myself, before finding an appropriate seat, placing Arabus in a safe spot. Wouldn't want to cut any wires, or anything. On the center monitor, I read the word, locked, in red, over a black background. I fumbled with the card Derek had given me, inserting wrong a few times, before finally getting it right. The screen switched to a desktop with a black background, filled with all of the most recent games. A window popped up in the center. It read, Start session, time left, 5 hours. I clicked, yes, and the window was minimized to the right side of the taskbar, beginning the countdown. All right, time to get to work. A quick check of the taskbar showed that the date was Wednesday, May the 13th, of the year 2015. 5 months. I'd been under for 5 entire months. I stifled a disappointed sigh. Before opening up Mozilla Firefox, I dropped onto Google, and typed in Metropolis. I skipped a few weather reports, instead jumping on the Wikipedia link. Metropolis, in Kansas, where the hell is Kansas? I muttered under my breath, before navigating to Google Maps. I typed in the internet cafe's name, followed by the city, and state. The page took a moment to load, but it managed to find the place. I recognized one of the icons on the map as the Metropolis General Hospital. My eyes drifted back to my own position. I was currently located at 860 Bertrand Boulevard. I leaned back in my chair, absorbing the information. I was almost at the literal center of the United States, far away from the UK. I scratched the back of my head, before opening a new tab. I mulled it over for a few moments. Before typing in the words, Freak Metropolis, I received a set of links to various restaurants, a perfume place, and other useless things. On the top of the search list, it read, Did you mean Smallville Meteor Freaks? Meteor Freaks. I clicked on the provided hyperlink, and Google displayed a completely different list. I mostly found mentions of a school newspaper called The Torch, as well as a few other random dead ends. I clicked the link, and almost groaned from the sheer frustration I felt. It was a dead link. How was I supposed to find what I was looking for? I cracked my knuckles briefly, mind whirring with possible solutions. I went back a page, right back to the list of results. Underneath the link I had clicked was the actual address of the website, with a drop-down list standing next to it. I opened the list, and clicked on Cached. Essentially, the way web caches worked on Google is, if a website was accessed often enough, Google would create a snapshot of the page as it appeared in the last access date, just in case the site disappeared for any reason. I smiled as a new page was displayed. In it was a basic explanation of what meteor freaks were. I read it over for a few minutes. From what I could understand, the meteor freaks were created from exposure to the radiation coming off of meteor rock. A few pictures were included of the rocks, glowing, green rocks. The same color of the liquid that was injected in my veins. The next 20 minutes were spent accessing any and all content relating to this meteor phenomenon. Many different articles, talking about random mutations and strange events occurring for the past 10 years. Apparently, around 16 years ago, there was a meteor shower, which impacted Smallville, a small 2.WN which was almost a stone's throw away from Metropolis itself. It was a possible target for investigation. I opened a new tab, and looked up the name of the article's author. Chloe Sullivan. The first few pages were a bunch of duds. Until I reached the third. It was nothing earth-shattering, a small column in the Daily Planet, covering some car crash. But it was recent. I read through the article, comparing it to her articles from the Torch. I wasn't sure, but it seemed the writing styles were quite similar. I looked up the Daily Planet, and immediately went to their contact page, before taking note of the number. There, I had a lead, someone who probably knew quite a bit about these meteors, and the meteor freaks. I disliked such terms. Those comatose kids didn't deserve to be labeled like that. Meteor infected had a much better sound to it. Back to the topic at hand. I had information, now. But I still needed resources. I didn't have infinite money on me, currently. Was there a Gringotts branch in Metropolis? Luckily, that particular search didn't take long. I clicked on the link, and it led me to a blank, red page. In it, a message appeared. It read out as such. Thank you for choosing Gringotts Bank. Company policy requires us to conduct a test of knowledge for security reasons before revealing information. Do you accept? I immediately clicked yes. The first question that appeared was, which school did you attend? I answered with, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The second question was, where is the Gringotts branch in Great Britain located? I typed in, Diagon Alley. The third question was, what is the currency we use? I wrote, galleons, sickles, and nuts. 17 sickles in a galleon, and 29 nuts in a sickle. There were no more questions. The site simply displayed an address. I took note of it, and looked it up on Google Maps. It was about 45 minutes walking distance from here, at 20 Morgana Street, a name which I found somewhat amusing. Next up, was finding a place to stay during all of this. I opened up another new tab, and searched for, Smallville apartment for rent. I immediately skipped a few links, asking for over $2,000 a month. I added in, 500, and the list of available places went down to 2. The first was, quite frankly, a dump. I immediately went to the second, reading over the details. It was a pretty nice place, judging by the pictures included. It was located above a coffee shop on 220 Main Street, in Smallville. The place's name was the Talon. Seemed about as good a place as any. I printed out directions for the Talon, as well as the dump, just in case staying at the apartment over the Talon didn't pan out. I didn't want to sleep on the streets. I called Derek over with a quick wave. Anything I can help you with? Derek said with a smile. Yeah, you guys have a printer? I asked hopefully, and received a nod in return. How many pages do you need printed out? Derek asked. Just 2, for now. I said, showing him what I needed to print out directions to the Gringotts branch in Metropolis, as well as random notes I'd taken, like the basic information on Meteor Infected and the name Chloe Sullivan, which was attached to the Daily Planet's phone number. Derek nodded. It's $1 a page. I'll enable the printer for your computer. I fished out a $5 bill, and handed it to him. While eyeing a nearby refrigerator, I went to it, and grabbed a Twix bar, as Derek was enabling my use of the printer. "Does my 5 cover this, as well?" I asked, and received a distracted nod from the man. "All right, keep the change." I went back to my seat, waiting for Derek's green light. As soon as I received it, I printed the necessary papers, and went to grab them. Making sure to check everything was printed correctly, I logged out, and pulled my new card out of the reader, placing it in one of my pockets for future use. The monitor turned back to the way it was before. I moved to the large, glass table, looking through the articles of clothing on display. It took a while, but I finally settled on a snake-themed, black t-shirt, finding it to be quite fitting. "How much is this shirt?" I asked, while pointing at the aforementioned item. Derek glanced over for a second, before meeting my eyes. $5. Derek replied, seemingly amused. Quote, "I was wondering when you'd ask for a shirt." I flushed in slight embarrassment, before hefting Arabus and saying, "Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened to mine. Also, do you have anything I can put my sword in?" Derek rubbed at his chin. "Couple of backpacks, nothing fancy like a sword sheath," he finally answered, going in the back room. A few seconds later, he came out, holding a few medium-sized backpacks and a duffel bag. "I'll take the shirt and the duffel bag," I said, after mulling it over. "Sure, that should be about $20. Derek said and pulled out the shirt. I fished out a 20, and handed it to Derek. Receiving the bag and the shirt in return, I wasted no time, putting the shirt on. It was a size bigger, but it made no difference to me. I zipped the duffel bag open, placing Arabus within, and slung the bag over my back. I said a final thanks to Derek, before exiting the internet cafe, feeling a lot better than I had before. The sun was beginning to rise, bathing the streets in morning light. I walked through street after street, navigating through the twists and turns of the city with the map I had printed out. Before I knew it, I stood in front of a large, abandoned complex. An obvious illusion to ward off the non-magical population. I went through the door, and silently marveled at what I saw inside. It might have been somewhat large on the outside, but on the inside, it was definitely gigantic. I had expected something like Diagon Alley, but this was completely different. It seemed that the wizarding community here was a lot more progressive. I stood in quite a large mall, which went at least 10 floors down. There weren't that many people, but that was probably because it was still too early for most to be up and running. I saw a few people, milling through the complex, doing their morning shopping. I walked around the ground floor, not quite sure of where I needed to go. Eventually, after a few minutes of aimless wandering, I happened across a kiosk showing a map of the mall. "All right, so Gringotts is 4 floors down." I hummed to myself as I consulted the map. I moved quickly, my eyes beginning to burn with the telltale pain caused by a lack of rest. Consuming that electricity had given me the strength needed to escape the facility below the hospital, but I had been constantly up for hours, dodging the authorities and researching this place. My mind was filled with so much information, I was afraid it would burst at any moment. I sighed, as I reached Gringotts, which took up a good chunk of the floor. I entered the bank, finding the familiar white marble surroundings to be slightly comforting. Unlike the branch in Diagon Alley, there were computer monitors next to every teller. I walked up to a random goblin teller. "Excuse me." I got the teller's attention. He gave me a somewhat annoyed look. "Yes, I'm a British citizen, and I was wondering if there was any way to receive money from my vault in Diagon Alley." "Is it possible?" I asked hopefully. The goblin regarded me curiously. "Indeed it is, Mr. Harry Potter. What's yours?" I supplied. The goblin's face immediately went into shock. "I am Clawgrip. You are the wizard child who stopped the end of the world," the teller demanded. "End of the world," I repeated, feeling a little bewildered. "Are you talking about the Teman Negru?" It was said Harry Potter had died in the battle to save the Earth from the Demon Emperor. The teller began, almost glaring at me. "But our records still list the boy as alive." "Right." I absorbed that information, and the hidden insinuation. "Well, Clawgrip, I can assure you I'm Harry Potter. How do I go about proving it?" Clawgrip regarded me for a moment, before barking out a few orders to a passing goblin. The goblin in question ran off. A few minutes later, he came back, with an old-looking piece of parchment, and 2 guards, who brandished their weapons threateningly. You understand that, Clawgrip began, grabbing the old parchment and placing it in front of me. If you are not who you claim to be, you will be held for questioning, before being turned into the authorities. Yes, I said immediately. What do I have to do? Simply place your thumb on the parchment, and it will identify who you are. Clawgrip instructed. Sounds easy enough, I said and placed my thumb on the parchment. It glowed for a few seconds, before displaying Harry James Potter, in bright red. The goblins gasped, before bowing to me in respect for a few moments. I looked around in bewilderment. Why did you bow, Harry Potter? Clawgrip said patiently, his demeanor completely different from the annoyed persona he had projected earlier. You went up the Teman Negru, and closed down the gate to the demon world. We owe you a debt of gratitude. I had help, and they have been compensated for their contributions. Clawgrip said with a toothy grin, turning to his monitor and punching keys in. Ah, here we are, Clawgrip said, before reading the monitor. To Sirius Black and Tristan Greengrass, we awarded them with 20,000 galleons each. To you, and the Devil Slayers Dante, Virgil, 200,000 galleons each. 200,000 galleons, how much is that in US dollars? I asked immediately. Current exchange rate is $7 to a galleon. Clawgrip said. 1.4 million. I almost gaped. Holy hell, that was a lot of money. Indeed, Clawgrip confirmed. How long do I have to wait to receive the money from London? I asked. You misunderstand, Mr. Potter, Clawgrip said, an amused grin on his face. At least, I thought he looked amused. You are entitled to that money right now. That's good. It took another 15 minutes of talking and negotiating. T.I. walked out of Gringotts with a small pouch full of galleons, $5,000 in cash lying next to Arabus in the duffel bag, and a credit card, of all things though, with the way this mall looked. It shouldn't have been that surprising. I spent the next half hour browsing the mall, and ended up buying a good number of potions, including but not limited to strengthening solutions, Murtlap essence, and pepper up. I stepped out of the magical mall, back onto the street. I looked around to make sure my surroundings were empty, before I took off my shirt, placing it in the duffel bag. After one last look, I activated my air raid. Lightning converged onto my back, and erupted outwards, forming bluish-white wings. I grinned, leaned down to grab the duffel bag, and took off. I went as high as I could, further past even the tallest skyscraper, marveling at the beauty of the sky and the city itself. From up here, it looked quite the charming place. I frowned, the feeling of euphoria I was experiencing killed by a sudden rush of anger, driven by shame and hatred. I sighed, and continued my flight towards Smallville, making sure to touch down in an empty alley near the coffee shop. The trip itself had taken about half an hour. It would have taken much less time if I hadn't been forced to avoid being detected by a couple that happened to be looking up as I was attempting to touch down. Recalling the lightning back into my body, I reopened the duffel bag, and put my shirt back on, before zipping it closed again and exiting the alley. A few people gave me some odd glances, but I ignored them. They were likely not used to newcomers. Small towns usually worked like that. Not that I cared. I wasn't going to live here forever. As soon as I was done with my task, I would go home. I went in the coffee shop, and took in my surroundings. The inside was stylized as a modern coffee shop, and featured an Egyptian motif, judging by the various statuettes of sphinxes and the hieroglyphics painted on the walls and pillars. Not a bad place, all things considered. I moved right to the middle-aged, red-headed woman who was taking orders from an army of caffeine-deprived college kids. I felt a little bad for her, so I simply stood to the side, and waited until she was done. It took a while, but eventually, the endless deluge of kids petered out into nothingness. The redhead smiled at me warmly, my heart reminding me of my mother with a painful constriction. I swallowed it down, and addressed her. "Hello. Welcome," the redhead said with a smile. "What do you need?" "Need," I said dumbly, before shaking my head. "Oh, no, not here for coffee. I'm here for the apartment that's for rent above the Talon. I saw it on an online advertisement." The woman nodded, making an, "Ah." Is it still available? I asked hopefully. It is, she confirmed with a smile. Would you like to see it? I nodded gratefully. That would be great, miss. Oh, where are my manners? She extended her hand, looking a little embarrassed. Martha Kent. I took her hand, giving it a firm shake. Harry Potter. I introduced myself. About the apartment. The redhead Martha had given me a curious glance when she heard my last name, but seemed to shrug mentally, before calling someone over to take over for her. Lois. Yes, Mrs. K. A pretty, athletic brunette popped out from the back, cheerfully walking to us. She eyed me curiously for a moment, before turning to Martha. Could you take over for me here, Lois? Martha asked the girl, motioning to me. I have to show the apartment to Mr. Potter here. Sure, Lois said easily, giving me another cursory glance. Just Harry's fine, Mrs. Kent, I said with an easy smile, and followed Martha up the staircase and in the apartment. I moved around the apartment, checking every inch of the place. The apartment itself was quite basic, just one big room. There was no real wall separating the bedroom from the kitchen and living area. Well, what do you think? Martha asked, after a minute of curious inspection. Looks great, I said, placing my duffel bag on a nearby table. I zipped it open, and pulled out $500, before turning to Martha. Handing her the cash. 500, right, yes, Martha confirmed, though she was frowning at me. I know it's not my business, Mr. Harry, but how did you get this kind of money? No, it's fine, I smiled reassuringly at the woman. I didn't steal it, if that's what you're worried about. No, that's not what she said, sounding mortified. It's fine, I repeated. I won it in a fight. It was not technically a lie. I technically did win the money as the result of winning the fight against the demon Emperor Mundus. At the mention of the word, fight, Martha was now giving me a concerned look. She shook her head, before grabbing a few keys off of a nearby shelf, and handing them to me. One was for the apartment, and the second was for the Talon itself. It wouldn't do to be stuck outside all night because I couldn't enter the Talon itself. There was another entrance, but I was hoping to avoid that. Well, if that's all, Martha said, after her explanations, I should leave you to get some rest. You look like you need it. Welcome to your new home. Thank you. I nodded gratefully, and she began to leave. Mrs. Kent, I called out, and she stopped, turning to face me again. I stammered, feeling suddenly vulnerable in front of a woman who seemed to remind me so much of my mother. Thank you, for not asking too many questions. She regarded me for a moment, and then smiled. Before exiting the apartment, closing the door behind her, I went ahead and locked the door, before going straight to the bed. I dropped unceremoniously onto the bed, placing the duffel bag on the side. I kicked off my boots, took off shirt and pants, and began to relax. It felt like I hadn't had a relaxing moment for days. The past 24 hours had been nothing short of a heart attack-inducing stress fest. But I was finally getting a hold on the situation. I'd found a place to stay, acquired some monetary resources, and I even had a lead to follow up on. My last thoughts before succumbing to the inevitable pull of sleep were of the reporter I was planning on meeting. Hopefully, Chloe Sullivan would have the answers to my questions. Sometime later, I was woken up by the sound of a loud banging on the front door. I blearily opened my eyes, wincing with every loud knock, a headache settling in the front of my head. I could have just ignored the sound, and went back into the blissful embrace of a deep slumber. The knocking persisted. I tried my best to ignore it, but whoever was behind that door was extremely stubborn. I grumbled in annoyance, and rolled out of bed. I stretched, working out the kinks, before putting my pants on. I grabbed my wand, and vanished the bandages covering my right armor. They had gotten really smelly. I waved my wand again, and conjured a fresh set. The bandages tightly wrapped around my right arm, hiding most of it from view, even my hand. More knocking. I put on my shirt. Coming. I called out loudly. The knocking stopped. Thank the heavens. I placed the wand back in my pocket, before making my way to the door, and opening it. The door flew open, revealing the same brunette who was covering for Mrs. Kent when she showed me around my new apartment. Finally, the girl looked quite annoyed, as she strolled into my apartment without so much as a hello, looking around the place. She went from one side of the apartment to the next, looking around for something. Where is it? She bent over the bedside table, showing me an incredible view of her butt and shapely legs. I began, not really sure how to deal with this. Can I help you? She stopped, turning to look at me for the first time. A few moments passed, before she realized her mistake. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, she said, face flushed in embarrassment, and started to go back to the front door. I totally forgot someone was staying up here now. I put my hand on her shoulder, stopping her from getting another step in. You're good, I said, and rubbed at my eyes with my bandaged hand. I was just sleeping, that's all. What are you looking for? My name's Harry, by the way. Lois, the brunette said, shaking my left hand. She looked at my bandaged right arm quizzically. My right arm isn't broken, I said, following her gaze. If it's not broken, then why is it all bandaged? Lois frowned, backing up slightly. Is it a really bad burn? Or do you have some kind of infectious skin disease? Nothing like that, I forced a smile. It just looks different, and most people don't like being subjected to ugly things. That's it, Potter. Play the victim who's forced to hide part of himself in fear of being called a freak by others. People always fell for that kind of thing. As expected, Lois got a sad look on her face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, I'm used to it. I saw her wince at that and stifled an amused grin. So, about whatever it is you need to find. Lois smiled, grateful at the change of subject. Oh, it's just a box full of cups and stuff, she answered, looking a little annoyed. I think I put it here the other day. Then, I forgot about it. Oh, I thought I knew what she was talking about. Try the bathroom. I think there was a box in the tub. Can't remember, I said, scratching the back of my head as Lois quickly went to the bathroom. First thing I did was fall asleep on the bed. What time is it, anyway? There was some commotion before Lois walked out of the bathroom, holding what seemed to be a heavy box, filled with various cups and bowls of different sizes. It's around 1 p.m. right now, Lois supplied helpfully, beginning to leave the room one slow step at a time. Let me help you with that, I said, feeling sorry for the girl. I took the box from her hands, and held it gingerly against my body. It didn't feel anywhere near as heavy as I thought it would. It was like I had strength on par with when I drank a strengthening solution. What the hell did that green liquid do to me? I followed Lois silently out of the apartment, and down the stairs leading to the Talon proper. The coffee shop was bustling now, filled with various people, who were most likely having their work breaks. Martha was still faithfully manning her post, or would the correct term be, womaning. The red-headed woman looked in our direction, and smiled. Had a good sleep, she said, as I placed the box behind the counter. The glassware making a light jingle. I rubbed at my eyes, lightly glancing at Lois, who looked a little embarrassed. It was all right. Thanks for the help, Harry, Lois said, before delving into the box, pulling out the various cups and bowls and placing them in their correct spots. No problem, I said automatically, before turning to Martha. Do you have a phone I can use? I need to call someone. Sure, of course, Martha said with a smile, pointing to an old-style phone on a nearby wall. It's right over there. Who are you calling, if I may ask? The Daily Planet, I answered. Someone who can help me out may be working there. I'm not really sure. Oh, I see, Martha answered, as I began to head to the phone. My son's friend, Chloe, works there now. I'm sure she can find the person you're looking for. I froze, before turning to her. Chloe, you say? I repeated, lips quirking upward in an amused grin. Her name wouldn't happen to be Chloe Sullivan, would it? That's right, Martha said, looking pleasantly surprised. You're looking for Chloe. What's this about my cousin? Lois popped back up, right next to Martha, almost glaring at me in suspicion. Well, shit, your cousin. Did I fall asleep and wake up in convenient coincidence land? I asked in amusement. That seemed to break the ice once more, if the amused look on Martha's face was of any indication. Lois, on the other hand, outright laughed, before eyeing me with much less suspicion than before. You a spurned ex or something? Didn't know Chloe picked them that young. Lois quipped. Martha went to speak with a few friends at the other side of the Talon. I opened my mouth to answer, but then closed it again. Nothing like that, I answered, finally. I just have some information for her. And had some questions of my own. You know where she is, right now. Probably at the Daily Planet, doing her reporter thing. Lois answered easily. I nodded in understanding. You think you can get me there to see her? I asked hopefully. Lois stopped emptying the box and looked at me askance. My shift doesn't end for an hour, still. Sorry, it's really, really important. I tried again, interrupting her attempt at continuing her work. Look, she looked at me in annoyance. Unless you're gonna pay me, I'm not just quitting on Mrs. K. I'll pay you 100. She gave me a dubious look. 200. I tried again. Judging by the sudden glint in her eyes, I figured I had her attention. 250, and you've got yourself a deal. Lois shot back. Yeah, sure, okay. I agreed immediately. I had over $1 million, what's another couple of hundred? Just let me get ready, all right. Yeah, meet me outside in 10 minutes. Lois said, and went to talk to Mrs. Kent, likely to tell her what she'd be doing. Hopefully Martha would understand. I nodded, and walked back up the staircase leading into my new apartment. I took a quick shower, the cold water doing a great job of waking me up. I dried myself off with a charm, and made sure to give my clothes a good cleaning. Wouldn't do to smell like shit, now would it? It ended up taking a bit longer than 10 minutes. But I was finally ready to go. With my duffel bag over my shoulder, Arabus lying within, I headed out of the Talon, giving Martha a quick goodbye. Lois was impatiently waiting outside for me, leaning on a red Volkswagen. Took you long enough. Lois looked at me, mildly annoyed as I approached her. Sorry. I flashed the patented James Potter grin, and her glare softened ever so slightly. I was getting my stuff ready. Your stuff? Huh. Lois repeated. So, where's the dough? I zipped my duffel bag open, showing her the 5,000 inside. Well, 4,500, since I paid Ms. Kent for the room. Lois whistled at the amount. That's a lot of money, there. Lois commented and winked good-naturedly. Sure, I can't convince you to give me another couple hundred. I smiled, and handed her $300. Nope, wait, Lois said. That's more than what I asked for. I shrugged carelessly. I don't have any 50s on me. I said, shaking my hand in amusement. Are you really refusing more money, though? Just 10 seconds ago you were asking for more. I was kidding, kid. Lois said. Right, then take it, and, kid. I gave her a somewhat annoyed look, and we entered the car. Well, aren't you? I was going to blithely reply that I was almost 16, but I figured that would be a waste of time, emancipated minor, or not. The trip to Metropolis was taking a lot longer than it would have, had I been using my air raid. I sighed, and turned on the radio, jumping through the channels. I cut through a couple of weather reports, finally stopping on a song I'd never heard before. I sat back, and listened to it. It was one of those easily forgettable hip-hop songs. I listened for a while, as well as Lois random jabbering at her fellow drivers, before zoning out entirely. To dwell on my current situation, I absently noticed the great city of Metropolis was coming into view. I thought about what happened to me. Those scientists, they did a little more than bind Balthazar to me. My energy, my lightning, it felt more fluid, more tame. Like something had beaten it down over and over. Likely the green serum they injected me with. But that wasn't all, though. My body felt different, as well. Stronger. Strong enough that the box full of glassware at the Talon felt like a small paperweight in my arms. Likely, another effect of the green serum. Considering that my lightning, as well as strengthening solutions, increased my strength 10 to 15-fold, I wondered what my upper limit would be. I would have been thanking those scientists for the power boost, if they weren't completely devoid of compassion and ethics. An image of that little girl lying comatose in one of the beds of that place flashed through my mind. Rye, Harry, you in there? Lois' voice cut through my train of thought. The car had stopped. I blinked a few times, taking in my surroundings. We were in Metropolis, parked in front of the entrance to the Daily Planet. I stifled a sigh. Sorry, Lois, I was a bit lost in thought. Right. She looked at me strangely, before shrugging and exiting the car. I followed suit, and we entered the building. Inside was a veritable clusterfuck. I couldn't keep track of the workers moving in and out of offices, elevators, and stairways. The place was extremely packed, and this was just the ground floor. "Follow me," Lois said, leading the way to a set of stairs. I quietly followed her down the flight of stairs, into the basement. It was still quite lively down there, but it was much quieter than the ground floor, at the very least. Lois led me through the basement of the Daily Planet, dodging through reporters left and right. "Hey, Chloe," Lois called out to a short-haired, blonde girl sitting in front of a computer. She was dressed in a business casual attire, consisting of a white, collared dress shirt neatly tucked under a black skirt. She looked up at us with curious blue-green eyes. In the span of a split second, she took in Lois' form, as well as my own, and lifted a delicate eyebrow. "Lois," she got up from her chair, giving her cousin a quick hug. "I didn't expect to see you so soon. What's up? Harry here wanted to see you," Lois said, motioning to me. "Harry, meet my cousin, Chloe Sullivan." "It's a pleasure," I said, extending my hand. She shook it hesitantly. "Likewise." Chloe smiled. "What did you want to see me about?" I glanced at Lois for a moment, dismissing her without words. Sadly, she didn't get the hint. A few more moments passed, and the silence started to get awkward. Finally, after about another 10 seconds, I cracked. "Lois," I said, forcing a smile. "Can I have a few moments alone with Chloe?" "Right," Lois said, looking a little disappointed. "I'll just be waiting by the stairs, then." "Thanks." I gave her a smile, and watched her walk away, leaving Chloe and I alone. "I'll cut right to the chase. I want to know everything you do about the meteor-infected people," I said simply. She stared at me in surprise for a moment. "What makes you think I know anything about them?" Chloe shot back, a little defensively. "The links might be dead," I said, giving her a tiny grin. "But Google's cached content isn't. I managed to read some of it." "So what do you need me for?" Chloe asked. "You probably know a lot more than the meager explanations you wrote down on a high school paper," I said, and unzipped my duffel bag. I pulled out $1,000, and slapped them onto her desk. She said only one thing. "Wow." She stared at the money, and then at me more specifically. My right arm, which was covered in bandages. "Look," I continued, almost desperately. "I really need your help, but we can't talk about this here." "What do you say?" Chloe gave me a long look, like she was sizing me up. Or something. I couldn't help but stare right back. She was quite attractive. Unlike Lois, who was more of the athletic type, Chloe was giving off the hot businesswoman vibe. The fact that she was lightly nibbling on a red pen didn't help. "I know a place. It's a farm. There should be plenty of quiet there," Chloe finally said, stuffing the money in her purse and walking to the still waiting Lois. She stopped, and looked back at me. "You coming?" I nodded, and followed the two ladies out of the building. The trip to the farm was taking slightly longer than the trip to Metropolis, due to heavy traffic. I wasn't sure, but I could have sworn we were being followed by someone. A large, black Jeep with black tinted windows had tailed us for a while. Before turning at some random point, my mind was likely playing tricks on me. I hoped. I heard a loud, yawning hiss in the back of my mind and affectionately rubbed my bandages, feeling he cool scales underneath the cloth strips. Balthazar still hadn't said a word to me since I fed him, but I maintained the hope that once he was done healing he would be up and at 100%. The asphalt road turned to gravel and dirt as we took a left. A few more minutes passed, and we reached what I thought was the farm Chloe was talking about. I absently read the name of the farm, before doing a quick double take. Kent Farm, I said incredulously. "As in, Martha Kent. Are you sure she would accept me frolicking around on her private property?" "Relax." Lois rolled her eyes, parking the car. "We're good friends with the Kents. I'm sure they won't mind whatever it is you want to talk to Chloe, here." I gulped, but nodded and exited the car, alongside the two ladies. I would have preferred to get information another way, but this was the only option available to me. So, I had to go along with what Chloe was saying. They led me to a red barn. Judging from the sound of heavy machinery being used, it currently seemed occupied. Like before, Lois stayed outside. Inside, I could see a man, hard at work. It appeared he was filing a piece of wood for some unknown purpose. He stopped his loud power tool. Turning to address us, he had an average look to his person, with dark blonde hair and sky blue eyes. He wore a plaid, low-collar shirt, and blue jeans. The stereotypical farmer. I felt him size me up, and then tactfully focus his attention on the lady with me, Chloe. He greeted them with a smile, wiping at his hands with a nearby wet cloth. "How's it going?" "I'm doing fine, Mr. Kent," Chloe said, motioning to me. "This is Harry. You know, I didn't catch your last name." "That's because I didn't give it." I smirked. "It's Harry Potter." The two raised their eyebrows in surprise. That's the second time I've seen that kind of reaction. I noted. Mrs. Kent at the Talon looked at me the same way. "Jonathan Kent. Martha spoke about you today. You're the Talon's new resident," the man said, and we shook hands. He had a strong grip, but with my newly acquired strength, I easily matched it. "Are you by any chance related to Nell Potter?" I blinked at the name. "Who the hell was that?" "Can't say I am," I said honestly. "Though, to be honest, I have no idea. My parents died when I was 1. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," Chloe said immediately, and Mr. Kent. They looked genuinely chagrined, which pretty much said a lot about what kind of people they were. I shook my head. "It's fine, it's not like you had anything to do with it," I said with a sardonic grin, before turning to Mr. Kent, not really knowing how to ask him if I could have the barn to myself. "He can be trusted, Harry." Chloe's voice cut through my current thoughts. I rounded on her. "Are you absolutely sure about that?" "No offense, Mr. Kent. We've only just met." I gave the older man an apologetic look. "None taken." "What's this about?" Jonathan said, straight to the point. "I could appreciate that. You trust me enough to," Chloe began. "Because I have no choice." I cut her off. And it was true. She was my only lead in this situation. "Well, you have no choice here, either," Chloe said and crossed her arms stubbornly. I wanted to rip at my hair in frustration, but I didn't have the time to argue. "Fine, have it your way," I said agitatedly, walking around in a few circles to relieve some stress. I placed the duffel bag on the ground, before addressing the two. "These meteor freaks," I started, much more calmly. "They get their powers from an exposure to the meteor rock." "Yes," Chloe confirmed. "How, exactly?" I continued. "From your writings, all I could figure was that they were exposed to the radiation coming off of the rocks, and it altered them into these superpowered versions of themselves." Quote, "That's the gist of it, basically," she answered, less than helpful. "There was also the small issue of each and every one of them going psycho, before getting themselves killed. One way or the other. Well, that was some bad news, there. Would I be going insane from this? I certainly didn't feel crazy. Then again, I had gotten pretty agitated, not half a minute ago. Could that be the doing of the meteor rock, as well?" "What about the meteor rock, then?" I said, and noticed Mr. Kent's posture shift ever so slightly. I don't know how, but I could smell his nervous sweat at the tip of my tongue. Yet another thing this little experiment had given me. Heightened and a selective sense of smell. What's next? Would I grow venom glands in my mouth? "What do you mean?" Chloe said. "What if it was turned into liquid and injected into someone?" I asked, watching her eyes widen. "Injected into you can't possibly mean." Jonathan looked at me in shock, understanding my predicament in a split second. I heard a loud thud outside, before the sound of many different sets of footsteps on the gravel hit our ears. Most likely, the guards from that facility had finally located me. And had already taken care of Lois. "Fuck me," I swore loudly. "They're here." "Who is?" Chloe asked, followed by Mr. Kent. "People who have been experimenting on me, as well as others," I said, looking at them briefly. "They've been chasing me for days." Jonathan grabbed a nearby shotgun, and loaded it. I stopped him. "I'll take care of them." "Sorry." The man shot back, gesturing to my bandaged hand. "You don't exactly look like you can do anything in this situation, son." "Hey," I smirked in his face, and channeled a very small amount of lightning in my fingertips. There was a low, buzzing noise, as bluish-white light shone from my fingertips. I ran them along my right arm, easily cutting through the bandages. I cut off the lightning, and ripped the bandages off, revealing my black scaled arm in all of its glory, before unzipping the duffel bag, and drawing Arabus. Mr. Kent and Chloe were now looking at me in a completely different light. Just stay here, I said, walking slowly outside. Lois was lying face down on the ground, a dart sticking out of her neck. I heard a fair amount of commotion, and saw the operatives approaching from at least 7 different directions. Lightning came to my call, surging over my muscles and nerves, greatly enhancing my power. Just in time to dodge a dart, which embedded itself in the wall behind me. I only had a quick look at it, but it seemed like the darts were packing some kind of liquid. Tranquilizers, huh? I dodged a few more of their attempts, my new speed easily allowing me to avoid every single dart with unnerving ease. Before the experiment, I doubted I would have had such an easy time of it. With barely an afterthought, I sent a series of lightning bolts into the many operatives in black, uncaring if they lived or died. After all, these were the same people that were enabling crazy scientists to experiment on poor, defenseless children against their will. I would give them no mercy. To me, the same men were as bad as the likes of Lilith and Mundus. I felt a stinging pain from my shoulder, realizing one of the operatives had gotten the drop on me. I flared my lightning, immediately eradicating the foreign substance entering my body. Then I did something that scared him more than seeing all of his comrades drop in a matter of seconds. I walked towards him, very slowly. He shot a few more darts, but I summoned a few lightning blades, which contemptuously swatted the offending projectiles aside before disappearing, not breaking my stride in the least. He backed away, and tripped over his colleague, falling on his own ass. He scrambled further to get away, before being caught against the trunk of a tree. "Please, have mercy," he begged, as I slowly got closer to the man. I didn't answer. Instead, I grabbed him by the throat, and began to squeeze. A hand clasped over my scaled wrist, pulling it off of the operative's neck. I turned my head to see the disapproving face of Jonathan Kent. "I know, whatever these men did must have been horrible," Mr. Kent said in an understanding tone. "But shouldn't you leave this kind of thing to the police?" "The police?" I scoffed, shaking his hand off of mine. "The police are in on it. They can't be trusted. Still, killing a man over this is wrong. Can't you see that?" Jonathan tried, as Chloe began to peek out of the red barn. "You didn't see what I saw. What they did to me." I stopped myself, staring at the older man's eyes. "Children, under the age of 10. They kept them in there, hopped them up with so much of that green liquid, they became vegetables. Children, quote." Jonathan's eyes darkened at that. "I couldn't let them keep doing this. I have to stop them," I finally said in a calm voice, and Jonathan offered no response. What could anyone say to something like that? "I'm sorry," the operative stammered almost incoherently, grasping for straws. "Tell me everything you know about these facilities," I ordered. The facilities," grunt, I repeated, "like the one underneath Metropolis General Hospital." "I don't know anything about those." He didn't get to finish that sentence, as I smashed his right arm with a breakdown fist. His screams of agony easily overshadowed Chloe's shocked gasp. "Tell the truth now, grunt, or I'll make that pain seem like a small bruise," I chided lightly. "All right," the man screamed out, "I'll tell you all I know." "Start talking, then." "Look, all I know," the man panted, "is that, after your breakout, we moved them to several, much smaller facilities to avoid detection. One of them is at an abandoned Luthorcorp warehouse in the outskirts of Metropolis. That's all I know, I swear." "Luthorcorp," I heard Jonathan mumble under his breath. "I would ask him about that, later." "Really? Just one location? That's all you've got?" I asked, poking at the spot where I smashed the man's arm, causing him to cringe in pain. I didn't want to do it, but I had to. I needed the money, I swear. "That's all I know. Just let me go, please." He continued to beg. "The money, huh?" I said slowly, anger seeping into my tone. "So you held children prisoner for money?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." He begged desperately. I knew I should have done something about it. Please believe me. I regarded him for a long moment, before smiling darkly. Should've, would've, could've, I said, watching the man's face pale considerably at my ominous words. Didn't. And then I shoved an edge in his face. At least, I tried to. Judging by the hand that had my wrist in an extremely strong grip, I'd say my attempt at killing the operative was completely foiled. I turned to look at the source, but only managed to get a flash of black hair and a blue-eyed glare before I was thrown at least 30 feet sideways. What the hell was that? I was annoyed. What kind of person interrupts a good old execution? Here I was, minding my own business and dispensing justice as well as a helt. High dose of revenge, and this random fellow comes out of nowhere, and hurls me at least 30 feet to the side. I flared my lightning, adjusting my flight path to let me drop into a roll, careful not to accidentally stab myself with Arabus as I did so. I got back to my feet, and saw the newcomer already standing in front of me, sizing me up with his piercing gaze. He was tall, and broad-shouldered. It made for an imposing figure, despite the harmless farmer attire he was sporting. Worse yet, he was pretty fast, judging by the sudden appearance a split second after he had thrown me. Granted, I was a little busy recovering from that throw, but still. I tightened my grip on Arabus, and increased the strength of the lightning coursing through my body to counter my new opponent's speed. Get out of my way, I said aggressively. I don't think so. The man shot back, before glaring at me. His eyes glowed slightly, before I felt a sudden ray of heat shoot out of his eyes, impacting right into my chest. I felt my skin searing under the intense heat, before I brought Arabus up, the blade easily diverting the heat onto the ground, setting it on fire. This feeling, Arabus whispered. He is not human, boy. Be wary. Not human, I mumbled to myself, before pointing Arabus at him as the man shot his beam of heat once more. Dark stream. Quote, the two attacks met halfway between us, bathing the clearing in great flashes of bright heat and cold darkness. A few more seconds of this stalemate passed, before he broke the link, and rushed me from the side. The dark stream hit the dirt ground, ravenously eating through all of the flora it could reach, before dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind a frozen, dead trail on the earth. As soon as the stranger got close, I smirked and let a few lightning bolts rip into him, causing him to trip and fall, his muscle spasms disallowing for any kind of controlled movement. My satisfaction was short-lived. Barely a few seconds after I downed him, he had gotten right back up, looking unscathed aside from a burnt shirt. I won't let you hit me with that again, the black-haired man promised, before blurring into action once more. I shot a few more lightning bolts, but hit nothing but thin air as he dodged every single one, before reaching me, throwing a punch that would likely knock my lights out. I faked a vacant look, right up until the last split second, before I ducked underneath his right hook, and swept his feet from under him, catching him completely by surprise. As he fell, I grabbed hold of his leg and electrocuted him with my lightning. I followed up by stabbing Arabus into the ground, and smashing his leg with a breakdown fist, feeling the bone crack underneath, before I threw him into a nearby tree. He smashed into it with enough force to easily break through, before rolling uncontrollably on the ground. I grabbed Arabus, wiping the tip of the dark blade as I made my way to the stranger. He tried to get up, but dropped back down on the ground as soon as he put pressure on the leg that I hit. Was this guy stupid? Trying to walk on a broken leg, of all things. He tried to get back up again, but I pushed him back down on the ground, absently noting that my left fist felt quite pained. What the hell was he made of? Solid steel. Stay down, I ordered, placing Arabus near his neck. He went very still at the sight of the blade. Good. It's safe to come, now, I called out loudly, hearing hurried footsteps from behind me. Make one move, tough guy, and I'll slit your throat. You're going to tell me everything you know about those facilities. What are you talking about? The guy grunted out, playing dumb. It doesn't suit you, I sneered. The labs where they inject kids with green meteor rock serum. Where are they? I don't know anything about that. I just saw you trying to kill a man, and stopped you, he maintained, but his face looked chagrined at what I had said. I sent a current of lightning through his body, forcing his muscles to seize up. I let up, after a few seconds. Are you feeling a little more truthful now? I asked lightly, as Mr. Kent and Chloe came here. Their eyes widened at the man currently held beneath me. Clark, Jonathan and Chloe said instantly. You two know this guy? I asked. He's my son, Jonathan said a little aggressively, and I blinked, before looking down at the man lying face down on the ground. You sure? I said skeptically. The guy's not even human. Jonathan and Chloe gave me another shocked look, before shaking their heads. We know, Chloe said, looking agitated. Could you please get off of him? I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, shrugged, and stepped away from the man newly introduced as Clark. I absently wiped at my blade, seeing Clark easily get up. As if I had never broken his leg in the first place. Clark was immediately embraced by Jonathan and his friend Chloe. You okay, son? Jonathan said, looking over the younger man with worried eyes. I'll be all right, Clark said, before turning to me with narrowed eyes. So what is this? I lay Arabus on my shoulder as I gestured at him with my black scaled arm. Heightened speed, strength, healing factor, and some crazy heat vision. What are you? I'm different, Clark said, glaring at me. What about you? So, to clarify, I continued, not even acknowledging his own question. You weren't here to help those assholes capture me. No, Clark said, incensed. I stopped you from killing a man, that's all. Speaking of, I said, rubbing at my burnt chest as the adrenaline began to wear off. I winced. Where's the man in question? No, Clark said, taking a step forward. I won't let you kill him. I smirked at him and brandished my dark blade. You want another spanking, is that it? I watched him flush in embarrassment and anger, before Jonathan stood between us, effectively halting any further hostilities. I've knocked him unconscious, Jonathan said, looking at me warily. Is there any way you can stop him without killing him? I frowned, feeling a small pang of guilt at the thought of killing a defenseless man, depraved or not. I guessed I could obliviate the guy, but since it would be my first try, I was more likely to wipe an entire decade's worth of memories than a couple of days' knowledge of my existence. And since my tracking spells were also quite bad, always something to work on, I supposed. Why should I spare him? I asked, a challenging look in my eyes. He's not some petty thief. He enables the scientific experimentation on defenseless people, who were scared of being shot if they tried to leave. It's not right, Clark piped up heatedly. You can't just go around killing people. Of course it's not right, you dumbass. I shot back, ignoring the surprised look he gave me. You think I truly wanted any of this to happen to me? The cops are in on this, maybe not all of them, but I'd say quite a few. Still, look, I harshly cut him off, feeling my face flush with anger. You didn't see those kids. You didn't see the scars on their bodies, you didn't see the vacant look in their eyes. I only spent half a day in that place, and that was enough for me to get a sliver of an idea of what they went through. I saw Clark's pitying look, and got even angrier. I don't want your pity, I snarled. I want you to get out of my way so I can take these guys down for good. I took a deep breath, and walked to the direction of the unconscious operative. Clark didn't even try to stop me. It took a few seconds, I found him sprawled unceremoniously on the ground, a bruise on his face courtesy of Jonathan's knockout punch or kick. I stood ominously above the man, wondering what the best way to kill him was. I could shove an edge through his heart. That wouldn't be a quick kill, though. It would take around 5 minutes for brain death to occur from oxygen deprivation. Through his head, it would work, that method was probably even messier than going through his heart. Arabus vibrated in my hand. I grabbed the blade and lifted it high in the air, channeling my lightning into it. I could simply decapitate him, it would still be messy. But it was the cleanest choice I could think of. But I hesitated, seeing the man's peaceful face. Well, what are you waiting for? Arabus said harshly. Do it. The man shifted slightly, and I watched him for a long moment, before slashing down, the cleaving motion easily going through flesh and bone. Blood spurted out from the man's neck artery, the STR. Eames' intensity gradually weakening as his head rolled to the base of my feet. It was done. I ignored Chloe's horrified gasp, temporarily lay Arabus on the ground and searched the dead body for any clue or useful item. Nothing. I sighed, pulled out my wand from my pants pocket, and waved it over the fresh corpse. Evanesco. And with that, I vanished him, before repeating the same actions on each and every remaining guard, eliminating any evidence that they were there to begin with. I waved my wand over myself, dedusting myself, and followed up by temporarily stabbing Arabus into the ground. Before conjuring a fresh set of bandages over my black scales, I went back to the Red Barn, where Lois was still lying unconscious. Someone had moved her into a sitting position against one of the barn's walls, even going as far as removing the dart in her neck and cleaning her face a bit. I pointed my wand at her chest, ignoring Clark's cries of protest. Renervate. I incanted, and a Florida's H of brilliantly colored red light erupted from my wand, hitting Lois in the chest. Moments later, her eyes fluttered open. What? She said, wincing as she felt around her neck. What happened? You were knocked unconscious by a guy with a tranquilizer gun, I said simply, helping her up. How do you feel? Like my ego took a serious beating. Lois answered, frowning. What about the guys that did it? I took care of them, I said, and she gave me an odd look, before looking around. I don't see anyone, she said, before turning to me. I shrugged. Like I said, I took care of them. They won't hurt anyone, anymore. Right, Lois said, shivering slightly, eyeing my black falchion. Well, I hope you never have to take care of me. I laughed. I hope so, too. Come on, Lois, let's get you inside, Jonathan said, before ushering the brunette inside of his home, leaving me alone with Clark and Chloe. Clark glared at me. Chloe looked between us warily, wondering if we were going to attack one another. I tried to scratch that particularly elusive spot on my back that I could simply never reach. No luck. Back 1-0 Harry. I'm human, I finally said, deciding to throw Clark a bone. He scales on my arm used to be my pet viper, Balthazar, but whatever the serum made out of meteor rocks did to me, it bound us together. What about the lightning? Clark asked, rubbing at his previously broken leg. I gained the ability to channel lightning last summer, I answered truthfully. From that point, it was just a matter of practice. And the sword? Chloe kept digging. Hungry for knowledge, aren't you? I commented, and saw her blush. She truly was attractive. I like that, in a woman. To put it simply, demons exist, I said, before showcasing Arabus' dark blade. Arabus, here, is a powerful one who pledged his soul to me after I defeated him. Demons. That's a little, Chloe said skeptically. Unbelievable. Clark finished for her. I shrugged as Arabus vibrated slightly in my hand. I don't really care if you believe it or not. All I care about right now is any information you could give me about this little lab project these insane scientists seem to have going for them, I said, and took a breath. One of the guards said something about LuthorCorp. I watched Clark's face shift into anger. I take it the name is familiar to you too. I hedged. Yes, the Luthors have been in Smallville for years, Chloe said, not bothering to hide her hostility towards the family. Buying up businesses left and right, slowly taking over. I felt a headache coming. Let me guess, a family of spoiled, rich folk who have little to no morals, I hazarded. Lex isn't like that, Clark automatically said, while Chloe just shook her head in resignation. I don't know who this Lex person is, I said, giving the blue-eyed man a strange look. But he's probably got some serious money. Those lab facilities were extremely well equipped. It might not be him, though, Chloe said, frowning in thought. The guard said that complex was abandoned. True, I conceded, before gesturing to the general direction of Metropolis. But the place I woke up in was underneath the Metropolis General Hospital, accessible from a staircase behind a closet in an empty storage room. I don't know about you, I said, looking at the two, but actually pulling something like that off would require a lot of bribes to government officials, not to mention setting the operation up to begin with. I reasoned. It's a hospital, after all. What if there was some kind of virus or leak? Well reasoned, Chloe said, eyeing me strangely. It's weird. What is? I asked, feeling a little confused at the sudden turn. Every meteor freak we've encountered has tried to kill us one way or the other. At the very least, they were mentally unstable, Chloe answered, biting her lip nervously. Well, I smiled at the girl reassuringly. I don't think I'm going to go berserk. Though, I glanced at the silent Clark. With him as your bodyguard, it's a surprise you've lasted this long. He glared at me. Could you stop that? What? I smirked in his face, taunting him further. The only reason you're still alive was because your father stopped me. Whatever you threw my way, I easily healed from it. Clark said challengingly. I doubt even you could regenerate your head if I'd chopped it off. I said, and he looked at me in anger, before deflating. Clark stared at me impassively. If you two are done with your pissing contest, Chloe said, gaining my attention. How about we head inside, and relax a little? Maybe grab a bite to eat. Faintly realizing that I was quite hungry, I nodded. Good idea. Just let me grab my bag, first. I went in the barn, followed by Clark and Chloe, and placed Arabus back in the duffel bag, before zipping it closed. I nodded to the two, before following them into their home. Lois was already napping in one of Clark's bedroom, according to Mr. Kent. Clark excused himself, saying he needed a shower but that he would be keeping an eye on me. I guessed he could see through walls, too. What more could he do? Jonathan busied himself in the kitchen, fixing everyone a quick lunch. I followed Chloe to the living room, and we took a seat on the couch. I sighed contentedly, relaxing slightly. I looked to the beautiful woman beside me, who was still quite tense. You okay? I asked her. Why yeah, she answered, and I frowned. Is it me? I questioned. I know what I did was pretty harsh, but after what I'd seen them do, and what happened to me. No, of course not, Chloe denied immediately, before sighing. Well, maybe a little. I'll admit, seeing the way you dealt with those men was very brutal if not extremely effective. I nodded, urging her to go on. She bit her lip, and looked at me. I've never seen anyone beat Clark so easily, though. That was incredible, the way you dealt with him. Chloe finally said, easy. I almost laughed at the way she said it. Nah, I just caught him by surprise, that's all. Didn't look that way to me. Chloe said skeptically, rubbing at her neck. Well, how much of the fight did you see? I asked. She narrowed her eyes in thought. Well, I saw you easily beat most of those guards. Chloe said, and then I saw Clark throw you halfway across the clearing. You somehow stopped your flight, and landed with no damage. The rest of the fight was a blur. You dropped Clark a few times, before breaking his leg and holding him down. How did you do that? Clark is supposed to be really strong. Magic. I smirked in her face. Yeah, right, Chloe said dismissively, before her eyes narrowed in remembrance. Wait, it makes sense. How so? I asked curiously, a bit confused as to why she didn't laugh at my quip. Some time ago, Clark dealt with the reincarnated spirit of 17th century witch by the name of Margaret Isabel Thoreau, who brought her two friends back to life and caused havoc in Smallville. Chloe said, Clark didn't have any special resistance to their magic, either. She turned to me. You're like them. I thought about that answer. The name seemed familiar to me, I couldn't figure out where I had encountered it. Most likely a history book of some sort. I wouldn't know. I answered honestly. What were they like? I don't know. Chloe admitted. I was possessed by one of them. So was Lois, and our friend Lana. Possessed? I asked sharply, remembering that little adventure I had back in my second year at Hogwarts. Yeah, but Clark said that were very. She looked like she was struggling with the words. Forward with him. Quote, well, since you know magic exists, yeah, I'm magical in nature. I stifled an amused grin, as Jonathan came into the living room with a tray full of sandwiches. Here, Jonathan said, placing the tray on the table and grabbing a sandwich for himself. It's not exactly gourmet cuisine, but it's great, Mr. Kent, I said, and the three of us began to dig in. It was simple but tasty. A basic turkey sandwich with lettuce, tomatoes and mayonnaise. As I took small, but satisfying bites of the provided meal, I began to reassess the situation I had found myself in. Originally, I figured it was some sort of rogue experimentation gone wrong. Then, as I was escaping, I saw that members of the police, perhaps not all of them, were aiding and enabling these criminals. And now, they were linked with a company called LuthorCorp, whose owners according to Chloe and company were as rich as God. There as no way I could go up against people like that in a court of law, even with direct proof on my part. So, what could I do? That's what it always boiled down to. I needed to control whatever it was within my realm of control. I could simply kill the two men, though I doubted the US Muggle authorities who would then alert the magical authorities would take kindly to a foreigner playing judge, jury, and executioner on their soil. I probably wouldn't be able to get away with it even in England. Hell, they punished their own locals who tried to do the same. The things I've seen on 4chan and Encyclopedia Dramatica, some of them truly pushed the boundaries of human idiocy. I couldn't be like that. I had to play this smart. So what was the smart thing to do? My brain provided me with the answer instantly: leave this place. Go home and get stronger before coming back to beat them. My heart, on the other hand, wouldn't let me forget about those children lying in their prisons, completely comatose, vulnerable to the malevolent machinations of other, moral-less people. So I decided on a compromise. I would go to this abandoned LuthorCorp warehouse, and save whoever I could save, while at the same time hoping I would find the genetic material they stole from me. After that, I would head on home, no matter what happened. A fair plan, considering the lack of alternatives. Arabus whispered to me, "There are alternatives." I shot back in my mind. "We can just leave this place and never come back. That is more akin to an ostrich stuffing its head down under the sand." Arabus said in amusement, "You would never take that cowardly path." "What makes you say that?" I countered. "You've faced me in battle, and won. You won't run from this, either." Arabus pointed, and I fought off a scowl. The demonic blade was right. It seemed to know exactly what I was thinking, and what drove me forward. Though, Arabus hastened to add, "Mundus forces on the earth are most likely all aware of your return to the human realm." "So," I said carelessly. "So, he says." Arabus chuckled mirthlessly. "What you did to him, it was an extremely personal insult to him. Here you were, a full human, taking the Devil Emperor's attack, and returning it to him with interest. How much of a sore loser is he?" I asked, feeling weary and tired. "He would follow you to the ends of the earth to kill you," Arabus said, before going quiet. "Well, that wasn't good news. So what do I do?" I continued. "Well, your leave of the Never will have most likely tipped off whatever scouts Mundus had employed," Arabus explained. "Since it has been over a day since then, I would expect an attack to come at any time, in any place." As I absorbed that little tidbit of information, I rode the sound of footsteps moving down the staircase. Clark came into view, and grabbed a sandwich of his own, all the while giving me uneasy glances. He was an odd one, for sure. Not 10 minutes ago, he was chomping at the bit to fight me. Now, he was just eyeing me warily, as if not sure of how to think of me. I supposed it would have been easier for him to see the world in black and white, but it never really was like that. I supposed that the sight of his father not stopping me had shocked him more than his defeat at my hands. Jonathan Kent seemed like a moralistic man, with strong, traditional values on how to live your life. I never did have much of a grounding in that aspect. Petunia and Vernon never really bothered with me, since I mostly kept to myself and kept my mouth shut. Though, Aunt Petunia had been trying to make up for it, the last time I had visited her at Privet Drive. Seeing his father not be the perfect role model Clark had envisioned him to be had probably caused the man to be somewhat agitated. Even now, he still gave me and Jonathan glances, as if he were trying to understand what he had just come across. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't excited about the idea of killing people, either. I had always enjoyed the art of fighting, but I never liked to kill people. Even when I had rampaged through the ranks of Voldemort's recruits who were invading Azkaban prison, I knew that what I doing was wrong. But the Order needed our assistance, and we gave it to them. The Order never looked at me the same way after the aftermath of that battle. It must have been a horrific sight. I was drenched in the blood of my enemies, with several wounds adorning my body. The knowledge that I had called down the accumulated energy of the clouds above Azkaban prison onto a target had most likely raised a fair set of alarms in the wizarding world. Considering the limited control over the weather which I possessed, I was honestly surprised I was never contacted by anyone about the issue. It had to have been something else Dumbledore had done for me. The man was always running interference, even when I told him not to. Stubborn old geezer just wouldn't quit trying to make amends to me. Anyway, back to the matter at hand, killing the grunts of the operation. I knew I wasn't perfect, and that my choice of killing those men wasn't a right choice. But, if I had let them live, they would simply go back to their malevolent employer, and further his ambitions. I weighed the positives and negatives of their lives against the positives and negatives of their deaths. Grunts were the backbone of every single expedition, ever. If a certain group didn't possess the manpower to get things done, then the group would have no power whatsoever. Them dying had proven to be a much more equitable solution. All things considered, there were now 8 less grunts to worry about. 8 less guards in whatever possible new facility they were keeping the meteor-infected children. That was progress. And last time I checked, progress was good. So now, all I had to do was make up with Clark, find this complex, save the meteor-infected prisoners, and then finally go home. How hard could it be? A few hours passed after the encounter with the operatives in black. After bidding their respective goodbyes, Lois, Chloe, and Mr. Kent had left the farm. Lois and Chloe went home to get some rest, promising Clark and I that they would come up with information about this new problem by the next day. As for Jonathan, after much reassuring that Clark and I wouldn't destroy the landscape while they were gone, Mr. Kent left to meet with my new landlord, Martha Kent, most likely for a date. Hey, landlord, I doubted I would stay in that place for long. When he asked, I told the M. and that he could tell his wife about what happened, so long as she didn't tell anyone else. I found it a little strange how easily my abilities were accepted. Chloe was a little wary, but Mr. Kent didn't even miss a beat. I actually found it quite easy to talk to the farmer. He didn't try to lecture me after I had killed all of those men. I had expected him to bodily throw me out of his land. Instead, he invited me in his home and offered me food and rest. It was quite heartening, to say the least. The sun had set a few minutes back, but I still stood outside, deep in thought. My thoughts turned inwardly, as I heard Arabus vibrate from within my duffel bag, which lay at my feet, next to the barn I was leaning my back against. I stared at my hand, channeling lightning into it, bathing my immediate surroundings in bluish-white light. A split second later, the lightning converged to form a lightning blade, wildly spinning over my hand. I frowned at the creation, before crushing it out of existence, causing a small shock wave to blast out, lightly rattling the wood behind my back and scaring off any small critters. The lightning dragonslayer. That was what I was supposed to be. For a while, I had thought that I accomplished something special completely unheard of. But then, I had a run-in with Neville Longbottom, who told me that the Potters have had a history of using lightning-aligned elemental spells. Something changed in me, that day. I kept on training, and I improved by leaps and bounds, for sure. Thanks to Dumbledore, determination, and sheer force of will. I trained, and trained some more, refining what skills I knew, and created a few new ones, but I had lost something, as well. Then, I started tangling with demons. Lilith was I frowned. She had given off such an overwhelming presence in almost every fight against me. Then, Dante's brother Virgil had completely annihilated her in a split second. Granted, she was not expecting such an attack. Still, those two men were on a completely different league than I. Dante had taken Balthazar's venom and just kept going like it didn't even happen. And the amount of punishment they took from the demon emperor Mundus himself, made us all look like weaklings. I had combined my power, along with that of Arabus, Dante, Virgil, and Balthazar, before unleashing it at Mundus. It only served to push him back. What could I have done against something like that, were I alone? And then, I went from the frying pan, and into the fire, what with this human experimentation. My whole body felt changed, my senses empowered, my lightning much more manageable. I felt lost, so very lost. So, I decided that the logical course of action was to return to my roots of my path. Maybe the lightning aspect of my magic was part of the Potter bloodline, so what? The way I accessed it was different than my ancestors. I ate the electricity. I fucking ate it. I smiled, remembering my overwhelming fear when I beat it down on that gigantic contraption I had made out of an astonishing number of batteries. It mostly went up from there, and I learned some lessons, both easy and hard. This world was extremely vast, filled with the likes of Mundus, Dante and Virgil, unknown entities like Queen Mab of the Unseelie residing in the Never whom Arabus spoke of in a whole universe to discover, if the files I read about the Stargate were real. Even in the middle of rural Kansas, I found another powerhouse. How many more were out there? I took a few steps forward, raised my hands above my head, and concentrated. Copious amounts of lightning emerged from my hands, brightening the area around me once more. When I was at Teman Negru, I learned how to form swords made out of my lightning, from the Watcher of Time from a previous lightning dragonslayer. It was a pretty versatile technique, allowing me to launch devastating attacks from close to mid-range. I could also use them as a form of shielding, how I used a lightning blade to block one of the guard's projectiles earlier today. Still, I needed something that was long-range, with piercing power. My lightning dragon's roar was a powerful attack in its own right. But it wasn't a precision type. Simply put, it was my shotgun. Loud and powerful, it was my go-to attack if I wanted to obliterate everything in my path. So I had to return to the root of my powers. Laxus Dragonslayer magic. Lightning Dragon's heavenward halberd, I said, and frowned in concentration. The lightning converged to form a spear-like shape. I concentrated harder, and molded the electric energy into a long halberd. I grabbed hold of the weapon with both hands, infusing it with as much lightning as I could without breaking its shape, before throwing it with all my might. The attack flew with a loud clap of thunder, tearing through the trees as if they weren't even there. I kept watching until I lost sight of it, but the sound of trees dropping left and right still assaulted my ears. A few moments later, the sound stopped, and all was calm once more. I stared at my hands once more, and grinned. I am the goddamn Lightning Dragonslayer, and don't you fucking forget it. I roared out into the night, feeling a weight suddenly lift itself from my shoulders. Dragon Slayer, I heard a voice ask from behind me. Strange name, considering that there are no dragons to slay. You know, since those don't exist. I turned to see Clark, who was staring at the destruction of the trees I had caused. His comment lacked any true bite, when compared to how he was acting with me when I had beaten his face in the ground. You'd be surprised at what's out there, I replied with a wry grin. Sorry about that, I was just feeling a little like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. Clark asked, a knowing look in his eyes. I nodded. Something like that. I turned to Clark. I'm sorry. It's fine, Clark said, still looking at the damage. It's just a few trees. I shook my head. No, not the trees, I said quickly. I meant about what happened today. Ah, he said, turning to face me. Which part? All of it, I said immediately. Look, I know we don't see eye to eye on how we deal with enemies. You kill them, Clark said simply. I bit down on my anger. Yes, and you don't. Both are shit choices. I kill them, which stops them from either perpetuating their evil or redeeming themselves. You spare them, which allows them to either perpetuate their evil or redeem themselves. He gave me a long look, before turning back towards the tree line. A small smile on his face. True, I guess it is a no-win situation, no matter how we look at it. Clark agreed. We stood there for a while longer, before I felt a shift in the air. I turned to look at Clark, who seemed completely oblivious. Use your hearing and vision to check if someone's nearby, I said in a whisper, before feeling out with my lightning as I surreptitiously pulled Arabus from the duffel bag. The energy left my body in a thin line of power, twisting through the air, as if it was sniffing out any foreign presence. Nothing. Maybe it was my imog. No, wait. There was definitely something here. I just couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Near the tree line, Clark said slowly, turning away so as not to show the perturbed expression on his face. It's some kind of insect monster. Just standing there and staring right at us. I focused my energies in the general direction of the tree line, and prepared myself for whatever onslaught that was coming. My lightning lightly touched the being's aura. It was like taking a great big whiff of a pile of rotting feces. The foul stench of this being, it had to be a demon, for sure, invaded my senses. Images quickly flashed before my eyes. What few I managed to make out made my stomach clench. A young child eviscerated before eaten alive, an old man compelled to drain his own blood by any means necessary with a diverse set of tools at hand. I forced myself to calm down, much like I did when browsing through gore posts on 4chan. It's a demon, I snarled, breaking the connection as the monster quickly rushed to our position. I can handle it. You sure? Yeah, I got a good measure of its power. I nodded confidently, leaping forward, lightning suffusing into my nerves and muscles, increasing my speed dramatically. I made a powerful, downward slash with Arabus, but the monster sidestepped it, before raking its claws on me. I managed to turn, just in time for the claws to impact my right, armored arm. In the back of my mind, Balthazar woke up. Can't a snake get some rest? Balthazar said grumpily, the scales on my arm shaking agitatedly. I smiled in relief at the sound of my companion's voice, BEF. Or smashing a breakdown fist right in the demon's face, sending it tumbling on the ground and illuminating my immediate surroundings for a split second. It gave me a good view of the demon that dared to attack me out in the open. It was almost human in shape, but that's where the similarities ended. The demon, what else could it possibly be, sported a number of horns on its largish head. As far as I could figure, it was an insectoid. Judging from the compound eyes, pincer-shaped mouth, spindly arms and the dark brown carapace over its body. It screeched at me, most likely incapable of human speech. I think I'll call you Super Roach. I smirked at the demon, beckoning it forward. It happily obliged, spitting some kind of acid my way. I jumped out of the way as fast as I could, but some of the acid caught me on my right foot, causing me to stumble. The insectoid rushed me, hoping to kill me while it had me on the ropes. Its claws got mere centimeters from my face, but the insectoid was smashed in its side by a blur. The demon flew through the air, eventually hitting the ground harshly. I heard a few loud snaps shortly after, suggesting that the demon it definitely broke a limb or two. If those shrieks of pain were anything to go by, it got its breathing under control, before getting right back up, its limbs snapping into place with loud clicking noises. Thanks. I nodded to Clark, who was now standing in the demon's previous spot, eyeing the demon with a great deal of apprehension. I thought you said you didn't need help, Clark said, giving off a slight smirk. Nah, I had it on the ropes. I denied. You were face down on the ground, and it stood above you, ready to deliver the final blow. Clark said incredulously, I don't know what planet you're from, but on Earth, that's called losing. It's a basic tactic. I answered easily, showing him my lightly damaged leg. Make it think it has the advantage, before unleashing a can of whoop-ass onto it. And it was true. If Clark hadn't interfered, I would have had a lightning dragon's roar ready for the beast in question. Oh well, human. Reward for your death. Super Roach wheezed, showing a small grasp of the English language deep under the clicks and whistles. It waved its spindly arms at Clark. The very air around the man broke like glass, and a pack of hell prides emerged, surrounding him from all sides. What is this? He said in alarm, looking warily at the demons and taking a step back. Demons, don't get hit, and finish them off, I yelled out, before turning to the Super Roach. Reward from who? I asked, having a good idea of who it was that put a bounty on my head. Why tell human anything? Super Roach challenged, its pincers clicking agitatedly at all the talking. Human only need die for food. That's so. Yes. Zap you with my lightning, roast you good. I inwardly smirked. Lightning, Clark, you take care of those demons, and I'll get this guy. Do not interfere, no matter what. Clark tried to say, before ducking underneath the Hell Pride's scythe, using his heat vision to set it ablaze. A swift push, and it slammed into its brethren like a fiery comet. I've got it, he said, as another pack of Hell Prides appeared. I guessed Mundus didn't tell his underlings anything about their targets. It was a very poor business choice, all things considered. Give me your best shot, you weakling. I challenged, opening my arms wide. See the power gap between us. Super Roach glared at me with its compound eyes, before obliging me by throwing a few bolts of green lightning. It threw a few more weak attacks, which I didn't even bother to eat, hoping to wait it out until it tried to kill me with a powerful maneuver. I put up a false front of having trouble with the demon. Super Roach coated its hands with bright green electricity, moving to try and cut my limbs off. I met its strike with Balthazar's thick hide, the energized black scales easily blocking the strike. It tried another few, but I somehow blocked them with Arabus, feeling a strain on my left hand, which was still hurting from the fight with Clark. I faked a wince, and backed off, dropping Arabus with an exaggerated loud clatter and holding my injured, slightly damaged but fine, left hand tenderly. Weakling, you say? Super Roach taunted. Not so weak now. God, this thing had the speaking prowess of a toddler. It was almost enough to make me laugh, but that would have been extremely inappropriate, considering the circumstances. You are weak. I pretended to have trouble speaking. Why else would you target children and old men? Super Roach moved its pincers into a horrific-looking smile. You saw meals. Fun to make them do it to themselves, invade body and make them. Ha ha ha. It stopped laughing, and eyed me with a hungry gaze in its many eyes. Do same to you, it said, before its form flickered for a few times. A few seconds later, the area was bathed in green, as Super Roach completely transformed into lightning, zapping to me. I waited until it got close enough, before grinning and dropping the act. The green lightning slammed into my body, but I bodily grabbed it, easily redirecting to my mouth, down my throat, and into my stomach. Realizing it got caught, the demon attempted to escape, but it was to no avail. I just kept pulling more, and more of it, easily absorbing its power and claiming it as my own. Its escape attempts turned more and more frantic, as it realized that its existence was about to come to an end. The more it tried, the more energy it expended, the more I ate and pulled it in. It was a vicious cycle. You picked the wrong mage to attack, fool, I thought savagely, devouring the demon entirely. My body glowed with power, but I reined it in, somehow. I doubled over in pain, the newly integrated energy thrashing out against my body, tearing through it and healing it at the same time. Eating electricity had never caused a reaction like this. Remnants of the demon are in here, trying to take control. Balthazar whispered in my mind. I've injected my poison into it. It's dying as we speak. And my faithful viper was right. The pain lessened, and lessened, until all that remained was the simple pain associated with holding so much power in my body. Compared to earlier, it was nothing. I licked at my teeth in slight irritation, wondering how exactly Balthazar can inject poison into something by solely using his energy. I said, and spit out a large globule of saliva, before turning to Clark, who was staring at me in pure astonishment. You ate him. He looked queasy. Around him were several large piles of ash. Likely, he had decimated the waves of demons with his heat vision alone. Well, Super Roach turned himself into pure lightning, I said, before grabbing Arabus off of the dirt floor. Had the texture of half-cooked meat. Super Roach. Clark, smiling despite the disgust he was feeling. Wait, you can eat electricity? Yes, to both. I nodded. The Dragon Slayer of Lightning, Clark said, eyes widening, taking a seat on the dirt floor. As in, Laxus from Fairy Tale. Whoa, you read Fairy Tale? I blurted out, looking at the older man in a new light. Maybe you're not as dreadfully boring as I thought. Gee, thanks. Clark deadpanned. We shared a laugh, and I sat down, joining him. Tell me more, Clark requested after a few moments of silence. Why choose the element of lightning? Clark asked. I smiled. It sounded like the best choice. I said, looking forward. It was more readily available than water. Learning how to play around with the earth element would have gained some unneeded attention. The same goes for fire. What about the wind? Clark countered. I guess. I never really thought of harnessing the wind as a weapon. I said after a few moments. Lightning is fast, powerful, it can cut, paralyze, and even fry my opponents if applied hard enough. My eyes shined. I remember when I first watched Fairy Tale. I had avoided it for the longest time, literally judging the book by its cover. The name was very effeminate. Clark nodded knowingly. Then I saw it, and all the magic they used. It was marvelous. I continued. Laxus, especially. He was a bit demented, rough around the edges, awkward around his friends, and extremely powerful. It reminded me of myself. What do you mean? I looked at him for a long moment, before indulging him. I never had many friends, growing up. I said. My relatives were also quite terrible to me, in the early years. They knew what I was and they tried to stamp it out of me. That's changed, though. They're better, now. Then I found out about this whole new world, filled with people like me. A society comprised of wizards. I smiled in remembrance. Suddenly, I felt a little normal. I'm guessing it didn't last. Clark hedged. You'd be right, I said. The boy who lived, they call me. Lived from what? Clark asked. Apparently, when I was a child, I was struck with the killing curse, but it didn't do its job, instead turning on the man that did it, destroying his body. I explained. Killing curse. Clark said in alarm. Something like that exists. Yeah, unfortunately. The incantation is Avada Kedavra. If you hear someone say that, followed by a flash of green light, avoid it at all costs. I gave him a rough explanation of the spell. If it hits you, you die. Simple as that. But you didn't. Clark said. Die, that is. Nope. I guess that made me special, somehow. I replied. Personally, I think my mother invoked some ancient magic to protect me right before she was killed by the same curse. Even Voldemort had admitted as much in the graveyard. I'm sorry, Clark said sincerely, looking much like his adoptive father in that one moment. What about your? I shook my head. He died. Holding Voldemort, that's the evil wizard's name, back long enough for my mom to complete her preparations. I answered. Wow, Clark said. What about you? I turned my attention to him. What happened to your parents? He gave me a long, considering look. It was as if he wasn't sure he could trust me with the information. Come on, I urged. How bad could it be? I know you're definitely not human, but I know plenty of people who aren't fully human, too. Were they from another planet? Clark asked seriously. No, I answered, giving him a once-over. You are. Clark just nodded, and told me about his parents, who had sent him away from his home planet, Krypton. The reason? To save him from the destruction of the planet. That's incredible, I said, and smiled. You're not weirded out? Clark asked in surprise. Not really, I said honestly. Should I be? I guess not. Considering what you deal with on a regular basis. The Man of Steel, I could attest to that, answered, before looking down. Sadly, my friend, Pete, he never looked at me the same when I told him. Some people just can't handle it, I guess. I commented. Yeah, if the government ever found out, that would be something crazy. Clark said, finding the idea of such an event disturbing. I wouldn't be so sure. I retorted, tracing lines in the dirt. There have been rumors of something called the Stargate program. Stargate program, Clark repeated, intrigued. I began to explain, drawing on whatever I could remember off of those files I had found on 4chan. Supposedly, it is a circular gateway that can lead you to a number of different planets in the known universe. You just have to dial the correct address, and you simply step into it. I explained, rubbing my chin in thought. The files that were leaked were quite extensive. Plenty of mentions of a Colonel Jack O'Neill saving the world, but not saying exactly what he did. And what the crisis actually was. I've seen him on TV, a few times. Clark said, the name familiar to him. Chloe found it weird that he got a Medal of Honor, when all he did was do research in a mountain base. Really? Where's this base? I asked eagerly. Not sure, but I think it's at Cheyenne Mountain, in Colorado. Clark answered. You're telling me? I'm not saying anything. I cut him off. Think about this, for a moment. The files got leaked, right? Not 5 minutes after the occurrence, the site on which we received the files was taken down. That speaks for itself, wouldn't you agree? True. Chloe would have a field day if she had those files. Clark granted, and sighed. So, the government, the United States Air Force, at the very least is aware of extraterrestrial life. That's about the gist of it, I answered, looking up at the starry night sky. Strange, isn't it? This world is bigger than anything you or I could imagine. Clark mirrored my action, giving off an aura of peace despite the heavy subjects we had just discussed. Yeah, and it's only going to get bigger. You think we'll ever find our place in it? I asked, and received no answer for the longest time. I don't know, Clark said. eyes still glued to a certain spot in the sky. But in the meantime, we should simply try to help others when we can. Maybe form a guild like Fairy Tale. I blinked, and looked at him, a smile slowly forming on my face. A guild, huh, I said, before looking back to the sky. Not a bad idea, Kent. Not bad at all. My mind wandered as I lay in my new apartment's bed, the sun's rays filtering through the windows. I had only been here for a little more than a day, and I had already made both friends and enemies alike. Chased by Mundus fiends, being searched for by mad scientists from LuthorCorp. On the other hand, I made a reluctant ally out of Clark Kent, a headstrong to the point of blind stubbornness and incredibly powerful individual. Yesterday, I had the distinct pleasure of battling against him. To put it simply, the only reason I even won that fight was because he didn't expect my attacks to even faze him, let alone send him packing. If he did, then the battle would have been excessively prolonged. All he had to do was dodge every attack of mine, until I would pass out from exhaustion, hours later. But then again, I wondered what the summoning spell, Accio, could do to him. He had no special resistance to magic. It made sense that an instant effect spell like that could put him out of the fight. That was, if I could get a spell off by the time he took to get to me. As if any of that matters, anyway. I muttered to myself. Clark was an ally, now. Wanting to make a guild. Fairy Tale, I said slowly, before turning to lie on my right side. Lately, I had been wondering what exactly I wanted to do with my life. I couldn't see myself sitting my newts and becoming an orer, or anything of the sort. Free. Dee and George's idea of simply cashing in on a third of their profits was highly tempting. I was likely to take them up on it. But that was simply money I gained passively. Plus, at some point of time, I doubted that they would appreciate me leeching off of their hard work for all time, especially since the money I gave them was the equivalent of $7,000, basically good for a few months. Maybe a semester if they pushed it. Then again, I had over $1 million, simply by virtue of forcing Mundus back into the demon world. I didn't even know how much I had in my regular vault, back in London. But I had an idea that it was a sizable sum. I could live comfortably for the rest of my life, all things considered. I had lightly thought of opening my own devil hunting company with Sirius. When we had talked about that on the way to Teman Negru, he seemed intent on opening one for himself, to restore the black name to its former, devil hunting glory. The idea appealed to me, but so did Clark's. Opening a guild for myself. What would I have called it? I could have simply called it Fairy Tale. I doubted anyone would question a group named after a popular anime. We would likely have been brushed off as a bunch of amusing, nerdy screw-ups rather than the actual threat we truly were. But, who would join it? Better yet, who did I even want to invite? Names flew through my head, and images of people I've met flashed before my mind's eye. Names like Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Tristan, Sirius, Dumbledore, Dante and Clark. A gentle knock on the door interrupted my reverie. I rubbed at my eyes before getting off of the bed. The knocking persisted. Hold on. I put on my pants, foregoing the shirt entirely, and opened the door, revealing Chloe and Clark. Clark gave me a nod in greeting, while Chloe let her eyes roam over my form, fixating on my upper chest for a while, before finally greeting me with a blush. "What's up?" I smiled, and stood to the side to allow them entrance. "You have the information." The duo entered my apartment, looking around, before taking a seat on some nearby chairs. A few seconds passed. "Well," I asked, starting to feel a little impatient. "It's nothing concrete," Chloe blurted out, "but I checked with a few of my sources at FedEx, and they told me that there was a massive and expensive haul of LuthorCorp tech to an domed complex at the outskirts of Metropolis. Which means the complex is back in business," I stated, nodding hurriedly. The guard I interrogated said as much. "Anything else?" "Well, there are 2 abandoned complexes under LuthorCorp, at the edge of Metropolis," Chloe explained, biting her lip. "Problem is, they're on different sides of the city." "I see," I said in comprehension. "So this is a one-man gig. Clark takes one, and I take the other." "That's about it, yes." Clark spoke up for the first time since he got here. "You think you can handle it?" "Ha," I smirked. Strong words from the guy who was at my mercy. He scowled. Thanks for the concern, though. I smiled, before grabbing my shirt. It was getting quite smelly, but it was all I had, for now. Considering the circumstances, I was lucky to be free, at all. I snatched a few strengthening solutions, as well as pepper-up potion, for a power boost when I needed it, placing the potions in my enchanted pockets. It was a good thing I managed to keep these pants. There were a few tears, here and there, but the enchantments I had put into them before going on the Teman Negru field trip, if any students act out, feed them to Cerberus or Arabus. Held quite nicely, despite the grueling abuse they'd suffered. Are those, actual, real-life potions? Chloe said, staring at the substances with interest. I gave her a quick look, before fishing a small vial of strengthening solution out of my duffel bag and moving to her. On the way, I grabbed Arabus, and held the dark falchion in my left hand as I handed Chloe the vial. This is called a strengthening solution, I explained, listening to the sentient sword greet me. It will increase your strength fivefold for about 10 minutes. Wow, Chloe got a starry look in her eyes. 5 times your strength. I bet that would consume incredible amounts of energy. Wouldn't it destroy my body, that way? Your body was never made to handle that much pressure. Maybe not yours, I retorted, but mine can handle it. Quote, I gave her an appraising gaze and latched my energy onto hers. It was a strange sensation. I had clashed auras with different fighters, people, and even demons. Usually, with demons, it was a whole lot of decay, death, and evil, images so horrifying they would leave a man frozen from fear. As for other humans, Tristan felt like a wild animal. He barely kept a lid on his powers for the most of time. I briefly wondered who would win between us if we clashed again. Voldemort's presence was dominating, almost overpowering you if you let it. Considered by the wizarding community to be the pinnacle of power in the area of dark magic. On the other side of the fence stood Dumbledore. Strangely enough, his energy rarely had traces of the serenity he projected to the world around him. Perhaps it was a mask to hide his own weaknesses from others. From him, I usually felt the same overwhelming presence that Voldemort had. It was a strange thought. Chloe's energy, on the other hand, it was like silk in my hands. Completely peaceful, serene, even. I found myself not wanting that to ever go away. I handed her the vial. Take it, I said. No, I couldn't. She tried to hand it back. But I pushed it roughly back into her hands. Just shut up and take it, I retorted, a wry grin on my face. You might need it in the future. All right, she said, placing the vial in her purse. Thank you, Harry. Clark eyed us with a smile. No problem, I answered, the man's smile infectious enough to cause me to smile as well. So, these 2 complexes. Well, she said, the first one is in the southwest outskirts of Metropolis. Its exact address is, an hour later found me floating above the aforementioned, abandoned, complex. My air raid was a little loud, but thankfully, I was high enough that the sound was either completely unheard or misinterpreted as a light bulb or a generator not functioning quite right. The trip didn't take too long. After my conversation with both Chloe and Clark, I took the time to grab a quick meal and get ready for the festivities that were about to ensue. Then, 5 minutes after that, I was floating above the complex, staring at the guards positioned at several key spots. Whoever was working security was quite good, as the guards had several avenues of infiltration simultaneously covered. Judging from the they regularly spoke on their walkie-talkies, they also most likely checked in with each other. Good, but not infallible, Arabus whispered in amused contempt. They didn't have the roof covered. Then again, the Luthorcorp building was the biggest one in the area, easily dwarfing the small housing districts surrounding it. It made sense to simply not place anything on the top. To Muggles, it was impossible for anyone to enter through the building. For that same reason, they found it completely useless to look up. It made my arrival excessively easy. I landed on the roof with barely a sound. Courtesy of a silencio casted while on the way. I looked around for a way in. I could see a door nearby. I could go through that, but it would increase the chances of getting caught. I could find no vents on the rooftop. Oh, wait. They were on the side of the building. I couldn't risk entering through the vents. I would have had to break the hatch open, which would cause a considerable amount of noise even with silencio on it. If that didn't gather any attention, the light emanation from my use of air raid would easily do so. No, the door was the only way in. I calmly walked up to the door, and turned the handle. Before giving it a firm push. It didn't give. Locked. I muttered. Not a problem. There. I pulled out my wand. Alohomora. I incanted, and the lock clicked open, the door squeaking loudly as it opened probably for the first time in years. I was greeted with the scent of dust, and the silence of a supposedly empty complex. Though, if there were guards, it wasn't so empty, now was it. I entered through the threshold, and went down the stairs. I silently stopped by the first door, placing my ears against the wooden frame to listen in on any possible conversation. Complete silence. I stayed that way for another 30 seconds, before slightly opening the door, and peeking. The floor was completely empty, showing the remnants of old, broken desks and scorches on the walls. A few checks for 4 more floors down revealed the same thing. What had happened to this place? It looked like a platoon of warriors had rampaged through the area, setting fire and breaking. Anything they could get their hands on. When I reached the 5th floor, I finally heard people talking near the doorway. So, you know what happened? The first guy said. No, I've been busy doing my job. The other guy snidely replied. Dude, grow a nutsack. The first man insulted him, before continuing. Specimen T destroyed one of the nurse's brain completely. In 5 seconds flat. Seriously, I'm not kidding, dude. How? Apparently, according to the guy, she said something Specimen T didn't like, and Specimen T ended up destroying her brain from the inside, before throwing her to the side like garbage. They had to sedate her heavily after that. What happened to the nurse? Sent in for an autopsy, my guess would be. Who knows, though? The man sighed, probably scratching the back of his head in frustration. For all I know, the men could be having fun with her dead body. I heard the sound of sputtering liquid. Dude, the second man said. No, I don't even know why you even thought of that possibility. It only seemed reasonable to assume so. The first man replied. What makes you say that? Getting your power trip, the first man explained. It's addicting. It causes you to make some incredibly strange decisions when dealing with other people dead or alive. Honestly, the man continued, we're not like those others, man. The only reason I'm here is because it pays for my son's medical bills. Yeah, I know. The second one sighed. How is? I tuned out the rest of the speech, partly because I needed to concentrate, and partly because the guilt was starting to overwhelm me. Men and women with families, responsibilities, and a lot of stress. When I had woken up, I was in a state of panic, and made split-second decisions that killed people. Ho might have had sick children or worse. Now, I was calm, and cool. There was no impending doom hanging over my head. I could think logically, and morally. Was that the sort of person I wanted to become? It was a bit annoying to admit. But Clark was right, not that I'd ever say so in his face. I could easily pretend like the enemy is all things evil and lay waste to them wholesale, but something about that simply didn't sit right with me. I pocketed my wand, and rubbed at my eyes. I took a deep breath, silenced Arabus' murderous whispers with a thought, and burst into the hallway, throwing lightning bolts at the 2 guards. Immobilizing them before they could tear me to shreds with their guns. Can't move. One of them slowly got back to his feet, but I was already on him like a moth to a flame. I grabbed the assault rifle he was carrying, an M4 carbine, if memory served correctly, and violently ripped it from his grasp, hearing the sound of his shoulder dislocating, followed by a loud, agonized shout. I may not have been willing to kill him any longer, but some punishment had to be given, right? Fuck. The guy swore violently as I pointed the rifle in his face. He froze at the sight of the weapon. Who are you? I'm asking the questions, I retorted, before pointing the rifle at the unconscious man next to him. Tell me where the kids being experimented on are. You're not getting anything, fro. He tried to say, but I slammed the butt of the rifle hard onto his right knee, sending him sprawling back onto the harsh concrete floor. Let's start back from the top, shall we? I continued, heedless of his pained whimpers. If you answer my questions, maybe your kid will get to see you. The man froze at the mention of his child, before looking up at me with rage. If you ever go after my son, spare me the threats, I snarled, kicking him in the ribs. "You've got as much of an intimidating presence as a piece of chewed-up gum." I knelt down, and raised his head to look him in the eyes. "So, tell me what I need to know," I said softly, lightly waving Arabus. The man's eyes were glued to the powerful, black falchion. "Or I'll kill you, and then your family." Of course, I wasn't really going to do anything of the sort, but he didn't know that, now did he? If this was a normal situation, the guard would have realized that I had no idea what his name was, or what his kid's name was, either. But, in the heat of the moment, people tended to forget certain crucial details. "Okay, I'll tell you everything." The man caved in, suppressing frightened sobs. "The labs are accessed by an elevator in the middle of the second floor." "The second floor," I repeated for confirmation. The man nodded, whimpering a la Wormtail. "Yes, they use a different elevator from the regular one. Probably to avoid detection." I nodded. It sounded like a good strategy. "There's something you're leaving out," I pointed out, grabbing him by the hair and pulling roughly. "Talk." "In my right pants pea pocket," he said. "There's a key card which you need in order to go down." "I see," I said pleasantly, fishing into the aforementioned pocket. I felt the cool, sleek feel of plastic, and pulled out a simple-looking white card, with black bars on one side, a series of numbers displayed underneath. I pulled out my wand and leveled it at his form. Stupefy. A jet of red light pulsed from my wand, knocking the man unconscious. I repeated the same process on the other man, as a precautionary measure. Judging from the way his muscles went completely slack, I assumed he was awake, and biding his time. I pocketed my wand, and the new key card, before getting back onto the staircase. I went straight to the second floor, unlocking the door with a quick alohomora. I found myself in a series of long, quiet hallways with barely any form of illumination. Small amounts filtered through the black-tinted windows, giving the area an almost frightening atmosphere. I silently moved through the halls, heart beating at a mile a minute. I waved my wand at some security cameras at certain points, making sure to make it look like they were simply disabled on their own. I stopped suddenly, and backed up a tad, before beginning to listen in. I thought I heard something, as I was turning the corner. A full minute passed with no interruptions to the overwhelming silence. I let out a slow, silent breath. Had I been imagining things? Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. True enough, I turned the corner again, and nothing happened. I reached a dead end. Shit, I swore under my breath, and began to look around once more. A few minutes passed, in which I doubled back, retraced my steps, tried different paths. It all kept putting me back at that dead end. I observed the wall a bit more closely. It was like the spot I stood in shouldn't have been a dead end. Judging from the halfway covered tiles on the floor beneath me, there must have been a wall placed, simply to make people believe that the hallway ended here. Maybe I should have kept that guard awake longer, still. So, how to get past this obstacle? I could simply overcharge a breakdown fist and tear the wall apart. But that would be like showing up to someone's doorstep with fireworks signaling my coming a day before. And besides, there had to be a way to get past this wall without breaking it. Economically, it would be a stupid decision to break the wall every time someone needed to get to the labs. I felt around the wall, every crevice, every crack, until I hit a button. The sound of machines whirring to life was heard, as the wall split into two parts, each receding into the walls on either side. Ahead of me, I saw an elevator door, with a card swiper sitting next to it. I fished out the key card I took from the guard, and swiped it in the machine. A series of gentle beeps were heard, and the card swiper gave off a green light, indicating that no errors occurred in my infiltration. I stood off to the side of the elevator door, readying up a salvo of lightning bolts, just in case I was about to fight an entire army of soldiers. I heard the elevator's bell chime, and the steel door opened slowly, revealing nothing at all. I sighed in relief, before going into the elevator. There were only two buttons, 2, and lab. I pressed lab, and the doors closed. I felt the telltale dizziness that always came with a high-speed elevator ride, before the elevator stopped. I stood to the side, hearing the door open to the new section. I stayed that way for a few seconds, before mustering up the nerve to peek. There was a small, circular table that functioned as the reception area. Behind it, was a long hall, with doors lined up on each side. But something was wrong. The reception was empty. I felt the beginnings of panic seize control, but I beat it back down into submission, and took a long and deep breath. There was no way any one of them knew I was here. I came in from the roof, an unguarded spot. I made sure to use the stairways, those didn't have many cameras. On the second floor, I made sure to neutralize every piece of surveillance they had with my magic. So, either something bad happened, or they had some kind of seer. I opened my mouth to draw in some air, but froze as a hint of a certain something hit the enhanced taste buds of my tongues. It was blood. I was smelling someone's or something's blood. Gonna go with, something bad happened, I thought to myself, tightly gripping onto Arabus, and moving further in the hall behind the reception. From the end, I heard the agonized moans of a group of men. I quickened my step, passing by rooms with the same children I had seen under the Metropolis General Hospital. I made it to the end of the hall, and listened in. "Please, stop," one man begged, before a cracking sound, followed by a loud thud, was heard. Judging from the shocked gasp coming from the others, I surmised that the man was dead. "We didn't mean to. Please, you don't have to take your medicine, I swear." A few more seconds of their ceaseless whimpering continued. "You want to know what I think?" I heard a female voice say. It was a playful voice, seemingly innocent. "I think you don't need your fingernails." "No please ah." I heard a loud ripping sound, as the two remaining men almost blew my eardrum apart with the incredible noise they were making with their voice boxes. Their yells slowly dwindled down into agonized whimpers, and the female specimen T laughed joyously. "You can come out, you know." I felt an invisible hand on my shoulder as the woman spoke. I froze. That touch came completely unexpected. Did I even stand a chance against something like that? What were even her powers? I doubt she tore off the men's nails without having some kind of power that involves direct manipulation of matter. But what kind of manipulation, and what kind of matter? I figured, she was most likely some sort of telekinetic, or something. "I'm waiting," the woman said pleasantly, the touch of her invisible hand disappearing suddenly. "Please come in." I entered the room. There was blood everywhere. The floor, the walls, the ceiling. I quickly glanced around the room, getting a feel for the place. The only exit was right behind me. A black-haired woman with green eyes, dressed in a hospital gown, stood over the bowed bodies of several guards. By the right wall, I could see several clumps of metal simply laying there. She smiled at me, an insane expression in her eyes as I felt sudden pressure pervade throughout my body. I felt something pushing me down, but I resisted. Lightning answered to my call, bathing the room in a bright, blue light. The lightning overpowered whatever pressure this specimen T had on me. And I brandished Arabus at her. She answered by hurling the clumps of metal that used to be guns at me. The projectiles flew towards me with great speed, but I managed to dodge every single one. My lightning increasing my sensory input, as well as my speed and agility. As I landed, the ground beneath me cracked. I stumbled right into the path of one of the projectiles. I met the attack head-on with my scaled arm, shattering the metal with ease. Specimen T extended her hand at me, frowning in concentration. I took a step back, and took a steadying breath only to realize that I was no longer breathing any air. I began to choke. She could control the air particles. The ground, the metal. I dropped to my knees. She merely watched me struggle in vain against her power. Was this how I was going to die? No, I didn't come this far to simply die. But what could I do? I needed to take a breath for Lightning Dragon's roar. I wasn't sure what Arabus' darkness element could do to her either. Wait. I grinned, despite the incredible pain that the oxygen deprivation was giving me. Any more of this, and it was entirely possible I could suffer brain damage. I got back up, and raised my hands up high. She merely stared on, curiously. I collected my power, and directed it into my hands, and outwards. The lightning exited my palms, forming a vicious-looking halberd. Lightning Dragon's heavenward halberd. I gripped the weapon, before launching it as hard as I could at the wide-eyed black-haired woman. The halberd flew at her with great speed, and hit a strange barrier around her. I heard a loud crack as the lightning halberd shattered her shielding, causing her to lose her concentration. Air started to rush into my lungs, immediately easing my intense pain into a more manageable level. I coughed a few times, my lungs feeling quite strained from the action. "You're different from the others." She smiled. "Are you their special reinforcement?" "I suppose it is of no consequence." She continued before I could even get a word in. "Here to save me, or imprison me, it doesn't matter. I will kill you all." The entire room vibrated from the force of her manipulations. Telekinesis. Was that kind of power even beatable? The room shook, and I shook along with it. Was it from excitement, or was it from fear? I couldn't tell. Probably both. All I knew was that I had to figure out how to get out of this situation. What did I do to deserve to be killed? I questioned her intently. Specimen T tilted her head curiously at me, as if she had not expected me to talk back to her. "Your words are without fear." "No." She bit her lip slightly, and gazed at me. "There is much fear, but it does not overcome you." "Why?" She had completely ignored what I was saying. I huffed in irritation. "Look, I'm here to save all the people being experimented on." I started to explain, trying to change the subject. "Why?" She asked simply. "What the hell do you mean, why?" I sputtered out heatedly. "What these people are doing is wrong. It has to stop." "Indeed it is, and indeed it does." Specimen T replied jovially, spearing through the men laying prone on the floor with her projectiles. Their blood adding to the already abundant gore around us. "But that's not why you're here, now is it?" "What?" I said, the display frightening me slightly. What could I possibly be here for? Revenge. I opened my mouth to retort, but couldn't find the words to say. "You see," she said, waving her hand at the room. The gore and blood around us vanished, leaving us in a pristine room. "How? These people wronged you?" "No, and you're simply here for revenge." She giggled into her hand. She was right. What they did to me had driven me into a rage the likes of which I had never experienced before. I felt vulnerable, afraid, and weak. They had violated me, and I wanted to kill them for it. But she was also wrong. "I wouldn't say I'm simply here for revenge," I said, after a few moments of thought. I lifted my head and looked into her eyes. "It is true, I want to kill the bastards that experimented on me," I said slowly, feeling her gaze pierce me. "But I saw those people in their beds, lying there, being cruelly tortured in the name of science, not having a single moment of peace, even in their dreams." Specimen T didn't say anything. I held out my hand, and her eyes went wide. "Come with me," I said. "We can all get out of here." She stared, and stared some more. Then she laughed. It was different from the joyful laughter I had heard before. It reflected her innermost character, one who has seen far too much and forced to see the humor in things which possessed not. I took an uneasy step back. The laughter abruptly stopped. "Get out of here," she said, staring at me with blank eyes. "And fix me. You are too late. Far, far too late." The room shook harder as she floated off of the ground, now eyeing me with both anger and sorrow. Chunks of the wall were torn off and began circling her body. She made a few motions with her hands as if she was sculpting the concrete chunks. The material began to break up, forming some jagged-looking weapons that were pointed straight at me. I began to channel lightning to my nerves in preparation for whatever she had in mind. Power. That was what I had to face against, right now. Power had beautiful, creamy skin, and amazing green eyes. Power also had the mental capacity of an abused lunatic. Was it even correct to fight her? Could I even win? It didn't matter. She seemed intent on putting me down, so I had to put her down first. Hopefully, I wouldn't kill her in the process. Or she, me. "What is your name?" I asked, before she could start. "What concern is it of yours?" She lifted a delicate eyebrow. "I would like to know it." "I am called Specimen T," she said in a monotone. "TCH. I scoffed, frowning and showing her my scaled arm. "And they named me Specimen S, as in scales. What's your real name?" She glared at me. Enough talk. The weapons sailed to me with incredible speed, even with my nerves supercharged by the power coursing through me. I jumped, forcing my body to contort in a way that allowed me to avoid the onslaught of random weapons. "Not bad," she commented with a smile, before waving her hand again. The projectiles flew back at me with a furious spin. I responded by imid. idly surrounding myself with lightning blades. The electric swords appeared in time to swat the projectiles away. Specimen T simply humphed, before sending the projectiles back at me, once more. Read to cut through them with my lightning blades. But the concrete weapons shined purple as the swords slashed into them, dealing very little damage, and forcing me to dodge. One of them smashed against my scaled arm, shattering on impact against the powerful leathery scales. But pain still managed to shoot up throughout my arm. Balthazar was screaming bloody murder in my head, while I was trying hard to concentrate on the fight. I guessed my arm wasn't as infallible as I had hoped it would be. In previous fights, it had been an incredibly amazing asset, so I had the mistaken belief that nothing could cut it, or harm it. Nothing could crush it, destroy it, or even give it any pressure. Here I was, though, pain shooting through my armored limb randomly, breaking whatever measure of concentration I attempted to achieve. Strengthening her weapons, was she, too, could play at that game. I channeled lightning into Arabus. Black and blue power oozed from the dark falchion, before settling in on the cutting edge of the sword. I tightened my grip on the blade and swung it horizontally, cleaving through her constructs with ease. Judging by the crazy lady's raised eyebrow, she did not expect me to successfully counterattack in such a manner. I dashed at her, preparing to stab the sword into Specimen T's midsection, but the ground beneath me cracked again. I lost my footing for a few seconds, right as I felt a sudden weight fling me into the wall to my left. I recovered just in time to see the projectile headed straight for my brain at ridiculous speeds. I dropped to all fours, narrowly avoiding my head getting skewered, before taking a deep breath, charging my lungs with lightning. Lightning dragon's roar, I bellowed out. A wide beam of bluish-white, destructive electricity exited my mouth, engulfing the entire room in bright light. The energy easily overtook whatever projectiles were still spinning around in the air, before smashing against Specimen T's psionic shield. I kept the attack going for a few seconds, before relenting, a bit out of breath after having unleashed such a powerful attack. The devastation before me was quite substantial. My roar had dug a wide, 5-foot-deep trench in the floor, stopping around where Specimen T currently stood. Electrical burns ran up the length of her arms, and she was breathing quite heavily. I crinkled my nose at the scent of burning human flesh, and swallowed down the bile that was threatening to rise up my esophagus. Perhaps her telekinesis was not as absolute as I had thought it would be. Then again, it was like my dealing with Clark. According to him, the only things that had actually beaten him were my magic spells, and the green meteor rocks that come from his home world. And since she was affected by those rocks, it stood to reason that her telekinesis couldn't stop my magic. In essence, her powers weren't as effective on me and other wizards. Regular humans, on the other hand. She spat out, looking at her hands in a mixture of fear, pain and shock. You actually hurt me. I took a wordless step forward. Her eyes widened, and she took a fearful step back, falling on her bottom. She stared at me, her body shaking. You were trying to kill me. I shouted at her, starting to feel a little guilty as well as angry at the sight of her looking helpless. Should I have just died, instead? She was about to say something or maybe even cry, before the sound of metal hitting the ground reached my ears. We both turned to my left. It was a metal cylinder, which had already begun to eject a foul-tasting gas. Was it anesthetic, tear gas, or simple smoke? I pulled out my wand and snapped it towards the smoke in a whip-like fashion. Ventus. Quote. The wind answered my call, sending the fumes outside of the chamber we stood in. Right back to whoever sent it. We've got company, T. I said, turning to Specimen T. Truce. The green-eyed woman eyed me with a fair bit of suspicion, before turning to the source of the smoke bomb as well. She gazed into the dark doorway. There are 8 men with guns just outside. Rifles, to be precise. I raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? I can sense their brains. Sense their brains, I repeated dumbly. Okay. Then, T. Let's show them who's boss before we start beating the crap out of each other again. Anne. My name is Anne, she repeated as the sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Anne, I said, rolling the name in my mouth. I wasn't sure whether or not I could trust this lady. She was volatile, easily angered. and switched moods at the drop of a hat. 1 second, she was completely pleasant, the next, she would have a murderous look on her face. Granted, that could simply be because of the treatment she knew. Saint have endured here at the hands of these scientists. I only had a few hours of consciousness in which they put that stuff in my body, as well as taken one of Balthazar's scales. How long had she been in here? Weeks, months, years. Just thinking about it drove shivers up my spine. Maybe I couldn't trust her completely, but one thing was for sure. I could trust in the fact that she wanted to leave this god-forsaken place. Just stay there, Anne. I smiled at her, before heading to the doorway. I'll take care of them and get you all out of here. I promise. I didn't see the way her body seized up at my words. But I did hear her sharp intake of breath. I felt Arabus vibrate in my left hand, and pointed the sword at the doorway. Don't kill them. Dark stream. I snarled. Arabus made a sound of displeasure, but acquiesced. The darkness that came out of my falchion was less wild, less violent than I was used to. It flooded into the doorway, and the halls behind it. The attack quickly snuffed out their yells of shock and fright. With a sigh, I ended the onslaught, before placing Arabus on my shoulder. I really wanted to kill one of them. Arabus whined pitifully. Maybe some other time, I said. Before turning to the still shaking specimen Anne, I corrected myself. She was watching me wordlessly. This continued for a few seconds, until I started to get uncomfortable. I thrust my hand out to her, and smiled. Anne. That seemed to make her jump. Are you ready to go? She looked at me for the longest moment, as if she didn't truly understand what exactly was happening. I frowned inwardly, and waited. Eventually, she grabbed hold of my hand, and I pulled her back up on her feet. We made it about 5 feet outside of her own room, before I heard a loud whoosh, and saw Clark blur into my vision. I lightly squeezed Anne's hand, so as to let her know it was safe. A bit late to the party, aren't you? I smirked. I came as soon as I could. The other place was filled with kryptonite, but there were no prisoners there. Clark said. He looked a little pained. I gave him a nod to say that we would talk about it later. He nodded back. I turned to Anne. Can you free the others? I think so, she answered, before waving her hand at the dozen doors in the hallway. Each one broke in on itself, and the debris was set aside. See if you can wake them up, Anne. I said curtly. Clark and I will do the same. We've got to do this before they send more guards here. We gave each other nods, and went inside of the rooms. I moved straight to the bed in which one of the prisoners was being kept. It was a girl of maybe 13 years old, with bright brown hair. She might have looked quite good, had I met her at her best. Instead, I was forced to look at her frightening, thin appearance in a hospital gown that barely covered anything. My throat constricted slightly, but I attempted to wake her up. I nudged her. She didn't respond. I gave her a light slap to the face. Her breathing didn't waver in the slightest. I pulled out my wand. Renervate. Her body spasmed for a moment, before she relaxed. Nothing was working. It was a repeat of what had happened underneath that hospital. I heard the dripping sound of her IV, and turned to look at the bag. Wait, this isn't just an IV. I scrutinized the bag for a moment, before my eyes widened. This is some sort of sedative. I immediately pulled out the needle which fed the liquid into the girl's bloodstream. Guys, I yelled out, take out their IVs. It's filled with some kind of sedative. I know, Clark answered back. Thank you. Anne's voice called out shortly afterwards. It was a little strange, how she was helping us now. I waited a few seconds, before recasting Renervate on the little girl. This time, her eyes opened up, and she sat up, looking dizzy. Where? Her voice was rough, as though from disuse. She cleared her throat. Where? Oh God, I'm still. I gave her a quick pat on the head. You're okay, kid. I'm getting you all out of here. You're safe now. The little girl looked at me with wide eyes. I saw the panic, the fear. I saw the pain and anguish. It made me angry, not at her, but at her captors. What's the last date you remember, kid? Date, she repeated, not understanding. As in, the calendar. Which is the last date you can recall? I continued with my questions. She rubbed at her head, as if in pain. Maybe September. What year? I pressed on. I think. 2014. She answered, starting to understand. How long? It's May 2015 right now, I said tonelessly, helping the girl up and out of the room. There were a few similar prisoners rounded up by Clark and Anne outside. Could you wait here? I led her to the group of frightened children and adults alike. We're almost done waking up the rest. All right, mister. The little girl said, before joining her fellow victims. She looked terrified. For the next 10 minutes, Clark, Anne and I went in each room, waking the prisoners up and helping them join their group. After rounding up the final prisoner, I stood in front of the large group. Listen up, I said. I don't really know when the guards will get back here, so we have to go, and we have to go quickly. I took a breath. I understand that most of you have been in long comas, so your physical prowess will have most likely gone to hell. I saw a few grimaces and nods, and continued. So I want you to know that I'm not leaving any of you behind. I said with a smile. It seemed to put some spirit back into everyone. We're all going to make it out alive, you hear me? Yeah, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and saw a smiling Clark. I turned to my left, and saw Anne, also looking somewhat thrilled. So, what's the plan? Clark asked, and Anne leaned forward. It's pretty simple, I smiled. Take it from an RPG standpoint. Our enemies have guns, bombs, and the like. Right, Clark said. Well, you're basically bulletproof, right? I continued. You're saying I should be at the front of the group, taking all the damage. Clark concluded. I gave a nod. Not only that, but you've got incredible speed. So you can also act as a scout for us. Don't forget, your main priority is defense. Got it? Yeah, Clark nodded back. I can do that. And what about me? You, well, I gave Anne a look, lightly rubbing at my scaled arm. You can control air particles, and you've got a shield which took me forever to break through. Even when I actually did, you barely received any damage. Your job, I said, before she could answer, will be a mixture of defense and attack. In what way? Anne asked. Well, you can shield against the grenades that the enemies might throw. You can get rid of the SMO/K particles that their smoke bombs emit. You could even choke our enemies to death, if you wanted to. I explained, and added after Clark's look. But try not to kill anyone, okay? Why shouldn't we? One of the prisoners said. After what they did, I heard a murmur of agreement from the crowd, and palmed my face. Look, kill them if you need to, but don't take more time than is absolutely necessary. They were still frowning. I mean, you want to waste an extra 5 seconds finishing a downed guy off and take a bullet to the chest because you were more focused on revenge than on staying alive. I snarled. Be my guest, but if you do that, I'll let you die. I thought you were here to save us. One of them said valiantly. We can't save those who are suicidal. I bit back instantly. It seemed to kill whatever anger the group had managed to muster up. What you can do, however, is help us out during the next fights. I continued. If you've been in these labs, that means you're so-called meteor freaks. Am I right? Quote. Some of them winced at the name, but most nodded in confirmation. If any of you have defensive abilities, use them to supplement Anne's shielding. I can do that, a middle-aged man said, looking a little nervous. A few more also offered their help in supporting attack and defense. They probably wouldn't contribute much, but something was better than nothing, right? Clark shifted nervously. I can hear them. The guards, he clarified at my glance. Where? I instantly turned to the man. He was looking up, through the ground. His eyes widened. They're setting up explosive charges. Clark yelled out. They want to blow the whole place up. To the elevator, I bellowed, beginning to usher all the prisoners to the elevator. It opened up, and everyone rushed into the elevator. I hurriedly pushed. 2. Warning. Weight limit exceeded. I heard a female robotic voice say. Proceed. I pushed. 2. Again. Acknowledged. The voice said once more, and the elevator whirred into motion. Albeit very slowly, Anne tisked, before raising her hands. The elevator picked up speed, easily reaching the second floor in a fraction of the time it should have taken on an empty elevator. Let alone one beyond its limits. The doors opened, and Clark rushed out, going all over the place in a matter of seconds, before stopping right in front of us. So, What's the situation? I asked. There are a dozen of them that were still setting up the charges to blow up the complex. Clark said, looking angered. I knocked them all out, but the charges are still going to blow. I didn't know how to defuse them. And the rest, I continued, over there. Anne pointed to our left. How'd you? Clark started to say. I can sense their brains. She replied. You can sense their brains. Didn't this sound familiar? Echo. I said. Echo. Echo. Damn it. Why do you guys get to echo and I don't? The two gave me a look of mild irritation, before focusing onto their current task. We moved in the direction of the guards. Clark was at the front. Anne was right behind him, with a psionic shield over the entire group of prisoners. I stood at the back of the group, offering support in the form of lightning bolts for when they were needed. They're just up ahead, I heard Clark call out. True enough, the men were already there, waiting for us, their guns loaded for bear. All right, I took a deep breath. Thumbs up, let's do this. The group looked at me oddly, before shaking their heads and rushing at the group of guards. The guards gave us amused glances, before firing away. The bullets smashed into Clark at 3 times the speed of sound, but he simply powered through the hail of projectiles with extreme ease. The bullets that made it past the man bow unced off the psionic shield that Anne had erected for the group. I had to dodge an errant bullet or two. Luckily, the bullets that made it past Clark and Anne were slow enough that I could dodge them with no trouble. I ducked below an errant bullet, sending lightning bolts into the rear guard, effectively disabling any support they could muster for their troops. Clark, true to form, tore through the front guards like they were made of cardboard, sending them flying into the walls. Anne grabbed a few of them, instantly snapping their knees, eliciting anguished screams. Clark gave her a look. Well, I'm not killing them. Anne smiled pleasantly, before telekinetically breaking another guard's fingers, not breaking her stride in the least. Clark sighed in displeasure, before tearing through the guards once more. I felt the barrel of a gun lightly touch the back of my head. I've got you no awe. The man threatening me suddenly yelled out, and I felt a powerful heat behind me. I turned sharply as the man's shouts died out, and his body turned into a crisp. I checked with the group that Anne was protecting, and saw that 13-year-old girl, with her hand extended to that guard. She looked mortified. I smiled grimly at her, before going back into action. A few more minutes of dodging bullets, taking out guards, and generally stressful times, we finally reached the outside. In time to face the barrels of not 1, not 2, but 3 tanks, with several platoons of soldiers around them, and more on the way. There was no warning. If the previous environment was loud with gunfire, then this new one was simply deafening with the shock waves that the tank cannons caused each time they fired. I charged my cells with even more lightning, hoping to dodge the attacks, but it was like trying to avoid the inevitable. I winced as the hot metal of a bullet pierced through my flesh, but kept shooting out lightning bolts, easily taking out another dozen soldiers. I heard a loud explosion, and dropped to the floor, narrowly avoiding a tank shell. As I was getting back up, the shell violently exploded. I felt the vibrations rattle my body, and I was flung forward at least 10 meters. Smashing into Anne's psionic shield, which had easily held under the fire they had received. Disoriented, I tried to regain my focus by observing my surroundings. Next to Anne, a few of her fell. Our prisoners were helping as best as they could. A bald kid that looked like he was my age slammed his hand into the ground. In the distance, a large spike made of earth erupted, spearing through several soldiers. The enemies responded by throwing grenades at our group, but the middle-aged man that had spoken up before waved his hands. The grenades blasted back at the soldiers with a powerful wind. The explosions tore through the platoons, effectively causing mayhem in their ranks. But I felt it wasn't going to be enough. The bullets and tank shells couldn't penetrate Anne's shielding, but, by that same token, she was too busy keeping up the shield to be able to aid us in the counterattack. And, judging by the way she was trembling, it was likely that she was going to run out of juice soon. The amount of energy she was expending just to maintain a shield of that nature must have been stupendous. Not to mention, she was likely still weakened from months upon months of experimentation. Constant anesthetics being used on her to keep her docile, etc. Clark, I said, and the man was beside me in an instant, helping me back up. We can't hold out much longer. Look, he followed my line of sight. Seeing the struggling and breathing hard, Clark swore violently, something that caught me completely off guard. I'll disable the tanks. You take down as many men as you can, Clark ordered. I responded by fishing a small vial of pepper-up potion, and downing it in a quick motion. I grimaced at the taste, feeling my energy levels increase once more. All right, I'll try, I answered, before crouching and jumping as high as I could. The soldiers were mesmerized by the feat, so much that they stopped to stare for a split second. At the same time, I saw Clark blurring past the tanks, turning their barrels into scrap metal, effectively disabling the war machines. I raised Arabus into the air and charged the dark blade with electricity. Let's see them get back up from this. Lightning dark stream. I slashed down, unleashing a bluish-black wave of dark lightning that blotted out the sun. The soldiers yelled in horror as the attack washed into them with force, paralyzing them while feeding on their life energy. I began to fall back down. I controlled my descent with precise, powerful bursts of electricity so I wouldn't break my bones on impact with the concrete. I landed easily, the sound of chirping electricity ringing in my ears. I surveyed the group of soldiers ahead of us. Every single one of them was down for the count. My lightning-enhanced dark stream had made them all go unconscious. Clark blurred right next to me. I think that's all of them, I said, before taking a breath and turning to Anne. You can relax now, Anne. I heard a tired, female grunt, and the sound of glass breaking. As Anne's psionic shield shattered, she took a few steps forward, before losing her balance and falling on her butt in the process. She must have been running on fumes this whole time. They're all alive, just unconscious, Clark said, gazing at the guards in wonderment. He looked back at me. I thought that I killed them. I finished his thought, and he winced. I tried to smile, but it probably came out wrong. My arm hurt, and whoa, I was shot in the leg. No wonder it hurt like a bitch. Maybe killing isn't the answer, I admitted, taking a seat, and bringing out my wand. It's not so black and white to me, anymore. Before, I could simply shut off my mind, and do what needed to be done. But I'm different now, having gone toe-to-toe with the demon emperor, Mundus. It gave me a little perspective. Even the worst humans could not compare to the sheer malevolence that exuded from that particular devil. Lilith couldn't compare, either. That mysterious recence that rerouted our apparition attempt to Proto didn't compare, either. Not even Voldemort was that evil. What gave me the right to play the judge, jury, and executioner? I shook my head. It was the time for philosophical pondering and pointed my wand at my thigh. Accio bullet in my leg. I felt a horrible tearing sensation as the bullet exited through my wound, further exacerbating He wound, but at least there were no longer any foreign substances in my body. You okay, Balthazar? I hissed out quietly, as I tore a part of my shirt, cast Scourgify on it, and cleaned the wound as best as I could. All live, Balthazar replied. Honestly, that crazy lady's attack hurt more than the bullets. Tell me about it. I tried to stand up, but found that the pain in my thigh was too great to overcome. It would be a simple matter for me to turn off my pain receptors using my lightning. That's how I was able to overcome a spell like the Cruciatus, after all, but that generally was never a good idea when you had open wounds. So I grit my teeth through the pain, and tried to get up again, only to fall back down on the ground. I felt strong arms prop me up. I weakly turned my head to see Clark slinging my right arm over his shoulder. Hey, the man of steel laughed softly. Guild mates have to look after each other, right? I took a moment to absorb that comment, and smiled gratefully as he led me to the others. Yeah, they do. I still don't understand why, Clark protested for the 5th time, staring at me incredulously. Clark and I were currently sitting in my apartment above the Talon. Well, more like, I was sitting in bed, while Clark looked at me worriedly as he paced around my apartment. My wounds were still bleeding freely, but with an abundance of blood-replenishing potion. I had easily bought myself plenty of time to get myself healed up. Look, I said, slowly disinfecting each cut, before grabbing a jar of Murtlap essence. Just get me what I asked for. Elect. RI City seems to heal me much more effectively than the general mundane methods, outside of magical remedies, and even then, my method seems to have more advantages. I gingerly began to smear the myrtlap essence over my multiple wounds, hoping I wouldn't trigger a major pain response as I did so. Nope, it hurt like hell even if I was being as gentle as silk. Once I was done, I waved my wand at the duffel bag. 5 Franklin's $100, if you didn't understand the US lingo like I did, floated out of the bag, settling in front of Clark's face. Use this to buy what I asked for, I said, watching him grasp the bills. Keep the rest. What? Clark sputtered out. No, I can't take your money, Harry. Sure you can, I answered easily, wincing a bit as I leaned back on my bed. You did this for me, so consider it like you would fairy tales job requests. This is simple payment for services rendered. But, Clark made a final, weak attempt. Stop making me waste any more effort, I said with a tone of finality. Please. Clark opened his mouth, and closed it before speeding out of the room. Thank God, I sighed in tiredness, trying as best as I can to close up my wounds. I applied pressure to my thigh, in order to keep the blood loss to a minimum. I mean, I had enough blood replenishing potion to last a while, but was it really wise to try my luck like that? After several minutes of heaving, grunting, pressing down on my thigh, and general sensations of intense pain, I was greeted by the feel of whooshing wind. I turned to see that Clark was standing there, holding a large sack in his hands. He placed the sack on the bedside with a soft thud, and pulled out a black, rectangular-shaped box which read, Duralast, in red, bold letters. He followed up by pulling out a pair of wires. Sweet. Thanks, Clark. I smiled and winced in pain right after, the effort to move feeling positively monumental. Could you hook the wires up to it? I can't seem to get my limbs to move right. I hated asking for help like this, but I had no choice in the matter. Right, sure, I'll do it. Clark nodded and fiddled with the wires, hooking them up to the battery, and handing the other ends to me. With a quick word of thanks, I gratefully grabbed hold of the wires and made to bite. So how exactly does this whoa? Clark was saying and stopped as I bit on the copper ends. I tasted the tangy copper as the electric current exited the battery with a strong vibrancy. I ate it up hungrily, forcing the energy into my stomach, giving my body some much-needed fuel. I slowly felt my excruciating pain lessening to a more manageable throb which was still painful, by the way, as the electric energy sped up my metabolism exponentially, and thus my self-regeneration. I stopped to take a deep breath. Before absorbing more of the battery's energy, I glanced at Clark, who was staring at my slowly closing wounds in wonderment. He watched in amazement as the flesh knitted itself right back together. I continued in this fashion for the next minute, before the flow of power cut off. Dismayed, I took the wire out of my mouth. Empty, I said slowly, checking myself for injuries. Good. It seemed that many of my injuries were gone. I gave my thigh a critical look. The bullet hole was gone, but the skin was bright red. It was likely still healing. I chanced a poke, and took in a sharp, surprised breath at the stinging pain. The pain was worth it, though, because I now knew that there was actual substance beyond the skin. I wondered how painful it would have been to have the whole eye and my thigh remain even after having fully recovered. Are you okay? Clark asked, still looking quite worried. Why yeah, I answered, taking a deep breath and making to stand. My thigh still hurt quite a bit, but I managed to stand up. Regardless, looks like I've healed a little. That's amazing, Clark said, circling me as best as he could and giving me a critical gaze. I've never seen anyone heal that fast. Well, aside from you, I finished for him. He chanced to smile. Yeah, I went to the pantry, and pulled out a bag of chips. It was something I'd bought the day before as a quick snack. You have a, whoosh, bowl. Clark already stood in front of me, bowl in hand. Hey, that's pretty handy. If anything, you would be the best butler on the planet, I said, lips quirked in amusement. Right, I'm not kidding, I said as I filled up the bowl with a grin and handed it to Clark. What about you? He asked as he sat down on a nearby couch and began to munch. I answered by grabbing a handful of chips right from the bag. I took a bite of the salted chips, savoring the taste for a long moment, before swallowing. The next few minutes were spent in a companionable silence. My mind wandered to the events of today. After we had made our great escape from that facility, we were treated to a pitched battle against both LuthorCorp guards, as well as the military. The thought made me frown. The US military was involved in this mess. How deep did this go? The following was true, though: the meteor-infected were unsafe as long as they lived on US soil. After we had escaped and recovered a little, I made the observation to Anne and her fellow meteor-infected. Their reactions ranged from sad, to enraged, to indifferent. Some had completely lost their previous cheer, while others merely nodded grimly. Having expected such an outcome, in the end, it was Anne that promised to protect them all. The weird part, I actually believed that she could and would do it. Not 20 minutes before, she had been trying to kill me. To be fair, she was alone, cornered, with no way out. For all she knew, I could have been a different method of capture employed by LuthorCorp. It made sense why she would think that way. The guards already knew they could not directly overpower her, so the obvious plan would be to send in someone to gain her trust, before stabbing her in the back, so to speak. My jaw clenched in anger at the thought. What had they done to her if my simple proclamation of rescue merited such a deadly response? I shook my head, and went back to eating my food. I had to put this set of events behind me, and go home. As much as I wanted to help Anne and the meteor-infected out, I had my own responsibilities to attend to. Who knows what could have happened, in all that time. So, all I needed to do was heal up, and Potter. I heard Snape's voice. No rest for the wicked, I supposed. What the? Clark exclaimed as an eerily familiar silver doe entered my apartment, filling it with bright light. I regarded the creature with interest, and paid close attention to it. This was Professor Snape's Patronus. I remembered seeing it appear to us during the so-called tri-battle. Dumbledore had received Snape's warning from it. What was it doing here? Where have you been for the past few months? No matter. The voice seemed quite irritated, in typical Snape fashion. I assume you sent this missive to Dumbledore, but it will no longer reach him. What did he mean by that ominous statement? Dumbledore was trying to find a way to render the Dark Lord mortal once more. The doe dutifully continued, completely unaware of my reaction to Snape's usage of past tense. He came to me. Snape hesitated, as if not quite finding the right words to say. His entire right arm was completely rotted from both outside and inside. It was a curse, a powerful curse on a ring. He said it was a Horcrux, and that there were only 4 of them left. Quote, I managed to slow the course of his curse. But by then it was too late. The damage had been too great, and there was no time to devise a counter-curse. Severus sounded pained as he admitted this. He lived for 3 whole months, after that, before succumbing to the curse. I am sorry. Quote, the doe waited a moment, before speaking once more, this time in a more methodic manner. More machine-like. The order is in disarray. The Dark Lord has put a taboo on his name. If you speak it, protective enchantments around you will fail, and his followers will apparate to your location. The ministry is already in Is grasp. Amelia Bones was the first to go. Many of the Aurors died that day, people like Rufus Scrimgeour. I blinked, recognizing that first name as the witch at my trial. Susan's aunt was dead, and the ministry was already down. How did this happen? Why didn't the goblins here say anything about it? Maybe they simply didn't care about foreign affairs, considering that they lived in the United States, and not Great Britain. Potter, Harry, come back to Britain. We need you, now more than ever. The doe said, before disappearing, leaving me and Clark alone in my apartment again. I stared at the empty spot the doe stood in. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't concentrate. How many had died while I was just screwing around in Smallville? Was Sirius alive? Was Daphne? They didn't answer my message, only Severus. Did he simply dispel my Patronus when he received my message, or had it reached them? Harry. Clark's voice tore through my reverie. I turned to the man, eyes still wide in shock. Are you okay? Fine, I heard myself say as I tried to control my breathing in order to calm myself down. Yeah, I'm fine. I have to go. No. Clark shook his head. You need to rest. Rest? Are you insane? I blurted out, feeling anger suffuse into my being. I went for Arabus, which was lying on a nearby table, but Clark blurred there first, stopping me dead in my tracks. I mean it, Harry. Clark insisted, looking as anxious as I felt. I can't let you go while you're still not at 100%. You're going to get yourself killed. Get out of my way, Clark. I almost snarled, pushing him out of the way. My friends and family are in trouble. You expect me to just leave them to their fates? Clark blurred into action. I felt my feet swept up from underneath me, and fell on my side. The impact rattled my bones, as well as my head. I felt dizzy and nauseated. I tried pulling onto my lightning, but it didn't come to my call. I closed my eyes. The world around me was dizzying. You see, Clark's angrily stern voice tore through my haze. You can barely move. Your body's still committed to the healing process. You can't just assume you're already ready to fight, just because. Say you got a little power from the battery. So, I challenged, trying and failing to get back up. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait while everyone gets slaughtered? I won't let you stop me. I tried to get back up again to no avail. It was as if my strength had been completely sapped by something. Better to heal up and go, than to go there and die because you weren't ready. Clark said quietly, before turning away. You're free to make your own choice, though. I'm not going to stop you if you want to leave right now. He rushed out of the apartment in a blur, leaving me to stew in silence. With great effort, and considerable strain, I managed to get back on my feet. He's got a point, you know. Balthazar piped up. You, too, I hissed out, a little in shock. What am I supposed to do? Just leave them there. Sirius, the Weasleys, Dudley, the Greengrasses, and all of my friends. I don't even know if they're even still alive. All the better reason to use your brain, boy. I hear. Arabus admonish as the black falchion vibrated on the table with slight irritation. Resting will increase the chances of you rescuing whoever it is you wish to rescue. If you go on a battlefield with one foot firmly in the grave, how can you expect to win the war? I opened my mouth to retort, but the words died in my mouth. Arabus, Balthazar, and Clark, they were all right. I sat down on the couch, and smashed my fist into the cushion next to me. Damn it, I cursed loudly, and started taking deep breaths in an attempt to center myself again. I felt agitated, angry, and scared at the same time. They were right. I could not even muster up the concentration it takes to do simple tasks such as walking. How would I be able to help Sirius and Daphne like that? The simple answer was that I wouldn't be able to do anything. Right now, I was a liability in a fight, and I didn't really know how long it would take for me to heal. The feeling of vertigo that had suddenly overtaken me had faded into nothingness, leaving only clarity in my head. If Clark could cause such a disruption in my senses by simply tripping me, it was no wonder he was so adamant on keeping me here. I slowly got back up from the couch, and took a few shaky steps forward. No dizziness. It seemed I was capable of slow, everyday motions, for now. I sighed, and moved to put the bag that Clark had brought with him aside. It was still heavy. Curious. I opened the bag, only to see another battery. I felt a little guilty about yelling at the man, now. I'm sorry, Clark, I said to no one in particular, and began to unbox the battery. Before plugging the wires into it, and sucking all the electric energy out, funneling it to my own reserves. It was as if a very small burden had been lifted from my body. I hadn't even noticed how sluggish and slow my body was. I felt my balance slightly improve as the pain in my thigh almost completely disappeared, replaced with a strange feeling of stiffness in the affected area. I checked the place where my bullet wound was, and saw flawless skin. I poked at it, and felt for the flesh underneath. Almost no pain at all. The wound was mostly healed, then. Judging by the uncomfortable feeling of stiffness, I figured the healing process was at its final stages. In the words of Madame Pomfrey, what I sorely needed was a bed rest. I couldn't believe I just said that. I grabbed Arabus off of the table, and grudgingly headed to my bed, placing the deadly blade on the nightstand. I pulled out my wand before kicking off my boots, stripping to my boxers, and vanished the bloodstains off of the bed. A quick scourgify, and I lied down, shivering as I pulled the cold covers over my body, before placing the wand on the nightstand, right next to Arabus. I was acutely aware of the endless tick, tock, coming from the clock in the kitchen. The sound was constant, almost soothing. I could already feel myself falling asleep. Maybe I was more damaged than I cared to admit. I wasn't sure what was waiting for me back in England, but I had to go back and set things right again. I just hoped there was anybody left to come home to. The first thing I became aware of was the comfortable feel of the mattress I lay on. It felt like I was sleeping on fluffy clouds. Then came the steady sound of the clock's ticks. I began to toss and turn, feeling my awareness increase with every movement. Eventually, I opened my eyes. Still not quite awake, I looked up at the bright ceiling, and scrunched my eyes shut again, the light a little strong for my tastes. I shielded my face with my left hand, the cool scales jolting me awake. I opened my eyes, and looked at the armored limb for a very long moment. Instantly, whatever euphoria I was experiencing evaporated as I sat up in my bed. A dark look on my face. I sighed, and stepped off of the bed as Balthazar greeted me. I greeted the snake back with a tiny amount of affection. I felt no pain, nor any stiffness coming from my right thigh. I poked at where the bullet wound used to be, and then at the same spot on my other thigh, receiving the exact same reaction. Looks like I was back to 100%, just like Clark wanted. I let out a loud yawn, stretching my arms above my head. I felt and heard my joints cracking at the pressure, my muscles relaxing slightly after. I bent to pick up the clothes I was wearing the day before. The pants were torn up rather badly, the same was true for the shirt. I sighed in irritation, before grabbing my holly and phoenix feather wand. Reparo, I incanted, pointing the wand at the damaged clothes. It took a few tries, but I managed to get them in working condition. I followed up with a quick scourgify, before putting the garments on. With another few waves of my wand, I had the living room cleared of all furniture. I decided to run a quick test, just to make sure I was completely in control of my motor functions. I entered my fighting stance, nothing overly fancy, a modified boxer's stance. Making sure to cover my face and ribs. With my lightning-enhanced reflexes, I never found a need for anything better, seeing as I could react to any attack on my person. I began with slow, steady punches and kicks, gradually increasing the speed as I began to channel lightning into my body, until my attacks became too fast for the untrained eye, appearing to be a veritable blur of motion. Finally awake, are you? I heard Arabus' voice as the sword rattled on the nightstand, stopping my test. Yeah, I nodded solemnly, walking to the sword, taking slow, deep breaths to slow down my heart rate. You were right, I feel much better, now. And it was true. Not one moment during that short practice session did I feel dizzy, weak, or otherwise without energy. Of course I'm right, Arabus said haughtily. I'm the supreme ruler of the Dark Realm. Not very humble, though. I picked the dark blade up, swinging it around a couple of times. Ha, humility is for the weak, Arabus replied immediately. I waved my wand over my right arm, covering it with fresh bandages, before pocketing it. Right. My lips quirked upwards as I placed the sword, load by any other essentials in the duffel bag, before putting my boots on. And exiting the apartment, I could hear the activity of the shop as I began moving down the staircase. I walked through the coffee shop, recognizing a few faces I'd seen the day before. Had it really been a few days since I've arrived here? Speaking of faces, one of which was Martha Kent's, who was standing behind the counter, giving me a strange look. She beckoned me over without words. I gulped, and complied. Good afternoon, Mrs. Kent said politely, looking as if she was unsure of what to say. Holy shit, it was already afternoon. How long have I been out? You've been asleep for over a day, Martha said, looking a little pained. I was going to call an ambulance if you stayed asleep like that. Did Mr. Kent tell you about me, and what I can do? I asked her directly, not quite fond of beating around the bush. Her eyes went a little wide, and she stared past me, into the crowd of people frequenting the coffee shop. I followed her gaze. She was not really looking at anyone in particular, so I assumed this was general paranoia rearing its ugly head in. They have no context to figure out what I'm talking about, I explained with an amused grin. Not that any of them are even listening to a word I'm saying. Well, Martha sighed, and glanced at my bandaged arm. Yes, he did. I'm sorry for what happened to you. It's fine. I said dismissively. I've had worse. Well, I hadn't actually had worse, but it seemed like the right thing to say, at the time. Martha's features softened further at my words. She opened her mouth to speak, but I beat her to it. I didn't want to hear her worried talk, her resemblance to my mother causing me a fair bit of agitation. It's all right, I insisted with a forced smile. Don't worry about it. She gave me a long, frustrated look. All right, thank you, I said. Do you know where Clark is, right now? Right here. I heard his voice from right behind me, and jumped in quasi-terror. I turned to the man, who had a big, shit-eating grin on his face. Clark 1-0 Harry. Well played, Kent, I said, a mix between irritated and impressed, before motioning to the outside. Let's not waste time, and talk outside. Sure, he said, and moved ahead of me. I gave Martha a quick nod, before following the older teen. I shielded my eyes for a moment. The outside light a bit too bright for my tastes. As my eyes adjusted, I joined Clark in a silent walk in the town, not quite sure on what to say. We passed a few diners, a pet shop, and a few thrift shops. The townspeople walked by Clark and I, completely unaware of the true dangers of the world we live in. I somewhat envied them for it. Ignorance truly was bliss. We kept walking for a few more minutes, until we hit up an empty street, away from prying eyes and eavesdroppers. I'm sorry, I said. What? Clark asked. Why? I scratched the back of my head, feeling embarrassed. Well, I sort of went ballistic on you yesterday. It's fine. He waved it off, and I just wanted to. I stopped for a moment to look at the man of steel. What? Just like that? I heard the same message you did, Harry. Clark said gravely. I don't know what that deer was, exactly, or how a man was speaking through it, but the message was clear. Your family and friends are in trouble. I looked up for a moment. Yeah, and you have to go, now. Clark continued. It was a simple statement. Yeah, I feel well enough, now. I confirmed, clenching my bandaged fist. Clark looked at me, as if piercing me with his gaze, before nodding. Did you just X-ray me? I asked slowly. Clark flushed in embarrassment, and nodded. That's kind of gay, Clark. Is there something you want to tell me? I said, fighting back a smirk as Clark stammered in horror at being found out. Do you always peep on every guy like that, or am I special? No, Clark denied immediately. I was just making sure you were all right. Right, I said, finally grinning in amusement. I'm just messing with you, mate. Clark responded with an annoyed scowl. Clark 1-1 Harry. But yeah, my tone turned somber. I have to go back to Britain. My friend's scowl shifted into a grim look. You're going to fight them? Clark asked hesitantly. The evil magic users. Yeah, I confirmed. They've given me no choice. I don't even know who among my friends and family are still alive. I need to find them, and protect them at any cost. Clark merely stared at me in silence. Then, I'm coming with you. Wait, what? You want to come with me? I repeated, not quite grasping what the man just said. Yes. Clark nodded patiently. No way, man. I shook my head, taking a few steps back. I can't drag you into this. It's not your fight. You're not obligated to help me in any way. Clark stared at me for a few moments. I appreciate you saying that, but I still want to help you with this. But why? I tried. Well, it wouldn't feel right, knowing you're off to keep fighting an enemy who's already killed many people. Clark said with a smile. Besides, we're guild mates, right? You helped free the meteor-infected victims. So it's the least I could do for you, Harry. He made a pretty valid point, a point which lightly touched at my heartstrings. I steeled myself in response. This wasn't the time to be overly sentimental. This isn't a short-term thing. This could take months, for all I know. I kept going. Clark frowned at that little tidbit of information. Why should it? Clark asked, brow furrowing in confusion. Isn't it just the one guy you have to beat? Normally, it would be that easy. I allowed, grimacing slightly. The Dark Lord volume. I stopped for a split second. We can't say his name or he'll know our exact position. Seriously, not even kidding, much as I hate playing the pronoun game. At least, that's what the Patronus that dear said. I nodded and began to explain. Anyway, he has devised a way to stay alive. Even after his body was physically destroyed. Right. Of course he did, Clark said, not missing a beat. If his body was physically destroyed, how is he back now? He had to use me in a ritual that resurrected his body. I explained. Before that, he was a wretched little creature that survived off of latching onto other people and draining their life force. Sounds like you've done your homework on this guy, Clark praised. No. I shook my head. He just likes to talk a lot. But you know what, maybe a full frontal assault would still work. Why? Clark countered. You just said the guy was immortal. He is, but hear me out. I said quickly. When his body was last destroyed, he ended up wandering the continent for at least 13 years, as a spirit. Right, I can sort of see where you're going with this. He'll try to get another body through another method. I said. The first try was when he tried to acquire a philosopher's stone. A stone capable of giving you eternal life. The second try was through his soul anchor attempting to possess a friend of mine. The third. Wait, did you say possess? Clark said sharply, eyes dark. Yes. I blinked at the man for a moment, before grinning. Oh, that's right. Chloe did say something about being possessed by long-dead witches from France, or whatever. Yeah, it was pretty much like that. Only over the course of a year. I continued as Clark nodded. His third attempt actually succeeded. He used his own father's bones, my blood, and the flesh from one of his servants. The flesh, Wormtail. I spit out hatefully, surprising the elder teen. The man who betrayed my family, he cut off his hand to give to his master's resurrection party. Clark's eyes widened at the flood of information. Anyway, I shook my head, getting back on the main topic. If we can destroy his father's bones, he can no longer use that method for resurrections. So, what you're saying is, Clark started. Step 1. Destroy the bones. Step 2. Destroy his body. That's about right, I said, nodding. You're not going to try and stop me from killing him. Clark shook his head. I'd be lying. Gee, if I said I didn't think about stopping you, but I've recently learned from a friend that some outcomes can't be avoided, no matter how hard we try. Besides, as you said, this won't kill him for good. After that, you can have fun with his soul anchors or whatever. Besides, Clark added, there's another reason I'm going with you. Really? I said, and received a nod. It's about my dad, Clark admitted, looking around slightly. What about him? I asked in confusion. Is he okay? Maybe I should start from the beginning. Clark ran his hands through his hair, an action I was quite familiar with. I had a bad phase in my life, in which I was completely out of control. My dad made a deal with my biological father, Jor-El. Wait, didn't you say your biological family is dead? It's S. own kind of machine representation of him, Clark said, sounding a little agitated just talking about Jor-El. Anyway, the whole event forced an incredible strain on my dad's body and heart. How bad is it? I said apprehensively. I can see him holding his chest in pain, sometimes, when he thinks no one is looking. Clark said in a low tone of voice, after a moment of nervous contemplation. Is there anything you can do for him? Yeah, man, I said instantly. Definitely. We can hit up the magical mall and ask around right now. There's a magical mall here, Clark said, looking around he empty street as if he were there for the first time in his life. Well, not right here. I smiled in amusement. It's in Metropolis. I plan to go there to stock up on food and whatever else I may need on this trip. I've been walking into situations completely unprepared, and I've been getting my ass handed to me because of it. And it was true. There was always a shortage of potions, healing salves, and the like. My wand was thankfully safe, due to the enhancement charms put on my pants pockets. Still, I needed a scabbard for Arabus. I couldn't just keep stuffing him in a duffel bag and hope no one saw the black blade. Voldemort was no easy foe to beat, this I knew. I doubted he was screwing around in the time I was gone. He was already aware of my skills using lightning dragonslayer magic. Logic dictated that he would focus his efforts on countering my power effectively. So, Arabus and Balthazar had to remain a secret, for now. If anything, I could simply claim that Arabus is a regular falchion, instead of the devil arm that he is. But then again, Voldemort could probably sense him out. I can suppress my powers, to an extent. He would need to be extremely close to sense my presence. Arabus supplied helpfully from within my duffel bag, and I gave the bag a nod, before turning to Clark. All right, Kent, I said, let's go. The trip to Morgana Street was incredibly short. Clark's super speed cutting 90% of the time off. It felt a little weird to be carried by the man like that, but time was of the essence in the current circumstances. All right, I said, we're here. We stood in front a large, abandoned complex. You sure this is the place? Clark looked at the place dubiously. It looks abandoned. It's just an illusion, I said with a laugh, before getting a thoughtful look on my face. Try and see through it. Clark squinted his eyes, before he let out a wordless gasp. You're right, Clark said, slightly awed. How can all of that fit in there? And what are those short creatures? There's magic that can increase the space of any room. I explained patiently, and those are probably goblins. They run the wizard bank, Gringotts. Right, goblins and banks, and way too much space. Gotcha. Clark nodded absent-mindedly, still scanning the edifice with his X-ray vision. I poked the side of his face, snapping him out of it. Come on. I led Clark inside, and to the information kiosk, ignoring Clark's absolute wonderment with the place. This time, the place was brimming with life. Men and women of all ages went from store to store, going about their day-to-day business. Clark, I said quietly so as not to attract attention. Try to contain your excitement. Why? He asked in confusion. There's a law that states that I am not allowed to tell anyone about the magical world if they aren't already in the know. I said slowly, seeing his eyes widen. Try to blend in as much as you can, or I'll be in trouble. Think you can do that? Yeah, of course, Harry. Clark said quickly, looking at the kiosk with me. I can do that, sorry, thanks, I said, before focusing back on the kiosk. I need to find a place that sells things like enchanted bags. I need something to store all my stuff in, as well as find a sheath for Arabus. Clark grunted, and studied the information kiosk with me, before pointing at the left side of the map. Not sure, but this place might have what you're looking for. I followed the direction he pointed at. On there, I saw the following. Sam's storage, bags, packs, tents. Yeah, I nodded. You might be right, Clark. The sign says that it's 1 floor down. Clark said, before we began our trek to Sam's storage. We passed by a few shoppers, who gave us a sidelong glance, before continuing on their way. In about a minute, we got to the store in question. In it, I could see all manners of storage equipment, ranging from metal safes, to old, wooden trunks. Rucksacks and backpacks lined the walls of the store, while a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was spelling a few boxes to the back room. I greeted her with a simple, hello. She turned to me, giving a friendly smile, before doing the same for Clark. Welcome to Sam's. She smiled brightly, giving my bandaged arm a sidelong gaze. I am Sam, the owner. How can I help you, today? Yes, hello. I took a few steps forward. Quote, I was hoping I could get something to store my stuff in. Sure, she said easily. What sort of things do you want to put in storage? Well, I trailed off. It's mostly potions, and food. I need nothing that'll hold enough for a few weeks, at least. Going on a camping trip? She asked, with glittering eyes. I stared at her for a moment, grasping the easy excuse she provided. Yeah, something like that. Well, we have an assortment of backpacks. No, I cut Sam off, getting a raised eyebrow. I'd prefer something like a really small pouch that I can fit in one of my pockets. Ah, she said slowly, looking a little disappointed. It doesn't exist, I asked, noting her facial expression. Oh, it does, she said to clarify. Then I'll take it, I said immediately. Well, it costs a little more than your run-of-the-mill enchanted packs, Sam trailed off. How much is a little more? I asked her, making a slightly intrigued face. Well, it would cost you 200 galleons, she said, looking at me unsurely. No wonder she was so hesitant. At the rate of conversion, 200 galleons amounted to $1,400 US. I pulled out my pouch full of galleons, and spelled out the necessary amount with a flick of my wand. The pouch didn't even look like it took a hit as the money stacked on the woman's desk. 200 it is. I gave an amused smirk at her absolutely shocked look. She stared at the money for a moment, before shaking her head. Right, of course. I'll go get the pouch you requested. Just give me a second. Take all the time you need. I smiled easily, and watched the woman go in the back. I think you broke her. Clark joked at the woman's behavior. Yeah, I smirked. Probably thought I was piss poor due to the clothes I'm wearing. A few seconds later, Sam came out, holding a small, silvery green leather pouch which could have probably fit inside the palm of my hand. This is called a mokeskin pouch, made from the moke, a lizard with size-altering powers. She explained. The material is highly useful, insofar as it is compatible with many enlargement spells, and the like. I've placed an undetectable extension charm in this one, so it should hold the space equivalent to about half of the room we're standing in. She handed the article to me, and I scrutinized it for a moment. Then, I opened the bag and stuffed my bandaged arm right into it. Hearing Clark's soft gasp of surprise. Sweet. I grinned, pulling my arm out of the pouch, before placing it in one of my many cargo pockets. I would also like a tent, and do you make scabbards for swords? Yes, she said, before shaking her head. I can sell you a tent, but not a scabbard for a sword. Sorry, it's fine, I said. Do you know anyone who can? She bit her lip thoughtfully. Try with the goblins. They might be able to help you, though they don't really like humans all that much. I gave Clark a glance. It's worth a shot, he said. We shared a nod, before I turned to the clerk. Then I'll take a tent from you. Nothing overly huge, just enough for me and a couple of people to live in for a while. I said, specifying what my needs are. All right, she smiled and walked to the back, beckoning me and Clark forward. We followed the woman into the back room, where a whole manner of tents stood on display. All were the exact same size, I figured those that were priced more would likely possess stronger enlarging charms. As you can see, the tents look the same on the outside. Sam explained with a smile. Something a non-magical would not be alarmed by. On the inside, however, come on, let me show you what our medium-sized tents look like. She led us into a row right around the middle of the room, before gesturing for us to enter the first tent. Clark and I did as asked, and almost gasped in surprise. On the inside, the tent was about as big as a bachelor's apartment. There was a closed-up section, likely for a bathroom. On the tent's left wall, I could see a series of cables, hooked up to a small generator. Whoa, these things have electricity, I said, in wonderment. Clark looked as odd as I did. Yes, the clerk confirmed, pointing at various wall sockets placed throughout the tent. It also comes with a fully functional bathroom. Clark said in confusion. How does that work? You know, without any plumbing. She gave him a short look, probably realizing he was a non-magical that I brought along with me, but didn't question his lack of knowledge. The toilet vanishes any waste into non-being. That is to say, everything. Silence. I don't understand, Clark said, after a few moments of thought. Yeah, it was a bit of an annoyance to wrap my head around that principle, as well. I said encouragingly, so it's not just you, man. I turned back to the clerk. What else can this thing do? Well, the clerk bit her lip. I can make it so that the tent builds itself and disassembles itself on command, instead of having to do it yourself. Yeah, I had a feeling I knew where this was going. How much would that cost? Well, the tent alone would be around 79 galleons, she said dutifully. But, when I add that particular feature, the price jumps up to 120. That's not bad at all, I said easily. The less survival spells I had to work on, the more time I had to practice my combat spells. This investment was nothing, if it meant the salvation of the wizarding world. I'll take this tent, with the enhanced feature you talked about. I nodded to her, before spelling out the required money. The golden galleons fell into her hands, and she dumped them into her personal pouch. Fantastic, the clerk exclaimed, before leading us out of the tent. Clark and I watched her wave her wand at the tent. It glowed purple for a few moments, before fading. What password would you like to pitch and disassemble the tent? Sam looked at us, her wand still pointing at the tent in question. Clark and I shared a quick look. I think I'll go with Guildhall. I said. Guildhall. The clerk repeated, and I nodded in confirmation. Password. Guildhall. The tent glowed yellow, and she pointed her wand at me. The energy shifted out of the tent and onto Clark and I. I jolted as a cold sensation wafted over my body. You felt that? The clerk looked at me, impressed. You must be quite good at sensing magic. Thanks, I guess. Anyway, she continued, I linked the tent's password to both you and your friend, here. Try it out. I smiled, and turned to the tent. Guildhall. Immediately, the tent began to disassemble. It took about 15 seconds, but the tent became a pile of folded up fabric and stakes. Guildhall. The tent took just as much time to assemble than it did to disassemble. I smiled, and repeated the password again, before placing the tent in my new pouch, which seemed to suck the tent in without the need to carefully push it in. We followed the clerk right back to the main section of the store. Anything else I can help you with? Sam asked. I don't think so, I replied. We're going to go to Gringotts to see if they can fashion a scabbard for my sword. Thank you for your help. It was my pleasure. She gave us a smile, typical work smile 12, reserved for high-paying customers. Please, come again whenever you need anything stored. We bid her goodbye, before exiting. All right, I said. Gringotts is 3 floors down, but the apothecary the place that sells potions. I explained at Clark's slightly confused look. As a single floor down. So we'll stop there first, to see if they have anything for your dad. Clark nodded, but said nothing. He probably didn't want to get his hopes up, or anything. The trip to the apothecary was quite short, as it was right next to the base of the escalator. We entered the store, and the owner greeted me, recognizing my face from the last time I've been here. What can I do for you, son? It was an elderly man, with kind eyes. He was balding, with only a few hairs left on the top of his head, and was missing a tooth or 4 or 17, but who's counting? Well, I'm here for a few different things. But first, I started. Do you have any healing potions, specifically tailored to undo stress-related damage? The old man rubbed at his chin. Could you be a little more specific than that? I looked to Clark, and urged him to speak. My father. Clark gulped. Well, he took on powers that his body couldn't handle, and it's caused a lot of damage on his body. What kind of damage are we talking about? The man said, a hint of curiosity in his tone of voice. Frequent chest pains, Clark said. Low endurance, weakened muscles. He's around 40 years old, but his body is acting like it's 65. Ah, I think I know what you are talking about. The man had a look of understanding. Can you help us? Clark asked, and the man smiled in reassurance. Of course, my boy. It warms my heart to see sons so worried about their fathers, like this. The old man said, before going around the shop, grabbing a few vials here and there. You really think it's possible? Clark repeated, but got no answer, as the man just kept grabbing potions left and right. Clark looked at me for encouragement, and I replied by patting him on the back in what I hoped to be a reassuring manner. About a minute later, the old-timer came back, 4 different colored potions in hand. These should do it, the man said, placing them in front of us. He waved his hand over them. This is the healer series. The old man explained patiently, and pointed at the first one, a yellow concoction. This one is the mind healer. Its name is quite self-explanatory, wouldn't you agree? He motioned for the second one, a dark yellow potion. This one is the nerve healer. It's a little different than the mind healer, since it targets the nerves in the entire body, and not just the ones in the human brain. He coughed a few times, before holding up the third one, a blood-red potion in a very small vial. This one is the most important, he said, showing it to us. The heart healer. I don't need to tell you what it does. The last one, well, the man hesitated, before placing the heart healer and picking up the blue potion. It's not quite needed, but it is supposed to clean up all the arteries and veins. Clear them of things like cholesterol, and the like. It also has the bonus effect of strengthening the integrity of the veins. The vein healer, and these should help my dad, Clark said slowly, trying very hard not to sound hopeful. He failed. The old man smiled kindly at the older teen. I can tell you that they've definitely helped me, kid. I used to have Some very painful heart problems, even had a heart attack at some point, you know, but then I whipped up this set. Your father can take them in no particular order. I had never heard of any wizards having heart problems as bad as this. I figured the logical conclusion was that the old man was a squib. You made these? I repeated. Yes. The old man nodded, looking quite proud of his achievement. And why shouldn't he be? If the statute of secrecy didn't force him to keep these potions away from the non-magical market, he could have been the richest man on the world by now, and he probably knew that, too. The statute of secrecy sucks, I said bluntly, gaining a confused look from Clark. Don't I know it, kid? The old man grumbled good-naturedly, before addressing Clark. So, do you want to buy the Healer series? Why yeah, the older teen stammered. I want them, please. All right, the man said, scooping up the potions and placing them in a specialized bag, with each potion taking its place among the slots at the bottom. It made for a safe method of moving them. That will be 100 galleons. I spelled out the money out of my bag, and to the man's desk, next to his cash register. He dumped the coins in the register, and read off the display, which said, 100G. The first time I had seen that particular machine, I was quite impressed with it. This guy may have been a squib, but he sure was resourceful. In everything he did. We spent another 5 minutes in that store, the old man going from end to end, getting me all of the potions that I needed. He placed them all in a large case, which I stuffed in my moleskin pouch. All of that was worth about 150 galleons. I gave him 300, and told him to enjoy the money, before leaving, Clark following behind me, carefully holding his bag. As if it were the most precious thing on the planet. Hey, Clark, I gained the man's attention. You should use this stuff on your dad right away. Ah, what about you, Harry? Clark asked hesitantly. Well, I still need to visit the goblins for a scabbard that'll likely take some time. I figured I could check out a few places around here. I explained. I figured. Why drag you around when you can help your dad? You sure? Clark looked a little uncertain, and I smiled at him. Don't worry, I'll be here when you get back. I said. That's a promise from your guild mate. He looked at me for a long moment, before nodding and going up the escalator. Okay, I'll leave you to it, Harry. See you in a bit. I yelled out as I lost sight of him. I heard a muffled, see ya, coming from his direction, and shook my head in slight amusement. All right, I sighed. Goblin time. It took about a minute to get to Gringotts. I entered the bank, seeing the familiar white marble surroundings, as well as the many tellers examining chunks of gold, and piles of jewels of many kinds. I walked up to the teller I had met the time before. Clogrip, his name was. Hello, Clogrip, I greeted. The goblin in question looked up from his work, at me. His slightly annoyed gaze faded into a look of surprise, before he gave a slight bow. It irked me slightly. Mr. Potter, Clogrip began. A pleasure to see you again. How can Gringotts be of service to you, today? Well, I was referred to you guys by the owner of Sam's storage. I began. She said you guys could make a scabbard for my sword. Arabus. We goblins are capable of such a task, yes. Clogrip confirmed, looking right at my duffel bag. A scabbard for a devil arm, then. What form does it take? How did you know that your sword is a devil arm? Clogrip gave me a nasty grin. We goblins have been blacksmiths since the early beginnings of our race. Our weapons have been known to match, or even sometimes overpower the vaunted devil arms. Our wards simply told us that you were in possession of one. Since you weren't threatening anyone, we saw no reason to apprehend you. I see, I said slowly. Thanks for that. By the way, on to the subject at hand. Clogrip got off his chair, and led the way to the back of the bank, into a hallway which led nowhere. It was a dead end. C.L.A.W. Grip ran his fingers over the center of the wall, and it opened up, revealing a large chamber, filled with the various tools of a blacksmith's trade. A single goblin stood near the anvil, hammering away at a piece of hot metal, shaping it with every blow. Various weapons, shields, and armor were on display, everywhere in the room. This man's crafts were exquisite to look at. I didn't know anything about weapons, but I wouldn't have been surprised if these could cut through titanium. They appeared that well made. Master Rogar, Clogrip addressed the elder goblin, grabbing his attention. What is it, brat? The goblin Rogar growled at Clawgrip, before turning to us. He gave me a contemptuous look. What is a human doing in here? Master Rogar, Clawgrip chided. This is Harry Potter, the man who helped drive Mundus back into the hell from whence he came. At that, Rogar's demeanor completely changed from decidedly grumpy to cautiously curious. You are indeed Harry Potter. The goblin asked for confirmation, dunking the hot metal in the water, causing it to boil. Yes, I said politely, figuring this approach to be the best one. The hero who took down the Demon Emperor. Rogar continued. I trailed off with a frown. I channeled my power, combined with that of two powerful half-devils, as well as that of my devil arm and of my pet snake, and it only served to push him back out. To say I took him down would grossly misrepresent the contributions of my allies, as well as my own. Rogar gave me a fierce gaze as I spoke, before smiling at the end. Looks like I passed the old goblin's test. Good answer. Rogar grunted out, before addressing me directly. Why have you come here, Harry Potter? Straight to the point. I could appreciate someone like that. I need a scabbard for Arabus, I said, unzipping the duffel bag, and pulling out the devil arm in question. The black falchion gleamed in the firelight, giving it a powerful, deadly look. Rogar stared at the blade, impressed. He took a few steps forward, and held his hands out. May I? I nodded, and handed him the blade. He observed it, changing the angle of view with every observation. A fine blade, indeed. The goblin acknowledged, before handing it to me. What kind of material would you like for your scabbard? I said slowly. What do you have? Well, Rogar began. There are many different ways to craft a scabbard. It could be made of wood, leather, silver, steel. What do you think, Arabus? I asked the falchion directly, to the surprise of the goblin smith. Wood is terrible, period. The leather would make for a lightweight build, but with your lightning dragonslayer magic, weight isn't an issue, go with steel. It should prove useful against the city, later on. Arabus answered dutifully. Well reasoned, Master Rogar praised, before giving the sword one last appraising look. This will take some time, Harry Potter. Come back here in an hour, and the scabbard will be ready for you. The blacksmith got to work, grabbing a piece of metal, and stuffing it in the furnace. Clawgrip led me out of the blacksmith area, all the way to the exit of Gringotts. Your scabbard will be at my desk, when ready. Clawgrip informed me. All right, sounds good. I nodded. How much will this cost me? Free of charge. Wait, what? I was completely confused at the turn of events. Why, consider it additional payment for protecting the world from the likes of Mundus. Clawgrip shooed me away. 1 hour, Mr. Potter. See you then. I dumbly left the bank, absent-mindedly placing Arabus back in the duffel bag before any of the passerbys noticed the deadly blade. Goblins giving things away. Hell must have been freezing over. So, yeah, goblins gave me stuff for free. That definitely just happened. Did they really respect me that much because I was the one who pushed Mundus back where he belonged? As I was leaving the bank, I had seen all manner of goblins giving regular wizards a hard time, laughing while they did so. No, Hagrid was right about goblins, the first time he told me about them all those years ago. They were driven by greed and envy, they were the epitome of it. They were so defined by those traits that I thought they might have had a valid claim on the rank of hell greed within the Demon Emperor's forces. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense to me. They weren't genuinely thankful to me. They might have simply been feeling indebted to me, considering that having demons show up and kill off the human race would be just a little bad for business. A measly 200,000 galleons was a paltry sum, in comparison to all of the gold I helped them make by stopping hell on earth for the end of existence, or until Mundus showed his statuesque angel face again. Well, whether they were kissing up to me out of a sense of debt, or genuine kindness, it made no difference. More money for me, right? I adjusted the strap of my duffel bag on my shoulder, glad that I could jostle it around now, since there were no more potions to be worried about. Said potions were now placed safely in my new amazing pouch. I didn't know how the magic worked, but there was no risk that anything broke, no matter how many items I stuffed into it. No point in messing around. I muttered to myself, before making my way to a nearby information kiosk. Seemed every floor had one a great feature for those who were new here, or those that simply forgot where everywhere was. Okay. Any food stores around? I studied the map for a bit, before finding what it was that I needed. There was a food supply shop just one floor beneath me. I made my way down the escalator, squeezing past a quite large really fat fellow, grimacing a bit at the guy's smell. To my left, I could see a prank shop, and what seemed to be some kind of law office. It got a raised eyebrow out of me, but I skipped it and turned my sights to the store I was looking for. There it was, straight ahead. Harry's Wares. I smiled minutely. The name Harry was pretty common, but I still found it amusing to find someone else with my name, as well. A few minutes later, I came out of the store with enough ration packs to last me a few months. I had to pay a little extra for the charm that altered their taste into something I could enjoy eating. I ended up dividing them up into different sections. The range of food tastes was all over the place. Examples included sautéed vegetables, steak, spaghetti and meatballs, chicken, and a whole lot of others. Sadly, no treacle tart flavor. Curses. No need to mention, I also had quite a large supply of water, all tucked neatly into my moleskin pouch. Probably one of the more amazing pieces of wand work I've laid my eyes on so far in my long journey in the realm of magic. I did a quick mental check as I took a seat in a nearby bench, ignoring the strangers passing by. Food, check. Water, check. Potions, check. Storage for everything, check. A tent, check. I thought to myself. Aside from Arabus sheath, what else is there? Perhaps some new clothes. Balthazar supplied helpfully. What's wrong with this outfit? I asked dumbly, staring down at the shirt I'd bought from that internet cafe. I had bought a card that would last 5 hours, but barely even needed half of that. And here I was, about to head back to the UK, so I could try to stop Voldemort. Your pants are fine. Well, of course, they're fine. I cut the snake off. I paid to have them enchanted pretty well, didn't I? As I was saying, Balthazar hissed in my mind, sending a rush of irritation through my body. The pants are fine, and are still serving you well. Your shirt, on the other hand. I glanced down at the snake-themed t-shirt. Even though I had repaired it thoroughly with my magic, you could still tell that the shirt was barely holding itself together. I sighed. Yeah, okay. I hissed in irritation and got up. You're right. I need a new one. After a few minutes of searching, I finally happened upon a very small, out-of-the-way shop. It looked quite dingy, like it hadn't been repaired in years. A couple passed in front of me, dragging a little girl in a small, enchanted car. Mommy, what's in there? The girl pointed at the store I was looking at. The woman frowned and waved her wand, making the car move quicker. The man scoffed, grumbling something about fake wizards before walking away. Fake wizards. I read the store's sign. Vestments for true mages. The hell's a true mage? I wondered out loud. Interesting question, kid. I turn my head to see an old man making his way to me, carrying a bag of McDonald's in his hand, and a staff in the other. You must be new here. Yeah, I answered with a nod. I'm from the UK, I've only gotten here a few days ago. So, what's a true mage? A bit impatient, aren't you? The man chuckled as he unlocked the door to the store I was looking at. He turned to me. You coming in? I stared at him for a moment. Yeah, sure. Quote. I followed the man into the store, and did a double take at what I saw. I was expecting him to be selling some outdated products like old, moldy robes or something. Holy shit, I didn't notice the shopkeeper smirk in amusement as I began to browse the store. There were different weapons, ranging from swords, to maces, to guns, shown in display cases. On the side, many jackets, coats, and dusters of different sizes lined the walls. The shopkeeper waved his hand at a nearby candle. The wick lit up, a vibrant purple, and the shopkeeper nodded to himself. What's that? I pointed at it. Just a ward I put together. It tells me when anything or anyone gets close to my store. If it turns yellow, then the person has no ill intentions towards me. If it turns red, he trailed off. Enemy, right? I smiled and extended my hand. Harry Potter. The man stared at me for a second. The kid who stopped the Demon King. I scratched the back of my head in slight irritation. Is there anyone that doesn't know about it? The man laughed loudly, before taking another bite of his food. Plenty. Most of the wand mages do not know of the events that took place that day. We true mages of the White Council, however, do. What you did caused ripples throughout the realm of the Never. The city had even stopped their endless war for a small time. I'm Jonas, by the way. Simple salesman. The old man finally introduced himself. A salesman who also happens to be a wizard. So, what's the difference? I asked the man, getting back on track and filing the term, White Council, for later use. Think of it this way, kid. My lips twitched at being called kid, but I let it slide. The guy looked really old. Wand wizards are so dependent on wands to enact their magic that if you take their wand away, they would be completely helpless. True mages, however, or true wizards, use foci such as staves and rods. Not because we would be helpless without TM, but because we would lose all the control we had. Jonas continued to explain. So you can channel magic without a medium. I almost gaped. This sounded almost too familiar. Yes. Jonas nodded, pleased with himself for delivering a fine explanation. You mean like this? I held out my hand and channeled my lightning. The energy rushed into my open palm, lighting up the store as bolts of lightning arced from finger to finger. I closed my hand, causing a small shock wave that rattled the doors slightly. It was now the old man's turn to gape. How you're a true mage, as well? Jonas said in shock, almost rushing to me, scrutinizing me with his gaze. Do that again. So I did. Amazing. Such control at such a young age. Jonas said in awe. It does not escape your control. Escape my control? I don't think so. No. I smiled. Here, look. I started forming different shapes with my lightning. I started with a ball. Then, I turned it into a square, before forming my edge. I followed up by spawning a few lightning blades, making them spin around in the air. After a few seconds, I stopped channeling my energy, the room returning to its previous light levels. Never in my life have I seen such amazing control of magic. The man breathed, before looking at me with apprehension. Only the dragons could match such control. Dragons can use magic. I thought they were just gigantic lizards that could fly and breathe fire. I said, thinking about that Hungarian horntail I tangled with last year. Perhaps the mundane ones that the wand wizards like to keep around as pets and guard dogs. Jonas scoffed, his demeanor returning to normal. The real dragons are almost impossible to defeat. A half-remembered lesson of Dumbledore telling me of the old elemental dragons came to mind. With it, a sharp twist of my heart at the knowledge of the old man's death. I shook off those thoughts, and asked Jonas to elaborate on these dragons. I only know of what the legends used to say, the old man said apologetically. But it was known that they could assume any form they wished. No wonder why he was so wary of me. He probably thought I was one, myself. Could they use elements other than fire? I asked eagerly. Indeed. Jonas confirmed. Water, earth, ice, even lightning like yours. They were formidable forces of nature. What happened to them? Legend says that the dragons warred with the previous Devil King, and most of them died in the battles that ensued. The man said, is this true? I sent a thought to Arabus. Not sure. I think so. The sword replied unhelpfully. I have lived in the Teman Negru for a very, very long time. I might have missed a few wars here and there, but this Jonas might be telling the truth. Right. I acknowledged Jonas's words with a nod. What about you, kid? The man asked, both cautiously and curiously. Honestly, I said with the most sincere face I could muster. I just stumbled on these powers, and I've been trying to use them for good, ever since. Jonas gave me a long look, before nodding. I suppose I can respect that, especially since you've already proven you're trying to keep humanity safe from the likes of the current Devil King. Jonas said, before motioning to his wares. So, did anything catch your eye? I looked around for a quick second. I already have enough weapons on me. I shook my head as I looked at the rods and staves. My eye lingered on a few pistols. Could I really use a gun? Dante, for the half an hour I got to know him, used guns. But then again, Dante did not have a diverse set of GHTNING and darkness-based ranged attacks, as well as a wand. Yeah, definitely no weapons for me. I nodded and began to explain the issue I have with my air raid. I'm looking more for something for my upper body. 10 minutes later, I stepped out of the shop, with a new, dark blue shirt, and a long, two-tailed black coat to go over it. I smiled, admiring myself in the shop's glass, before waving goodbye to Jonas, who returned the gesture. Interesting way to solve your wing problem that man came up with. Arabus whispered to me, I know. How did I not see it before? I smiled at the events that had occurred. I always assumed I'd need wings to be airborne. Wings like the ones Tristan had. Come to think of it, during the fight against Mundus, Dante and Virgil were keeping afloat using only their own energy. Was there any reason my power couldn't do something similar? I could form it, and I could give it shapes that could cut, slice, pierce, and generally destroy. So what's to stop me from creating solid lightning footholds in midair? Not only would it save up on energy, but it would cut down on the shirts I needed to change. I still had about 20 minutes before I had to meet up with the goblin blacksmith, Ragnar. I think his name was. No, Rogar. It was Rogar. Since I had that much time, I might as well have put it to good use. I expelled the lightning out of my hand, CKLY channeling it underneath my raised boot before anyone noticed. I stealthily pressed down on it, meeting some slight resistance. It was solid, but not enough to hold my weight. I increased the intensity of the lightning and tried again. Much more solid, but still not quite enough. A few more trials, and I found I could stand on the lightning itself. Very slowly, and with great care, I began making my way to the bank. I stumbled and tripped a few times, even fell on the floor right before I reached the escalator, forced to stop channeling the lightning lest I destroy the escalator's mechanism. Who knew what could happen? I remembered being on the daily Wrecked threads on 4chan. Wrecked was internet slang for wrecked, if you were wondering, seeing all kinds of gore, murder, and unfortunate accidents. One of which was the horrific filming of a construction worker's death on one of these escalators. Apparently the man had accidentally jammed a very tall sheet of metal in the staircase itself, and the pressure had forced an opening in the contraption right underneath him. The unfortunate fellow had fallen right into the escalator's mechanism, a veritable meat grinder that never stopped. Needless to say, it was quite the bloody mess, and I had never looked at escalators the same again. A few more minutes of unsteady walking, and nervous escalating, I finally managed to reach the bank. Clark was already at the entrance, looking at the goblins in wonder and some trepidation. Poor guy had probably never realized that humans weren't the only sentient race on the planet. Yo, I greeted the man of steel. How did it go with your dad? Clark turned to me, smiling. He said he felt a lot better, Harry. Yeah, Clark nodded. I even took a peek. His heart rate has slowed down by a lot. That's a good thing, right? I asked in a bit of confusion. Yes, definitely. Clark nodded quickly. The reason he was having so much heart pain was because his body was continually stressed. So the heart would beat faster to pump more blood in the system in an attempt to heal it, which caused even more stress. Ah, an endless cycle. I nodded, understanding his words slightly. Not endless, Clark said a little darkly. Looking down, his heart wouldn't have been able to take any more stress for much longer. If this continued for another month or two, maybe he could have. I don't know. I put my hand on the older man's shoulder in what I hoped was a kind gesture. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Right, I reassured Clark with a gentle squeeze. True, Clark smiled, before really looking at me. New clothes. Uh-huh, I nodded. The old shirt was barely hanging on. Needed something new. Ah, I see, Clark answered. Why a coat? Figured it would be useful. Plus, it looked cool. I said simply, taking a few steps, the coattails flapping slightly in the air. See, all I need is to add my sword, and my outfit is complete. I stated, pointing at the inside of the bank, where Clawgrip was seen slowly heading over to meet us. Ah, Mr. Potter. Right on time, Clawgrip said with a respectful nod. The sheath you requested is ready. All right, lead the way, I said, giving Clark a sidelong glance. You want to come with? Or, I think I'll just wait out here. Clark shook his head. Okay, then, I said, and followed Clawgrip into the bank once more. The trip to the blacksmith Rogar took some time, due to the crowdedness of the afternoon rush. Clogrip ran his fingers over the center of the wall, and the wall split open like before, revealing the blacksmith's chamber. "Ah, there you are," Rogar grunted out, working at something on his table. "Come." I glanced at Clogrip, who gave the go-ahead. I nodded, and approached the old goblin smith, who was wiping furiously at a piece of black metal. My view of it improved as I came closer and closer, until I finally saw what he was working on. "What do you think?" Rogar smirked at my curious face, before holding it in front of me. The dark metal shined in the firelight as I grasped onto the scabbard, looking at it more closely. The dark scabbard lit up, showing various runic inscriptions I had no hope of interpreting. "My finest piece of work to date," the goblin said proudly, noticing my widening eyes. "A scabbard is your finest creation," I said skeptically, looking between him and the item in question. "I mean, it looked pretty cool, but to claim it's his finest piece of work." "Indeed," Rogar grinned fiercely. "Perhaps not the finest weapon I've made, but a weapon's effectiveness is reliant on the sturdiness of the scabbard which holds it. No. I fashioned it using goblin wrought steel, one of the strongest metals we have available." He gestured to the inscriptions. "You see this part, here? Those runes are meant to absorb the power of whatever's held within it, gaining the same qualities as the weapon itself." "So you're saying, the scabbard will inherit the powers of the devil arm it seals into itself?" Rogar nodded with a grin, not forgetting the fact that the steel itself is considered deadly to the fairies. I nodded absent-mindedly, before taking the time to pull Arabus out of the duffel bag. The dark falchion slid into the sheath with ease, an almost perfect fit. The runes glowed brightly for a few seconds before changing to a dark bluish color, likely Ca. Used by Arabus, darkness flowing through it. "Impressive," however, Arabus praised, before the sword pulsed powerfully for a few seconds. Nothing happened. HMPH. These goblins are impressive blacksmiths. To be capable of containing and absorbing the power of a devil like myself is nothing short of amazing. The human race is not the only one that has progressed over the millennia, it seems. Arabus admitted reluctantly. "High praise, indeed," Rogar said with a short bow, before addressing me. "Anything else you might need? Perhaps some armor?" A brief image of Final Fantasy's Sephiroth, ring shoulder plates over a long coat flashed in my mind. I shook my head in amusement. "I don't think I'll need it. You have a strap or something, for my sheath?" I asked instead. "No need." Rogar shook his head. "Place the scabbard wherever you like, and it will stay there until you wish to remove it." "Convenient," I said, before placing the sheath on my right waist, the same place where the old, bony white sheath used to be. I wondered what happened to that thing. Wasn't sure if I lost it in between worlds or if it was still at Teman Negru. I supposed, in the end, it didn't really matter. I let go of the sheath, and it remained on my waist, just like Rogar said it would. "My thanks." I smiled at the goblin and made to leave. "Let us know if you ever need anything else, Mr. Potter," Rogar said, his voice getting lower and lower as I followed Clogrip on the way out of Rogar's chamber, and Gringotts altogether. I bid my goodbyes to Clogrip, and rejoined with Clark, who was busy staring in fascination at a few house elves which were following a small family of 3 around. "Hey Clark, I got the scabbard for my sword," I greeted. Clark turned to me, and eyed the scabbard on my right side, before scrutinizing me entirely. "Not a bad getup, overall," Clark said, before wrinkling his nose slightly. "Too dark for my taste, though. I like it this way." I smiled, folding up my right sleeve. "Come on." We went outside, back into the empty street. I always found it weird how no one questioned the fact that this street was always empty. How did the magic behind the Muggle repeller spell work? Did people not question why they never wanted to pass through here? "So, how are we going to get to England?" Clark asked, breaking my train of thought. "Same way I came here, with this," I said, pulling Arabus out of his sheath, the sword vibrating with power. "Dude, I told you that tickles." I chided the black falchion, rubbing at my left arm a bit. "Just get on with it," Arabus' voice whispered to us. Clark shifted, hearing the sentient devil arm for the first time. "Time is of the essence. Open the path." "What path?" Clark questioned. Watch, I said, before slashing at the air in front of me. A loud ripping noise could be heard as the dark blade tore through the fabric of reality itself, opening a path to the mystical land of the Never. What is that? Clark stared at the portal for a few moments, likely trying to study it with his X-ray vision. It's a portal to the dark realm, Arabus domain. He rules supreme, there. I smiled, before moving to the rift. This is how I came here. You coming? Quote, I jumped in with no fanfare. It was like going from one room to the next, really. The shift from light to dark was expected, but my surroundings definitely weren't, though I still felt quite safe. That's because you've rested here for quite a while, boy. Arabus explained as Clark entered the dark realm as well. The portal closed behind us. Harry, I heard Clark call out, and turned to see him looking around in confusion. Yeah, I answered, and Clark jumped back in fright at the sound. What the? Clark said, before calming himself down. Where are you? I can't see anything. Nothing at all. No, can you? That was weird. I could see just fine in this environment. Actually, come to think of it, it was a little strange that I could see clearly at all. We weren't quite floating in a void of blackness or anything so silly, it was more like a land plunged in eternal darkness. We were standing in the middle of a forest. Despite the lack of any light, I could make it out in vivid detail. I could see the black leaves fluttering in the wind. I could see each individual branch with clarity, the likes of which I don't even experience in the real world. You are welcome in my realm, guessed Clark Kent. Arabus rattled out, before pulsing with power. A second later, Clark blinked, his eyes adjusting to his surroundings. Better? I asked. Yeah. Clark rubbed at his eyes for a moment, before staring at his surroundings in awe. What is this place? Not sure. I'm guessing it's part of Arabus domain. I said, and smirked suddenly. Hey, Arabus, let me guess. Is it called the Dark Forest? Dark Forest in the realm of darkness. What's next? You're going to tell me you have some kind of dark castle? I heard a female voice giggle from behind me, and froze in surprise. Quite the amusing human, aren't you? I quickly turned to the source, pointing Arabus at it immediately. Whoa, Clark breathed, mesmerized by the sight before him. Whoa, indeed. The woman before me was a veritable goddess, with long white hair flowing all the way down her back. She had very pale skin, and lips the color of frozen mulberries. Her green, cat-slitted eyes glittered playfully at our reactions. Greetings, Queen Mab. It's been a while. Arabus rattled in surprise. Queen Mab, huh, Arabus, contender for the realm of darkness. So you're the queen of the unseelie, huh? Figured you'd be taller. I said flippantly, trying to project a confidence I couldn't quite feel, readying the energy needed for a possible fight.